First time is a charm today. Interesting. Alright, let's pick up where we left off yesterday. Let's get that out of there. Okay.
I have full confidence in Andy Serkis and his great team.
A good film. But that is not the only Tolkien movie that we're developing. We've actually got another film that we'll be making after Hunt for Gollum.
As of right now, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tabs. As of right now, before we reset. Yeah.
So I thought.
What? When I'm looking at him, why do I see like James Cameron when he's having to introduce like the fifth fucking Terminator sequel that he knows?
Yeah, I
is
totally
absolute
believe
dog
it.
shit. Yeah,
Dead eyes. Be great.
I've read the script and it's the best Terminator movie I've ever seen.
I should tell you a little bit about that. Actually, why don't I get somebody else to?
My God, it's so natural. I never imagined this was prearranged.
He lost his place on the screen.
Colbert's energy, good lord.
It's kind of,
hold on. He
it's
took a
funny 'cause
dramatic
when-
pause before he said, "Oh wait, what about I let somebody else?" You know, the man's got acting.
You know
talent.
what? It's like, I couldn't help noticing. Just before he paused, his arm was going like this.
It's like he just wants to be anywhere else on the fucking planet.
He's kind of like, I have to. I'm
was this
almost there.
edited? Was this edited by the same people that did the Harry Potter trailer? It's kind of.
Let's put
It's
the
very
Hans
similar.
Zimmer score over it.
To explain it, because we've got a very special partner that we're working with, and you can see for yourself. Hang on. There we go. Hello.
Oh, Peter! I never would have expected this. What an unexpected call.
Really?
Hi, Peter.
Hey, Stephen. Hi. How are you?
How are you doing?
Good. I like all your Tolkien stuff on the wall there. That's that's
Oh, thanks. This is
hardcore.
just part of the collection.
He's so fucking performative.
So just no enthusiasm. Just
I'm just one of you guys. You guys.
How
hello,
do you
fellow
do?
humans.
Yeah, how do you do, fellow film fans? I mean, I'll give Colbert his due. Like, apparently
He is legit. Yeah.
He is a massive Lord of the Rings nerd, which is like, okay, fine, I respect that.
He's
I
also
do.
many other things.
Yes, that's just
Yeah.
the problem.
He's also a fucking massive bell end.
Yeah.
So I was just explaining to the folks about the next
How you made
Tolkien
a lot
movie
of
after
people
Hunt for
try and take the
Gollum,
vaccine
and
and
the
kill
fact that
themselves.
Hey, get on board with the vax scene, as come on.
Yeah. No, I'm good, thanks.
What's that, Stephen? You want to tell us for the 500th time why Trump is the worst human being that's ever lived? All right, cool. I'm ready to listen.
we've partnered up with you to develop the script. So
Yeah, I'm pretty happy about it. Should I tell people?
Yeah, I
Dude,
mean,
Peter Jackson's
I'm
got
looking.
the fucking body language of like an 80-year-old. Seriously, he's just like, hello, Stephen. Isn't this great that we're doing this today?
I had to unfortunately subject myself to a movie Bob video, right, for my latest
I'm so sorry.
video that I put out,
dude.
right? Because I needed a current visual of him, and holy fuck, that man is like 2 years older than me, and he looks about 60 years old.
Wait, what?
That's what I'm getting from Peter Jackson here. Like he is.
That is the incredible result of a pure diet of Mountain Dew marinated turkey over. I can't even.
I've just looked it up, and Peter Jackson is actually 32 years old. So that's
Stop.
crazy.
Stop.
It's crazy. Man.
Stop.
I drink fucking more.
Don't forget that small meal of McDonald's. You'll have that for breakfast every day. If you want the movie Bob physique, okay? It's a hard job to achieve, but you can't get there with perseverance.
I want to try that one day.
No, you don't. Do you know the Metal stream trying to do it? He got like less than halfway and gave up.
Oh, he wasn't
Yeah.
trying.
It's not the quantity, it's the fucking shitty nature of it. Fucking McDonald's food.
Just eating rubber, basically.
You're just eating
That is
plastic.
basically what it
Flavored
is.
Plastic.
Oh, Christ! Like, go
What the
forward.
story is?
As much as you want. Yep.
I will, as much as I can. You know what the books mean to me and what your films mean to me. But
Yes, I've been told that humans care quite a bit about Lord of the Rings. So.
the thing I found myself reading over and over again were the 6 chapters early on in the Fellowship that y'all never developed in.
What is this y'all
Oh god.
bullshit?
Oh god, I almost fucking
calling
swapped the wrong
Texas
sword.
Rangers, buddy boy.
I almost
who the
swapped
fuck
the
are
wrong
you to be
sword.
Saying shit like that. You're like,
Get out of
you're
here
like
with your y'alls.
He's calling
Yo.
Peter Jackson
Mean
out.
streets
guys.
of Santa Monica.
I'm down with Middle America. What? How do you do, fellow normal people?
Middle America.
Would you like to drink a beer? Is that what you guys drink?
to the first movie back in the day. It's basically the chapter is Three is Company through Fog on the Barrow Downs. And I thought, oh, wait, maybe that could be its own story that could fit into the larger story.
Peter Jackson's just sitting there like, yeah,
His
there's a reason I cut
expression,
that
look
shit
at
out of the movies.
If you
when I've
had
just
frozen
woken
this
up.
said Stephen Colbert is explaining his Lord of the Rings film to Peter Jackson, what do you think he feels from this expression?
Absolutely nothing.
He loves it.
Yeah, there's a reason that stuff was cut out of the movies. It's like, okay, it's like a fucking weird tangential little mini adventure that doesn't contribute to the overall narrative. Like, that's fine. I understand why they cut it out. It's fine, but like, why make that into a movie?
Could we make something that was completely faithful to the books while also being completely faithful to the movies
All right, I'm
that
gonna
you
bounce
guys
off
had
of
already
this.
made?
Not if you're making it, asshole.
And I started talking it over with my son Peter, who's also a screenwriter, and
Oh, God, the
we
two of
worked
them.
out.
Is he really? What has he
Wonder
written?
how he got that job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna look it up. I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm gonna look that up too.
Through talent, I'm sure.
Steel Mountains.
Can't believe he multiplied. Who the fuck would have his spawn?
Well, when you're a multi-millionaire, it's funny how that works out.
Mm.
Yeah. So what has he got? What has his son done?
I can't find anything. I can't find him.
Oh
on
my god!
IMDb.
Imagine my shock.
No, I don't see him anywhere.
So he's got.
Well, just like
I'm
it's
trying
just
to
like
find he's got
J.J.
two
Abrams.
sons, Peter and
It's the bit-
John Colbert, but Peter Colbert was known as Peter McGee, and then he went by Peter Colbert. So this is confusing.
I'm seeing the Peter McGee one. Is that the one you're looking at? The Hobbit: The Desolation of Smaug. That one?
But so you
But-
called him a screenwriter, but I'm
Oh
not
no, he
seeing
is.
any.
This is because it says parents Stephen Colbert. Why the fuck does he call himself McGee?
Yeah, he produced.
Anyway.
I've got his IMDb up here. Oh,
So
you're never gonna
it's,
believe this. He's done. He's produced Where's Noah TV series in 2019 for 4 episodes.
He also did
And he-
At the Crossroads Down Yonder.
Yeah,
The
the
Desolation
In
of Smaug. But I don't see any.
2018.
I don't see any
well,
writing
Desolation of
credits.
Smog is just an actor in, right? Or am I missing something?
I don't see any credits. He hasn't done anything. It seems like
in
it's-
the-
it's-
he's an
Crossroads Down
actor. He's
Under.
the Lake Town spy in the Desolation of
he's,
Smaug.
Well, I
he's
mean,
28, but looks like a
I-
pure Nepo hire.
when I look up movies written by Stephen Colbert as well, I get Strangers with Candy and Strangers with Candy Retardation a Celebration.
You're just gonna, like what? What is? This isn't anything. This At the Crossroads Down Yonder is kind of
Done
all
nothing.
this guy's
Nothing.
got. Yeah.
It's got nothing to his name.
We thought would
That's
work,
the point.
especially as a framing
This is 100% Nepo.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
device for that
100%.
story. And it took me a few years to scrape my courage into a pile to give you a call.
Yeah, getting made unemployed certainly gives you an incentive to get that arse in gear, doesn't it, Stephen?
But about 2 years ago, I did. You liked it enough to talk to
Whoa.
me about it. And ever since then, the two of us have been working with the brilliant Philippa Boyens on how to develop the
Whoa.
story. And we recently took it to Richard Brenner at New Line and Pam Abdi and Mike DeLuca at Warner Brothers. And I could not be happier to say that they loved it. And so that's what we're going to be working on.
Fantastic. Now,
Philippa Boyens, like Philippa Boyens did War of the Rohirrim. where she doesn't give a shit
fuck.
anymore.
Imagine my shock, like another
Like
girl
all
boss centric. Because allow me to, I suppose I should add a little bit of context for people who haven't been too up on this. So I can give you a little description of what this movie is going to be about. Lord of the Rings: Shadow of the Past is set 14 years after the passing of Frodo. Sam, Merry, and Pippin set out to retrace the first steps of their adventure. Meanwhile, Sam's daughter, Eleanor, has discovered a long-buried secret and is determined to uncover why the War of the Ring was very nearly lost before it even began.
So it's okay.
Well,
It's one of those.
Fucking place your bets, gentlemen. Who do you think is going to be
The main character is gonna be
of
the
this
daughter.
movie?
The
You know who's gonna
guy.
be-
If you had to, like, fucking life on the line, who do you think it's going to be? I don't think it's
Gothmog.
going to be. I don't think it's going to be Merry, Pippin, or Sam. Put it that way.
Third hobbit from the left.
Hobbit is a woman.
She is going to be the bestest hobbit that ever hobbited, and she is going to show them how they were so wrong back in the day, and they did everything wrong, and she's going to show them the correct way to adventure.
There's gonna be like Sam is gonna basically be a bad dad, and then what they'll do is they'll go, instead of 20 rings, there was 21 rings, and it's like Sauron's secret cock ring or something like that.
No, there'll be a historian, like the official historian, and he'll be this old guy, and he'll be like, "Let me tell you, love, you don't know what you're doing here." And then she'll mog him. She'll show him up and show that he was wrong all along, and she's the expert in the field now, actually, despite being 20 years old.
There's gonna be another Dark Lord. Fucking,
Snape.
I'm Black Lord.
Yeah, it does sound shit though. I mean, if the purpose of the movie is to examine examine recent history, she's basically either a historian or an archaeologist or something like that. Who gives a fuck? It doesn't sound like all the woke shit aside. Let's just make the Lord of the Rings a feminist franchise now to make up for the fact that there weren't enough insufferable women in the trilogy. Apart from all that, it's just not an interesting premise. It sounds shit. It sounds boring.
Well, what they're hoping is that they get the original cast back and just basically have member berries carry the
That's
story.
exactly what it is. Like, it's pure
100%.
fucking. This is pure nostalgia cash grab. It is a nostalgia cash grab. They're going to do it on a low budget. Sounds like it for that fucking premise. It's going to be like, I mean, War of the Rohirrim wasn't even a cash grab. It was a rights retainer, and it was dog shit. Like just to get it done faster. How many animation studios did they hire? It was something crazy. It's like 9 different animation studios. It was a lot. And you can tell because sometimes the animation looks okay, sometimes it looks fucking atrocious. The main character's body design is constantly changing from scene to scene. God, that movie was awful. Fucking
But
terrible.
we
Like
said
that was
before, like Philippa Boyens is writing that, so even if you get all the people back from the actual films, they can't do it anymore. Like people have said, like Peter Jackson doesn't have it anymore. He's more obsessed with CGI, like the actual practical effects from Two Towers. He just wouldn't do that again. You
It's
could already
interesting
see it.
how-
I don't know that you can
Well, I'm
you can
just saying
pull
it's
that
interesting
off
how Peter
now
Jackson's
anyway.
career didn't really go anywhere after Lord of the Rings. He made a bunch of weird slop with odd CGI plus the Hobbit movies. It was pretty awful, actually.
I think he's more into the technical aspect. I don't think he really cares about directing anymore.
Because he had the Kong movie, right? But that didn't.
Yeah, it's not very good. It's just
No.
okay. It's got Jack Black's. He's actually okay in it, but
Naomi
it's
Watts
just
is
not a
pretty
good
hot in it.
movie. It's just not a very good movie. It's all right. It's
Correct.
kind of forgettable. Sort of CGI is interesting, but it's not like he never. It's like he never even tried to do something great again after Lord of the Rings. Which was kind of a shame.
I think The Hobbit broke him. I think that
Yeah.
soured him on directing. I think it soured him on the studio system. That combined with the back end royalties dispute that he had to sue Warner Brothers over, I think it just completely broke him in
Yeah.
terms of making movies.
Remember he produced Mortal Engines? Did anyone see that?
I saw
Oh,
it.
dog shit.
That's one of the biggest flops in history, right?
I wanted to.
Awful
I always wanted to see a movie of London chasing Birmingham as a fucking gigantic mechanized city. Such nonsense.
It might have been better in animation form, like Howl's Moving Castle. But that's the thing. Sometimes he's obsessed with CGI, Peter Jackson, and CGI just doesn't work when you're in the real world. some things look terrible. They can only be done in animation, and he just doesn't believe that.
Yeah. So, aren't exactly high for Stephen Colbert's Lord of the Rings movie then.
I'm gonna just go out on a limb here and say it never happens. I don't think there's a chance that thing actually gets made.
Yeah, I mean, clearly Hunt for Gollum is going to happen because that's in production right now, but again, it's anyone's guess what chances it's got. I think it's going to be dog shit. I don't think of Andy Serkis necessarily as an amazing director because he's only done like 3 or 4 movies, and most of them
Yeah,
shit.
So any kind of good faith hope I would have ever had in the past for Andy kind of went directly out the window after seeing what he did with Venom 2. That was really bad. I thought that was like a chance for him to show that he had some kind of creativity while like respecting source material or something. And that he had his whole knowledge of like motion capture and shit would actually lead to something kind of impressive to look at visually, but that movie was rough. It was really, really rough. It essentially ended up being the opposite, where like there was nothing about it that kind of like stood out at all. And it seemed more like a movie that literally any asshole could have directed, rather than anything that you could look at and be like, oh yeah, I could tell that Andy Serkis had something to do with this. On top of all the baked in fucking messaging stuff that they forced in there that wasn't there in the first one, which is the only one now in hindsight that anybody liked. Yeah, after that one showing, it's like, yeah, I have no faith in Andy Serkis. I appreciate what the guy does as an entertainer, but I don't know that anything is ever going to come good out of that guy as a creator.
Yeah, I don't see it. I also don't want to see him motion capturing Gollum now when he's in his 60s. Like, Gollum's very, like, athletic. Gollum, like, springs around and jumps around and shit, and it's like, that stuff's probably hard enough when you're, like, 40, but when you're 60...
It's hard to fake it. It's very hard to fake it at that age, and it'll come through. It'll be this uncanny valley body movements. Like, do you know the opening to Indiana Jones and the piece of shit made by Kathleen Kennedy, whatever it was called? That
could have been the title.
What was weird about, like, the face kind of looked good, but what was really weird about it was his body movements. He had the body movements of an old man, and that added to the uncanny valley aspect of it. And that's something there's nothing you can do about that.
That's what always happens. It was the same with Samuel L. Jackson in Captain Marvel, where it's like he's got the face of a 40-year-old man, but he moves like a 70-year-old.
All right.
Guess I might as well jump right into it, right? It's been kind of a weird couple of days in terms of film news, but I guess one of the big things that's come out recently is the trailer, the first teaser trailer for Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone.
By Zack Snyder.
But yeah, it kind of feels like it. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna play the trailer or a little bit for you. I might have to pause it frequently because wow, does HBO clamp down on that sort of thing. But how about if I play it and we can discuss as we go, and you guys can give your thoughts on what you see. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah.
No.
All right, I'm not wasting any
How dare
time
you.
on this. How dare you?
Contradict
Perry
me.
Chan's right. This is Perry Chan's version.
It's not quite. I don't think we're ready for that. But that version was interesting.
I told you.
It does honestly feel like a Zack Snyder
It
trailer.
does. It does. Yeah.
It's that soundtrack to it. The boom.
Yeah.
Like, we're going for epicness here.
Am I crazy, or is there a strange background sound that's happening right now?
I was thinking that as well.
There is, yeah.
It might,
Who is
might
it?
be me. Let's see.
Somebody's got crickets.
Mute yourself and see.
That fix it.
No.
Yeah, no, it did.
It's quiet, though.
It's when one of us speaks. It's echoing on someone's speakers.
I'll just take the blame.
All right, sure. We'll do what we can anyway. But all right, allow me to continue.
You are a normal boy. And you're going to start acting like one.
Imagine I'm an island.
Until next time.
Let me go back here a little bit because this is our first good look at.
Trailer, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you know,
voice. Think of me as an island.
Cannot sell.
the problem I'm having
Uses
with all of
special
this,
material
right,
for
is maybe
crafting
every
a silver
single
fang
character
sigil
in
at the
this
witch's
trailer
lair.
is that I kind of grew up with, you know, the movie versions of all the different characters, Daniel Radcliffe, like Emma Watson, Rupert Grint, all those playing all these different characters, and it's difficult to visualize someone else playing that same role. I don't know if you guys have had that same problem, and it's not like I'm a super fucking Harry Potter fan or anything, but like that's just what I associate now with all of these people. It's not to say
Personally, not a pothead. I think that's what they're called, right? Like,
Never heard that
invested in,
before, but that's funny.
I'm joking. I think they're called. I don't even know actually. Potterheads. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But the point is that this is inevitable, I suppose, that we were going to come across.
Oh, here we go.
this, as we will with lots of different things getting remade. But I don't. You know, it is a bit weird. I was never that into Harry Potter, so I can't like share
Well,
the
the prob-
same, you know,
I
experience.
was
I
just
guess.
say,
I'm in that same boat, which is why I was so surprised that I was actually so satisfied and entertained with Hogwarts Legacy. Hogwarts Legacy was really fucking good.
sorry for interrupting, but the problem is that they clearly want you to think of the movies. Like, you'll see plenty of scenes that look identical to the films, but then on the other hand, they'll have like Black Snape, which looks nothing like him. And they always do this where they go, we want you to think of the films and be like, can make that comparison until it no longer suits us.
But isn't
Yeah,
that
it's
what
the
it
bait and
is?
switch.
I did.
Yeah.
I
Aren't
love
they
this one.
reusing the same sets from the films?
It's
Exactly.
so close, like
With the actual
it's-
same sets, like, or are they just recreating? Because
I mean, like ultimately, what have you got? Like a train carriage and stuff where he meets Ron and Hermione for the first time. It's like, well, trains all look fucking the same anyway.
like the school, I guess, was there one that was actively preserved and they're using, or they just they got like a new?
I mean,
Yeah,
imagine
you could
they
do,
were
like, the-
taken down, but I guess that's just been rebuilt.
Well, you can do the studio tours of the Harry Potter things down in London.
was gonna say-
so it's almost like they've probably got them ready to go.
Considering they had that school presumably filmed for what, like near 10 years or so, with all the films they did, I wouldn't be surprised if they'd kept it like in good shape this whole time, and then they were
Isn't
like,
that
we should go back.
sad though? It's like we're remaking the same fucking thing using the same sets.
Well,
And everything. It's like you might as well squeeze the kids into the same exact costumes. Like they've
Yeah.
probably
How
got them
can we
all in a
make
warehouse
things
somewhere.
different? Hey,
Yeah, well, yeah. How can we tailor this for a modern audience? But we'll get to that. Don't worry.
You think you're something special? There is nothing special.
Wait, is that meant to be like Aunt Petunia?
I think so.
I could take the
Oh.
ice res off of this, come to think of it.
Karen.
Yeah, because that's not how I pictured her at all. She looks like she's just wandering off a fucking council estate.
You wonder if the uncle's going to be there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's her phenotype is more sort of low class council estate sort of trashy type rather than Aunt Petunia, who's this very sort of stuck up type. She
Right.
looks very Karen. Somebody said that. I think that's what they're going for here.
Yeah, like Aunt Petunia, I always thought it was like upper middle class, like a social climber, very hoity-toity. That's not what you see here at all. Interesting.
I'm getting a very serious tone from it. If you look like the original one, like the first two movies by Christopher Columbus, I think are the best of the movies. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that, you know, this is Rings of Power all over again, that the movies are masterpieces and this is an atrocity. The movies all have problems, but the first two were great. And one thing in particular is that they had they were definitely, you could tell it was sort of made for a family audience with kids in mind. Whereas
Yeah.
this is just from the trailer, I could be wrong. They could be making it very, very dark in the opening act so that it contrasts with a more magical feel later when he goes to Hogwarts. They could be doing that, but it does feel very dark thus far, like very
But
humorless.
it's also
Why do you got a lot of Snape?
It's also like a bit of a blue filter that they'll put on to make it seem darker than what it is. And it's always for HBO TV, they do that. Whereas in the movies, as you said, way more colourful. way more lively. Like Diagon Alley looks amazing. This one, they'll wash all the color out of it.
Because yeah, like especially with the earlier books, the earlier movies and stuff, the tone is generally a bit more lighthearted and playful and stuff, and then the shit gets real around the midpoint of the series, and then it gets really dark, which is like, okay, fine, that makes sense. But yeah, it's like they're leading with that right here. It's odd.
Special about you.
I've always wanted to know about my parents.
Find what you seek here.
Not pausing that for any particular reason, just
Yeah, I was thinking, wow, he's really pushing it here with
I know,
Warner.
fuck,
Because
you
they
know
are
what?
bastards.
They are, yeah. This fucking whole
When
thing
does
will
he
get
put the Batman
demonetized.
cloak on?
Yeah.
Dude, so far in the few seconds they've watched, it does have that
right
vibe.
here and told me
Yeah.
what Wayne Manor was built on.
Do you think they'll retcon the parents to not be as aspirational or good intention? They'll have some kind of flaw in the
They're
backstory.
okay. Well, at least how they're described by Hagrid in this is like they are described as good people. But they did bully a black man.
Yeah,
when they were young, so.
the only black man in the village.
You know, it'd be funny.
Yeah, but I
If the
mean,
light-
racism was
Sorry, go
okay
on.
back then. To quote Ricky Gervais,
Yeah, like
it was the
what he does
70s,
is-
wasn't it?
Well, what he has is he has two
Oh,
thunderbolts. that are
shit, I
SS
didn't realize
on his
that's what-
forehead
Yeah.
instead.
It leaves a fucking bomb.
Another one next.
Why is he not blonde in this?
Your parents were the
Yeah, well, obviously, you know,
For the kindest people at Auschwitz.
Is this is period? This is set in the 90s because I don't see any mobile phones and people are reading newspapers. So this must be
Yeah.
set at the same time as the books. They haven't sort of updated it to make it present day.
that is kind of interesting, actually.
kindest,
know-
bravest.
Yeah,
I was
sorry.
gonna say you notice because you're not getting stabbed on the train, so
Yeah.
it's definitely the 90s.
Yeah, you don't have a migrant with his cock out at the back of the train either, which that's always nice.
And there isn't a suicide bomber in train number 2. Yeah,
That's
so it's
cultural
all-
enrichment, as I'll have you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's the
sorry. Yeah,
culture.
yeah.
Oh shit, sorry.
I told you
Give it forward.
about
Were the kindest, bravest people I ever met. They were funny.
That's Nick
So-
Frost there.
And
I
it's
know,
funny,
I know
they-
you don't want him repeating the Robbie Coltrane voice, but just Coltrane's voice hits so much harder than this. This feels very simple for a Hagrid. Like, hello there, are you
this
funny?
This is I think, what
more of a voice like that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is what we're going to run into a lot with this TV show. It's like the actors that they had for those movies were fucking top tier, man. Whether it was McGonagall.
Oh,
whether it
shit,
was
I never took out
Hagrid,
the other
whether it
part.
was, like,
Extract.
Snape. Not to pick on, I'd name it random or anything. Whether it was Dumbledore, both of them.
Oh,
they were
son of a
all
bitch, I can't extract
top
from the other
level. And, like, I'm not
booths.
saying I don't like Nick Frost as an actor or anything.
God
but
damn it.
Let's be honest, he's no Robbie Coltrane.
Well, it's weird because I like Nick Frost so much that I'd be like, I guess he could do it, and I've heard him do the voice. I'm like, oh, he was
Go back
he was
to
in a live action-
London.
He was in
These
a
are
live
really
action,
big boots to fill, though.
How to Train the Dragon, and he didn't put any effort into the voice acting in that either. I say voice acting as though it's not live. You know what I mean? Like acting the
His
voice
accents.
of the character. Yeah, and it just feels like he's not putting much effort into Hagrid either. I'm like,
It seems
okay.
like he's trying to go for like a warmer presentation and that he wants to separate himself from the original Hagrid.
Which I
think
get.
that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a big problem. Like Alan Richardson, whatever, he did a great version, so I'm going to do a shit version. They're always going to try and do something different from the original, which is going to be a problem because those people nailed those roles.
Yeah,
so
so
it's like
walk, right? Because you don't want to copy, but you also don't want to be inferior. So it's like you gotta
change the
make it
character too much. It's not like Joker where you can do a different version of Joker. These are like very pre-built characters with a very narrow things you can do with them.
And have a cultural,
Good
identity.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what he's going to say. Is he going to say they were the kindest, bravest people? They were funny. They were clever. Massively racist, though.
Let's see.
At least the dad.
Clever. And they stood up for what they believed was right.
Oh dear.
There's one S.
I mean, well, that doesn't refute what you said.
Notice how he didn't say what was right; it was what they believed was right.
Oh no! Oh no! No!
This
Oh,
show's
it's
going down a
falling
bad
off the
road.
Yeah, he's got the S there, then he just pushes the hairline as another one next to it. It's like, oh God, no, Harry, no.
You know, it just occurred to me that seeing as
Sorry, wait.
Next time I see you,
Let me stop it
we'll be
here.
in Hogwarts.
Sorry, Des.
I was gonna say, it occurred to me that seeing as, if I remember correctly, Snape is a pureblood, so you know that has implications for the whole history of the lore, and the term pureblood takes on a new meaning now.
Oh no.
There's so much
So, like-
that this is gonna have to grapple with.
Are they going to have like a Thanksgiving day for the wizards? All the white people just move in. Take over.
This is definitely King's Cross in the 90s because it's way too clean. For
It's
modern
clean,
day.
yeah. It doesn't. Yeah, fucking hell.
There's no like hobos fucking in the background.
Oh, give it time.
Yeah.
So even the Grand Arrival, it's dark, it's muted, it's dull. There's no color in the Hogwarts Express.
As
I can see
expected,
that. I see
it
what
might be a contrast thing, right? As was mentioned
I can see
earlier.
what Reaper's saying. Sorry, Mon, go ahead.
No, just the I forget who said it, but just they might be gunning for like they darken everything before he gets to Hogwarts, and then they bright everything up as like a look at this wonderful whimsical place. Like that might be the plan, I guess.
Wizard
what
of
I
Oz
think-
type of thing.
What I think it is they film during the day and he put a blue filter on to make it look darker.
Yeah, you
So
can see
many
the
shows do that.
smoke. And here you can see the blue filter, particularly in the smoke, the air around the trees, and even on the pavement there, you can see the blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
it might not be finished. I doubt that they've finished the editing and the cinematography. It'll look better than this when they release it, I'm guessing. But the blue filter is very obvious here.
Yeah.
It's during the night because it's not. Sorry, it's during what we see is night because they film during the day.
I do wonder if there's part of that is true just because like they were working with child actors and like having them film at night is like probably a lot more difficult. You know, like, hey,
Yeah.
we want to make your kid like stay up for 24 hours straight or whatever. It's like, yeah, there's probably all kinds of rules about that. So
It's
you're
filmed in
probably
winter
right.
though, so it's like 4 p.m. when it gets bloody dark.
Yeah.
So-
Come up to Scotland, it just doesn't get light at all.
No, right.
Oh, that's McGonagall there, isn't it?
Hmm.
She was in Ozark. That lady. I forget what else.
Like you haven't eaten.
I mean, I
don't
guess,
you
like,
recognize it.
you know, physically and stuff, I guess she's a pretty good match for the character. But again, like, you're up against a pretty fucking amazing actress from the movies.
Well, Maggie Smith, good grief.
Yeah.
She
It's
had
a
that
tough one.
really like head teacher kind of vibe. Yeah. Like,
Yes.
Very motherly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Potter, I think we can expect great things from you.
Oh, it's Clyburn.
Pottergaz now.
Pottergaz, yeah.
Great things.
I tell you
Yeah,
what,
there you go.
my favorite part of Game of Thrones season 8 is when the mountain throws him and his head just like breaks like an
That's
egg.
hilarious.
It's a
There-
brilliant scene.
There's a clip of Mauler and everyone on EFAP just losing their fucking minds over that moment.
It is so, it's perfect. It doesn't want to be, but it is absolutely hilarious.
Yeah. I think my favorite part of that is when Cersei just like awkwardly walks past them.
Yeah.
Guess I'll just leave now.
Yeah.
Are you in need of a new ride?
It's a great season. Great season.
Wait, oh shit, was that Draco there?
Are you in need
Oh man,
Hold on.
I tell you
Yeah.
what, that's,
Oh, he's got the fucking bird nest hairstyle and everything. Jesus.
Oh, God.
that's
in
one
need of a
actor
new
that you would
ride?
never ever be able to compete with. Like no matter what you do, you're never gonna get a better Draco Malfoy
take off the
because he was
saddle.
amazing,
Let the
even
horse
as a
rest
kid.
every
Yeah.
Tom Felton, yeah, he was
Yeah.
pretty fucking cool.
Who've they got
Yeah.
for Lucius Malfoy?
That's a good question.
Jason Isaacs is just going to come back and do it again. I think
should.
He's not aged. It's like
But Jason Isaac should carry on. He'd go, "Who is this? This is my son. He's from the original movie, and he's moved to this universe."
They'll get Tom Felton to do it. That's what they'll do.
He's that old now. You probably could.
No, he has been cast, and he is actually going to be in the first series, even though he's not meant to be because he's not in the first book.
Is he just gonna play like a fucking pillar in the background or something? I feel like Tom Felton would take on any role that's going in Harry Potter.
He's a statue.
Yeah. It's like there was a picture of him recently, actually, when I think Daniel Radcliffe had gone to see a performance of The Cursed Child, where Tom Felton's performing, and watching them side by side for the picture. Tom Felton looks about 60 years old. It's weird. Whereas Daniel Radcliffe is barely aged. If he shaved his beard off, he'd look exactly the same. I mean, I know, hey, people look different, people age different and stuff, but holy fuck, it's a weird one.
But I think we said before, when they get to Hogwarts, will there be more color? And it doesn't really look like that much more colorful.
Yeah. It doesn't look any remotely colorful.
Still very drab, very dull.
Very drab.
Yeah. I was talking about tone as well as color. Maybe they'll throw a little bit of humor in, but just guessing off this, it does look like it's a very sort of serious, humorless show. But I mean, I could be wrong. We'll see. But yeah.
HBO. I just want to see people get cleaved in half with spells.
Let's see who you are.
Was that Hermione there?
Yeah. She's like, yeah. I've heard the accent she does, and she basically tries to copy the original Hermione Granger actress. Emma Watson? That's a. It's like, well, if you're just gonna copy her, what's the point?
Yeah, I mean, because Emma Watson in the first few movies is pretty fucking rough. Her acting is pretty awful. But she looks like I imagine Hermione looked, and this not so much.
Well, didn't they have the whole, she was never white in the books, and people going, Hermione and her pale face, her cheeks flush red, and it's like, she was obviously white. She's on the covers as being white.
I wish, because J.K. Rowling plays along.
To Snape.
Yeah. J.K. Rowling plays along with this bullshit as well. She encourages it, and I would rather she just said and be honest. Look, I wrote this in the 90s in Scotland, where it was 99.5% white, and so that's kind of what I reflected. But hey, we're living in a different world now, and so I want to retcon it and make some of the characters more diverse. Fine, but don't start fucking pretending that they were always this way, because they 100% weren't. Every fucking description you put in the books, it's 100% obvious what they're meant to be. Just be honest about what you're doing. It's such nonsense.
It's like the most depressing fun you'll have this year. It's just not.
It's like a guy.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like a guy in a uniform with a gun. It's
yeah,
like a
the
guy
other
in a
thing is,
uniform with a gun saying "Fun will now commence."
Yeah,
I know this comparison's almost absurd because of how good the original score is from John Williams. Here's an interesting little factoid: the Harry Potter theme, dun 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 dun, that theme contains all 12 notes of the Western scale, just the theme. It's one of the very few. It's one of the very few music film themes that goes through all 12 notes over the course of its opening.
Are they?
But it is iconic, and
Are
this
they using?
just feels
are they not going to use it? I guess because I assume they'd be allowed to if they wanted to. No,
they wouldn't want to be tied to it like that.
No, what
Surely
they'll
they
do
would
is
want to break
they'll
away
wait
from
to
it.
they'll wait to season 2 or something to do that. They always go back to the original movies. Every single time.
I would have
It's like
thought they would cynically use it. Honestly,
I think they'll wait till season 2.
The other thing is the rights, the licensing for that. I know it's a big, expensive production, but just the licensed music like that, John Williams music would be super expensive. I've only ever seen it done well once, whereby basically IP music has been not necessarily improved on, but the new composer was brought in and did something different and successful. It was Ludwig Göransson with The Mandalorian, season 1. He didn't write a John Williams imitation score. He just wrote a new sort of type of score, and it worked really well. I don't think you'd necessarily be able to do that here, but without question, the music's going to be vastly inferior.
There'll be a shit remix one. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. The original music, like, conjured up everything you were looking for. It was kind of whimsical. It was light-hearted, but there was an undertone of, like, menace and adventure and danger and all of those things mixed together, which is exactly what you would want from Harry Potter. This just sounds like it could be the score for any fucking superhero movie ever.
He's not wrong.
Hans Zimmer. I just looked it up.
See my previous statement.
So they've gone big. That's going to be expensive hiring Hans Zimmer. So they've gone as big as they can with this. That's not even who I would have gone for. I would have gone for.
I don't...
Yeah, I mean Ludwig Göransson would be the first choice, but I don't think you could get him. Maybe you could, but Hans Zimmer's a little bit old hat, I think, for this.
Yeah,
I don't want to go big with this first movie. I know you might necessarily want to attract attention, but this just doesn't feel like the way to do it, because this is him first taking his first sort of steps into the world of wizards and stuff. Like, it should be playful. It should
like
be
reserved,
intriguing rather than epic and, you know, world defining. That's not what this first movie is meant to be, or this first book is meant to be.
You're looking through Hogwarts and the Wisdom World literally through a child's eyes. It's he's in a shitty cupboard, and then he suddenly goes to this brand new, like, fucking universe full of new possibilities. And this one's just like, it's just as dull as the real world.
That's the problem. There is no escalation in the visuals at all. It is dark, it's dingy, it's miserable to start with. He's being poked at. You're never going to be anything, Harry. Then they go to Hogwarts. Exactly the same lighting. Dark, dreary. The colors are all muted.
You're still nothing, Harry.
Yeah, you haven't got that elevation of wow and wonder and spectacle. And this
feels like... Yeah, this feels like the kind of soundtrack and the kind of cinematography that you would have in the final season. When it's the final epic confrontation against Voldemort, and like everything's gonna get decided here, and it's dark and it's dingy and dangerous, because that's where we're at now in the story. Not here though. This is just the beginning.
Yeah, like when the kids come in and he put those floating candles on, you see the ghosts all going past, like, anything's possible. But this one just looks like a normal boarding school.
Yeah.
Well, not normal. I mean, they're all rich as fuck.
It just looks like my first day at the 90s school or something.
No one's getting butt fucked, so it's not like a normal boarding school.
Whoa! Depends who's doing the butt fucking.
Would you like to see my wand, Harry? It's meaty.
Use the force. I've run out of lubricant. Anyway.
Spit on it, Harry.
Let's finish this fucking thing. Oh, wait.
There he was.
Let's get a fast one. Let's not finish this. Let's not be too hasty here. There you go. There's our Snape. There's it.
I mean, look, I'm glad that they gave him dreadlocks so that we would know he was black. But one thing I will say, fair play to HBO. Fair play to HBO for not playing rap music when he shows up in the trailer.
True.
Chan.
Yeah, it was too far gone, to be honest with you, to introduce it then. But when they do the different profiles of all the characters, that's going to be a fun time.
I just let's take our first look at this greasy-haired, sallow-faced, hooked-nosed, 50-something white guy.
Goth.
All right, go. Fucking
another big problem with this is that, I mean, I've read the books twice. I read them once as a kid, once as an adult, so I know them pretty well. And Snape he's a wallflower. Like, that's his fundamental character backstory. He's a wallflower who was bullied, and if you're talking like he was going to school in the 70s in England, he would have been like the only black kid or one of the very few, and it's not exactly evocative of somebody who's a wallflower. You would get a bit more notice if you were the only black kid, and the kids would sort of keep their distance and wouldn't believe, because they wouldn't want to be accused of racism, which is of course the worst thing you can be.
Wait, this one looks different.
1970s Britain, even up to today. So it just, I know that maybe he would accuse me of overthinking it, but that's how I think about these things, and it makes it very unbelievable. It kind of kills the verisimilitude for me when you do this. And that's to say nothing of the fatigue. You know, race swap fatigue is very, very real. People are just fucking sick of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always black. It's never Asian, Arab, Inuit, Indian. It's always just black. And because it's part of the actual marketing strategy is get a black guy, come in, do a controversial race swap. He'll be victim. He'll then make a fucking, speech about, I'm overcoming the abuse. And then they'll use that as part of the marketing. Racist fans hate this because of this. You must support it to own the truth.
He's gonna knock me off.
It's all part of the marketing.
Yeah. It is like it's called fan baiting.
That is the horse, though.
A thing that is part of their marketing strategy now, and it's sad in a lot of ways because it opens this actor up to so much abuse. Whereas like there's probably other characters that he could have been cast as throughout the series that would have been more amenable.
Yeah, you take these roles. You're responsible. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's a grown adult. He knows the controversy that's going to surround it. He has probably been surrounded by a team of people that go, this is going to be great for your career. You're going to be the martyr. You're going to be the one that people go after. You can use that. You can change that. You can turn it on its head. You can be the victim. You being the victim will get you more eyes on you to go into these projects. It's the most cynical casting around. It's the most pathetic casting around, and they did it because they wanted the controversy around this show. They wanted the buzz around this show to be.
Oh my God, this is brutal.
Probably one of, if not the most iconic figure in.
Dude, this is ridiculous.
The Harry Potter movies,
Come on,
just
man.
Because of how incredible he was portrayed. They know exactly what they do.
I had more than enough time to actually get that done.
You're very correct.
He just
about
refused to ever stop.
About it all because it doesn't make any sense. You talk about being the only black kid in a school in the 70s. When I was at school in the 90s, we had one black. We had 1,000 pupils at my school. One black person, one Indian person, 998 white people. And
Oh my God.
The 90s. So this kind of
Dude,
thing to plot one of the biggest characters, which is very specifically expressed in the books, and the story which surrounds him, because
Is this
it is
just
a
not how
story
you
of,
do it?
particularly in his younger days of victimhood. It's just the cheesiest, most cynical, pathetic thing they can do, and they did it, and they've done it for all the reasons that they want.
Like
us
the
to be
camera
talking
never
about,
stops.
because they are desperate to turn this into a race car.
This is
They're
not
desperate to go,
possible.
Look at all these horrible racist people out there.
The camera
that are
legitimately
bringing up
never
this person's
stops.
Color. Why can't people just be people? Why do they have to be built? And they know exactly what they're doing. I hope this fucking thing exposes it all, to be honest with you.
It's not just that as well. It's like, as Despot said, he's a wallflower. He's shy. He's introverted. Do you think this guy's going to play it the same way?
But he's going around the corners armed and dangerous right now, so I don't know.
Are you really Harry Potter?
Man,
We don't
I
need to
was
have a
just
line
looking
of
at
dialogue. Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, I hope they fucking do Ron justice in this, because that was my one big takeaway from the movies. Like, it wasn't until very late in my life that I actually bothered to read the books. And then, like, I saw Ron as a completely different character. It's like they made him into a useless, terrified pussy in the movies, whereas the Ron from the books is not like that at all. And
Yeah,
they do him justice here.
It's definitely an area of the movies they can improve on, because Ron was always a very... I'm not even going to call him a two-dimensional character in the movies. He's just this sort of one-dimensional, vaguely comic relief. He's there in the background. And
He's
then
always scared. Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why the kiss with... obviously, it's because the two actors, Rupert Grint and Emma Watson, didn't have any chemistry. But as well as that, the character, he's this sort of... quippy comic wallflower, and then he kisses this absolute banger out of nowhere. It just felt so fucking wrong. It was weird. It's one of the reasons it's one of the worst kisses in cinema history, because they got the character so
well,
bad.
Rey and Kylo is right up there.
That's up there. Yeah, that's like bottom 5. Yeah.
But yeah, it's like in the books, he's much more Like, you understand where he's coming from. It's like he's angsty because he comes from a poor background, and that puts him at odds with someone like Draco, who's like super upper class in the wizarding world. And it's like, okay, fine, I understand.
I can't
what
even fucking see
weaknesses or your angst is, and he's actually like, he's the in for Harry in the wizarding world. He's always there to explain things to him.
Like, the
and he
stamina
knows
isn't
way
even
more
the
than
issue
Harry does
anymore.
for
It's
a
that the
lot of
camera
series.
doesn't stop.
That makes a lot of sense. And yeah, hopefully they can give some of that to him now, and they don't feel the need to just make him a fucking useless pussy.
Yeah, his mind is always roving. Like, he's very interested in a lot of things.
Like, I absolutely get the need for the legendary horses to be the hardest thing to capture. This is literally impossible. The camera just does not stop. There's no way. Like, there has to be some other method that I just haven't learned yet. So no, it is literally just fucking play the mini game. That's crazy. According to that article, it's just play the mini game. What about this video?
Today I'm going to be showing you where to find all 3 legendary horses and the easiest way to tame them in Crimson Desert. So stay tuned.
The red one is really nice looking.
So first, we're going to find Roiler. This is the white horse, and personally, I think it's my favorite as it has the highest speed stat. So to find Roiler, you just have to go to this tiny little lake under the P in Paloon. So from the starting point of the game, which is just here, it is nearly directly up from it. And there's just this tiny little pond right near the P, and Roiler is going to be right near that. So guys, once you get to this little lake here, Roiler is going to be standing around it. And let me tell you guys, before you get into this, just know you are going to get so frustrated, it's not funny.
I'm already at that
is
point.
Awful, and the terrain the horses are around is also awful because the trees and stuff get in your way and the rocks. So the minigame's nearly impossible. But I'm going to be showing you how to do it fairly easily, the easiest way I found to do it. So anyway, you just want to catch the horse you're going for. Now, this is my first attempt at riding a horse. So once you get on the horse, you're going to get this little prompt saying you found a legendary animal. And this is how bad the minigame is. Like, you're going to get bucked off straight away. So to help with this, what I recommend you do is go for this blue tree here, the biggest icon. And this will upgrade your stamina. And this will make you stay on the horse for longer. So I highly recommend you get your stamina level up to at least level 6. You can actually tame it without upgrading this, but getting it up to level 6 is going to make it so much easier. So definitely go and do that. And the second thing I recommend you do is just adjust the camera acceleration and camera speed until it kind of matches where you find it the most comfortable. And you're probably thinking, oh, what? That's not all worth it. But when you try this minigame, trust me, you understand why this is all worth it. It is so hard. So essentially what the game wants you to do...
honest to God, the camera acceleration thing is a really good tip. That is actually genuinely a good tip.
Is keep your Joy-Con in line with the horse's tail from a bird's eye view. But what I do is I just hold my left Joy-Con all the way down, directly down, and then I just use my camera to follow the horse's tail. And this makes it so much easier than how the game wants you to do it. So just essentially hold your left Joy-Con down, and then just follow the back end of the horse with the camera, and it'll make it a lot easier to tame the horses. So now this is for a lot of people's favorite horse. This is Ricade, and this is the black horse. Personally, probably my favorite looking horse. And this is also at a little lake, and it's kind of on the southern end of the... So guys, this is the video of me taming Ricade, and I know the camera angle's awful, but essentially
how the hell did you do
this easy on your first try. This is after like an hour or two of me trying to figure out how to actually do this, and I eventually got good at it, but it took a while, so it won't look like this on your first try.
No, it won't.
But yeah, here's the legendary horse Ricade. So this is the little lake you find Ricade around. Just thought I'd show you what it looks like. So you
My camera
know
acceleration's
you're
at
at the right one or not. There's
70.
these electric stones that are in the lake, and they're really annoying. And again, I feel like it's the fauna around the area is a little bit.
Okay, it's at 70. I gotta remember this. I'm gonna turn it up to 80 and try apply. Also, what's my fucking... Mine's is higher than 6. Yeah, I have 7. And I don't have enough points to even upgrade it again anyway. I forgot to pull back. Yeah, the camera acceleration is definitely the secret sauce. I'm gonna have to turn it even higher. I just gotta remember it was on 70 to start. Because I wanted to go back to what it was. Dude, I can't even fucking see. I have no idea where he is. Oh god, dude, the terrain. I cannot see. Oh my god. I so regret not going after this guy when he was out in the open. I can't see. Trees, just trees, 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 everywhere, trees. I cannot see. This is it. This is the best chance I'm gonna... Any trees, trees. The minute we're in the trees, I lose. I cannot see him. Trees, 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 can't see, trees. So cool, trees, can't see, trees, trees. It's almost to the point where I want to go and butcher all of these trees before I even make the attempt. That almost feels like the strat. Just spend 30 straight minutes cutting down every single tree in the area before I even make the attempt. Go outside, please. Just go away from the trees. Anywhere but the trees. There. No. No, he walks. Oh my god. I can't fucking see. I no longer have the stamina, even if I do get it all the way. There's so many trees here, man. And now there's bad guys too. Trees. Knocked off by a fucking ad. Whole fucking oh my god. It's almost to the point where I don't even want the horse anymore. I'm actually almost content to just stick with the horse I have. I'd actually rather just go for the snow horse instead and just deal with that shitty terrain. Okay, I think maybe we just kind of call it a day on this guy. I'm gonna go for the white horse instead. It's faster anyway, which is what I want. Yeah, the black one looks cooler, but it's not worth fucking getting frustrated because I can't see him just because of the fucking trees. Like, the trees are the only thing that make him hard to get. And honestly, the camera doesn't even feel bad at this speed. I didn't even mean to do that. Yeah, the beacon's lit. There used to be reasons to do that. Now I don't have daylight either. Trying to find an all-black horse in the dark. Good luck. All right, this guy can eat my ass. I don't care. He could just stay free forever. All right, where did he say this guy was? He was by a river? Slightly. He's over here. Oh, yeah, I can see him right there. There's a legendary fish there, too. Oh, and, a bull. That's a lot of shit all in one spot.
Sports and his history of that fucking sports ball game they have, Quidditch. So he's a quite a cultural guy in the books, just not very academic.
Yeah.
Well, do you think they'll actually tell? Because the whole point of the TV show was we can actually tell all the stories we had to cut out from the books. But then, as always, what they're going to do is they're going to go, we're going to tell our stories. We're going to add our things to the show. That's what's going to happen.
They've already said that.
100%.
They're now going to be giving backstories on characters which wasn't in the book and stuff like that. Hermione's family life and stuff like that. And
yeah, and like
they're gonna inject the oppression
in the books. I never wanted to because I don't give a fuck what her family are like. It's like we're told that they're wealthy. That's it. Good enough.
Oh my god.
Let's see. We did it.
Oh my god. I wish there was a different input.
This year, the year of our Lord 2026.
We'll say, by the way, the music for me is a major contrast of the feel you get from the original versus this. Is like, I don't even know how to feel exactly about this music.
It's very
The music that I've heard so far, I was about to say, it's like it almost sounds like placeholder music, as if Hans Zimmer hasn't written the score yet. Like that is how generic that is, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
It could just be trailer music. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because it has no identity whatsoever, none.
Yeah,
but it might try and be so safe that it does nothing. Like the first seasons where they're the most shaky about doing stuff. Then it's the second, third season when they get funded is when they go, right, now we can go balls to the wall and fucking ruin everything.
Yeah, but that's normally with script though and storytelling, not with music. You know, music's normally something which can hook you into something before it's even, oh, that's got a great score. Oh, that sounds awesome, or you know, whatever emotion. It's like, just take the June 3 trailer for example. Again, Hans Zimmer, and then you have the Fremen chant, which people are going fucking wild for, and it does, it really gets the blood pumping when you listen to that Fremen chant. There's nothing there in that score, in that trailer, to be honest with you, that said, look at this wonderful, magical, whimsical adventure for these young kids. It was dreary, dark, and depressing.
I'm going to push back against that. By the way, as a Scotsman, I have to vouch for the Atreides bagpipes. That shit is fucking amazing.
Hans Zimmer can still write a great score. He's still a great composer when he puts in the effort. It's not like he's past it. So I mean, when he did Interstellar, obviously that's amazing. And then I read up on the history of Hans Zimmer's scores because I was really impressed with what he did on Dune Part 2. I think that's an excellent score. But he mostly just toured after Interstellar. He toured a lot, and when he was going to write a score, the impression I got is that he either wrote it on tour or he wrote it without a great deal of effort. But he put a massive amount of effort into the Dune score. He even started scoring it before principal photography started, and he continued afterward for the follow-up. So he really poured himself into that project, and it shows in the score. It's excellent. So if he shows up, like if he makes the effort, he can still write a great score.
The two movies on their own, are already really good. But yeah, the Zimmer score actually just magnifies it like so much more. It would not hit the same if they didn't have his score, like doing the heavy lifting that it does.
So, ethnically diverse Snape aside, what do you reckon this show's going to do? Like, if you had to estimate its, I don't know, say the movies were a 10 out of 10, where do you think these are going to sit?
They don't look too bad.
The viewership's going to be massive.
Apart from Snape, it's not too bad. I think they're playing it quite safe, and it's taking a slightly darker tone. And the casting, apart from Snape, I think is quite good. It looks like it'll be a solid enough show. I don't think this is going to be a Rings of Power level disaster. Not even close.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I don't get that vibe either.
I'm kind of out of the loop on Harry Potter, but is it going to be huge? Like, is that the expectation?
I think so.
The fan base.
Harry Potter.
Yeah, Harry Potter's
the expectations are sky high.
Harry Potter is not Star Wars. So when they came out with the Fantastic Beasts sub-franchise to try to sort of do something with the IP, that was just a total fucking failure. But it didn't matter. No one really gave a shit. It didn't affect the merch sales. It didn't affect the popularity of the franchise. It's not like with Star Wars where just nobody gives a fuck anymore. It's still one of the biggest IPs in the world, and it's still relatively untapped.
Well, yeah. I hope there's like some acknowledgement of in terms of it staying relevant through like downtimes and shit. Hogwarts definitely had something to do with that. For sure. Even with all the fucking stupid ass controversy.
Which is one of the reasons they're doing this.
Alright.
There is a reason public trust in games media has been in freefall for years. And I think that reason has never been more fully laid bare than in IGN's latest article on Crimson Desert, published the morning after a Pearl Abyss shareholders meeting. Because when the CEO stood up and explained his team's decision, that they deliberately chose gameplay and combat over story, that it was a conscious economic trade-off, that they built what they do best and accepted the cost honestly, he didn't just show humility. He inadvertently dismantled IGN's entire review in one sentence. Because the core of that review, the jack-of-all-trades criticism...
This guy is so, like, over-the-top poetic in trying to, like, shut down their narrative, but it's funny because they would do the same thing the other way towards us, so it's like, it's kind of like fighting fire with fire. It's just amusing to listen to.
The implication that the game failed by not excelling at everything simultaneously.
Oh, that's the legendary fish right there. You can just see that motherfucker out in the open.
Never tried to do everything. They chose, deliberately, transparently.
Oh, I see him.
Validated that choice completely.
Oh my God, get off the tree, dick.
That moment deserved one thing from IGN.
Hang on. I forgot. We're in the cold.
Not a retraction. Just the basic institutional honesty to
He's
say,
already running.
Our framework missed something real here.
Oh my God, what are you doing, bro? Sprint.
One sentence. The
I
kind
hate
of
when they do
sentence
that.
would have earned more respect from this community than 1,000 well-written reviews.
You gotta
kind
like
of
jump to
sentence
snap your
Pearl
character
Abyss
out of
just
it.
modeled
Wake the
in a
fuck
room
up.
Full of shareholders, when they had every reason not to. Instead, they came back out and said, "See, even they admit we were right." And it speaks directly to the institution's own explanation for its collapse.
Look at this asshole.
Because they do have an explanation.
Oh my God, I really didn't move forward at all, huh? My ass.
The audience changed. Too populist, too reactive, too easily
Get off the
whipped into
rock,
outrage
dick!
to engage seriously with professional
Fuck are you
criticism.
climbing for?
An excuse for everything.
Damn.
Perhaps there's a kernel of something real in that.
Oh my God, this
Perhaps
guy's even
there will always
faster.
be bad actors in this space.
What is this
But
kid,
that
bro?
explanation requires absolutely nothing from the people offering it.
Bro!
No self-examination, no pattern recognition, no honest reckoning with a track record the audience has been quietly
Oh my
and
God.
accurately assembling for years. Not the reviews that championed commercial failures, not the scores that moved markets in the wrong direction, not the contradictions between what they praised and what the world actually embraced. The fault always lies somewhere else. The audience, the drama channels, the culture. Always external, never internal.
Oh shit, I went the
Pearl
wrong
Abyss
fucking
spent
way.
7 years and approximately $133 million building Crimson
Well, I had
Desert.
it. I actually
They
had it.
built their own engine, the Black Space Engine, rather than licensing Unreal, like virtually every other major studio operating at this budget
I had
level.
it, and I went the wrong way and
That
fucked up the
decision
whole
alone
attempt.
speaks to something genuinely uncommon in an industry that is largely optimized for speed and cost reduction over technical distinctiveness. The result is a game that looks and moves unlike anything else currently available. Seamless world travel, physics-driven interaction, combat systems deep enough that players are still discovering capabilities 40 hours in. A visual fidelity that regularly causes people to stop moving
It does
just
feel
to
like
look at what's
when
in
the
front of
camera's misaligned, they
3
tax you
million
like crazy for it.
4 days.
When the camera's perfectly
5
lined
million
up, you get
incoming.
nothing.
Top 3 on Steam as a single-player game 2 weeks after launch.
Like, I don't have the stamina.
The stock that crashed 29%
You spend so much time
on the back of
bullshitting,
critical
man.
reviews has fully recovered. Every independent measure available, commercial, cultural, financial, has delivered the same verdict.
I can't believe this. I have to max it out.
Sitting in a room where all of that was true, the CEO said, "We could have done better on the story." But he didn't stop there. He explained why. The team made a deliberate economic decision. Prioritize gameplay and combat. Let story be the opportunity cost. Finite time, finite resources. A conscious choice to build what they do best and accept the trade-off honestly. 5 million people validated that choice. And yet, there he was, every number on his side, choosing humility anyway. That's one corporate behavior. Now, let's talk about the other one. IGN published a review of Crimson Desert. One freelance reviewer. A 6 out of 10. And yes, some will say it's just a review, just one person's opinion, that the stock move was coincidence. That's a position that requires ignoring how financial markets actually work. At the risk of briefly going full finance nerd, the efficient market hypothesis holds that asset prices reflect all publicly available information. That includes institutional media coverage. In a market like Korean equities, where retail participation is high and sentiment moves fast, a review carrying IGN's institutional authority is exactly the kind of signal that gets priced in immediately. Most investors evaluating Pearl Abyss at that moment weren't 40 hours into Crimson Desert. They were reading the embargo drop. The score was the most prominent public signal.
Did he just disappear? Where the fuck did he go?
As a proxy for product quality, which is precisely the function that aggregated critical consensus was built to serve. The stock fell 29% overnight. Institutional signal moves the market down. Independent market data, sales, Steam reviews, concurrent players, moves it back up. The signal was wrong. The market knew it before IGN did, and the institution that generated the wrong signal has never once acknowledged the financial consequences of doing so. When the shareholders' meeting transcript became public, IGN published a follow-up. On the surface, it reads fine. The quotes are accurate. The reporting is technically correct. But look at what was chosen and what wasn't. The CEO sympathizes with the disappointment over the story. Even they admit it. That's the framing. That's the takeaway they built from a statement that was actually far more precise, far more considered, and far more revealing than they let on. What the CEO actually said is worth being precise.
Bro, there's no way!
The gap between what he said and
Come
how it was framed
on, man.
isn't just interpretation.
It's just
It's the entire
cheap.
picture. He said the story could have been handled better. Then he explained why. The team made a deliberate economic decision to prioritize gameplay and combat over story. A conscious trade-off made transparently in a room full of shareholders. IGN quoted that.
I don't even know where it went.
What IGN didn't do, what they have never done, is offer the equivalent.
It's like it despawned.
A CEO who built something extraordinary, sold 5 million copies, sits at the top of Steam charts, watched his stock recover everything it lost, walked into that room and said, "We could have done better." IGN gave Veilguard a 9 and watched it collapse commercially and culturally within months.
You gonna commit
without a single
suicide there,
word
bud?
of reflection. They covered Concord warmly and said nothing when it became the fastest commercial death in
Look at this
gaming
fucking
history.
camera. Look at this camera.
They scored
Look at this
Crimson Desert
camera.
a 6, watched it sell 5 million copies, and
I'm just gonna
remained
hold.
silent
I'm literally just gonna
until
hold.
The CEO gave them a quote they could use. On one side, you have 7 years, $133 million, 5 million copies, and a CEO who chose humility anyway. On the other, 0 product.
Oh my god, I'm just gonna hold. I'm just gonna hold. I'm just gonna hold. I'm just gonna
and
hold.
not one word of
Just gonna hold.
accountability.
Just gonna hold.
Ever.
I'm just gonna hold. That was it.
But
That
here
was
is
the
what
run right there. If I
IGN's
would have just
framework
held
quietly
one
was.
direction, he was just gonna
And
keep
understanding
turning.
This is the key to understanding why the trust collapse isn't accidental. The review's central thesis
I
is
fucking thought
Jack of
I
all trades,
overthought it.
master of none. A game that attempts everything and excels at nothing. That was the verdict, delivered after 130 hours of play. Now read what else the reviewer wrote in those same hours. He called the world absolutely gorgeous. He described moments of genuine wonder. He said there were times he was left stunned by the sheer magnitude of what had been created.
Why is it going
He
down?
wrote about the kind of freedom
Like my
that
camera's
only
behind
games
him.
this
Why is it
large
going
can
down?
pull off. He called the graphics and performance simply wild. He said it was hard to stay mad when he got back to running around the massive map, taking in the wildly beautiful views. A jack of all trades, master of none, is a game that excels at nothing. That isn't what he described. What he described is a game that excels precisely at what Pearl Abyss chose to prioritize. World building, scale, visual fidelity, open world freedom.
Bullshit horse
Falls
mechanics.
short in the areas they consciously deprioritized. One is a failure of ambition. The other is the result of a deliberate strategic choice. The reviewer
I need to get him by the water again.
Across 130 hours of his
Go the
own
other way. Go the other way.
experience. He felt the world. He wrote about feeling the world. He just didn't have the analytical framework to understand what he was experiencing. That the strengths and the weaknesses weren't contradictions. They were the same decision viewed from different angles. And so he averaged them into a 6, called it Master of None, and moved on. When the CEO then explained the trade-off publicly, IGN surfaced that explanation as validation. See, even they admit the story was bad. What they didn't surface was the rest. The part where he explains that the story was a conscious sacrifice for something 5 million people found worth paying full price to experience. Whether that omission reflects editorial intent or simply a lack of self-awareness, genuinely unclear. What is clear is that the outcome is the same. The studio's honesty gets instrumentalized. The framework failure goes unexamined. And the reviewer's own contradictions, the wonder he felt, the stunned moments he described, remain buried beneath a verdict the market has already overturned.
I'm actually questioning how much I care about this
Why the
horse.
trust is collapsing. Not because
I
of
can
any
see this
single
horse and
bad
it's not
review,
going any better.
because the institution has never once looked at the gap between what its reviewers feel and what its scores reflect, and asked whether the framework connecting the two is actually working. Never examined itself. Never applied
Like the
to
one
its
time I
own work
almost
the
had him, he
same
was in the
standard of
water,
honest
and it was a
self-assessment
permanent
that
spin, and I
the real
hesitated.
CEO just applied to his own game. In a room full of shareholders, he could have spent entirely on celebration. To be fair, IGN has apologized once in recent memory. When their French branch called Stellar Blade's protagonist, and I quote, "a doll sexualized by someone who has never seen a real woman," the backlash was so immediate and so sustained that the institution had no choice but to respond. The PR cost of continued silence had simply become too high. The apology came. But that's precisely the point. The only mechanism that produces accountability from this institution is overwhelming external pressure. Not reflection, not integrity. Pressure. What Pearl Abyss demonstrated this week is something different entirely. A room full of shareholders, every commercial metric available to mount a defense with, and a CEO who, when put on the spot, answered with complete humility anyway. The distance between those two thresholds, accountability with a catastrophic track record that requires a viral firestorm to produce, versus accountability in spite of glowing achievements that nobody demanded, is a revealing one. There is a version of this where IGN does something different, where someone reads that shareholders' meeting transcript and notices that the CEO's explanation illuminates precisely what the original review missed, where one institution uses a moment of someone else's honesty as an invitation to practice some of their own. That version exists. They could write it tomorrow. It would cost them one sentence. The fact that they almost certainly won't isn't a dramatic conclusion. It's just an observation. The same observation the audience has been making quietly, accurately, and with increasing frustration for years. And it's why the trust is gone. Not because the public stopped valuing criticism, because the institution stopped deserving it. But, as always...
That's what I need. I need him right there.
Thank you for the continued support. To everyone who recently joined the membership, donated, subbed, and commented...
Pick a direction and just keep turning.
Humbled and grateful. If you want to continue the conversation, the Discord is linked in the description, along with everything else. Until the next one. Peace.
I don't have the stamp. I'm getting a headache. I'm actually getting a headache.
Alright, the burnt peanut problem. Uh-oh, he looks all sad.
Even though you're not funny, you don't make your family laugh at the dinner table. I know you don't. What do you tell them? Yeah, I'm just a f***ing peanut. I have a...
Me when my wife's boyfriend lets me stay up past my bedtime for the...
Dude, you got lucky. You absolutely got lucky. You're saying that shit like everybody else hasn't changed their camera settings to try to get this damn thing. Acceleration and speed. Is there a second setting that I didn't see? Camera speed? Oh my god. It was on 50. I'm like already so defeated right now, man. This is like this is brutal.
Burnt peanuts dance party.
You literally said the N word multiple times. I don't know why saying a word means anything, but okay.
We're off to an amazing start. What?
I did not choose this peanut life. I got turned into one by the burnt peanut.
Hey everybody, CP here, the cool potato. Just wanted to show off the new
CP? What a name.
streamer persona.
Wait! Wait! What? What are these? A heart, a gherkin, a jam that's kind of dressed like in traditional Arabic clothing? What is it? Orange? Y'all, This has gotta stop, bro. The knockoffs.
So streaming
yeah,
has become quite popular, especially since 2020, where it saw a huge spike in attention, probably due to things like COVID, where we were all forced inside, and for many in education at the time, you had to put up with makeshift and quickly put together online classes that I'm pretty sure nobody learned a single thing in.
Oh yeah.
I'm not a child, Heidi. I'm a grown man.
Yo, Randy, you bald as shit.
We've been hacked.
But for many people around that time, especially when the lockdowns had just started, you had to find things to do, which for some turned into learning skills like coding, cooking, painting, and maybe learning how to properly exercise.
I know this guy from World of Warcraft, and he's so reamed out, man. This arc was kind of crazy.
Or for some it meant playing the same games over and over till you eventually become fatigued with games in general, and even though you had all this free time now, you just couldn't bring yourself to play a game for even 15 minutes before getting bored, closing the game, and staring blankly at the screen. But watching someone else play the exact same game was a different thing entirely. Streaming around this time was already rising in popularity due to key streamers like Ninja.
I had shockwaves after he railed me like that from behind.
What?
After he shot on my back.
Buddy, you're not.
After he came from behind.
But now with everyone inside, streaming exploded. We had things like the Among Us craze, a rise in Minecraft viewership due to things like the Dream SMP, where we saw a different breed of parasocial viewer.
The Dream face reveal was something else. All these underaged, freaky ass kids being like, oh my god, I bet he's so hot, and he's just a dude, and they're like, oh my god!
We even saw the appearance of more things like VTubers. But one of the results of COVID, apart from it apparently messing with the fabric of time, where it feels like time is going way too fast now. But another effect was that streaming got more popular. More people tried doing it and more people got into it. It became mainstream, and even after COVID ended, it only became more popular, which has led to the streamers themselves being looked at more like celebrities. I mean, even celebrities themselves have tried to, in one way or another, enter the streaming space.
We could be taking questions right now. TikTok, you got any questions for me? What am I seeing? I'm saying, please come to Peru. You ate. Appreciate that. Love you, Brunito. When you come into my house, all right, maybe this questions thing wasn't a good idea.
But with streaming blowing up, it has come with a number of negative aspects as well. Hate watching is one of them, where people watch you for the sole purpose of preying on your downfall.
Who wants some? You want this? Come get it! Get a job, Dale.
Why you guys keep doing this?
Bonus fatigue is a new one, especially if you blow up quite fast and your content is everywhere. People will get tired of seeing you and start to hate you. The only person I've seen that is completely immune to this is Queso. I have not seen an ounce of hate for him except his chat saying he's the descendant of a prehistoric megalodon, which is one of the many ways they call him fat. There's also a problem with clones, where especially if you get popular for a specific thing or niche, some may attempt to copy you or what you're known for to reap the same benefits. And
Dude, I have no idea where the fuck this horse went. I was so checked out.
Briefly described, probably
I was so checked out.
To the streamer I'm going to be speaking about today.
I don't even see him wandering around here anywhere.
Internet to the point where people of all ages were watching him. A streamer that with each stream would get over 100,000 concurrent viewers, and a streamer that is quite literally a burnt carbohydrate. The burnt peanut.
There's a new one though. For some reason, a bunch of Dr. Disrespect Champion Club members have been coming in. They think since I'm big now, I'm encroaching on his territory or something.
What?
It's like I'm on Ark Raiders, not the playground.
No, if you...
Hey, low-hanging fruit jokes. At all times.
Okay, I gotta give him that one. That was
Seal
pretty
clap.
good.
Yeah, it was so good. We've never heard that joke before.
If you don't know who the Bent Peanut is, he started streaming all the way back in 2022. And when he started, he wasn't a peanut. He was an actual person, a fleshy, if you will. But it's
terrifying.
important to note that almost all records of these past streams when he wasn't a peanut has been scrubbed from the internet to the point where you can only find singular frames of those streams. But back then he mainly
Wow.
streamed Escape from Tarkov, the game you
Dude,
only play
he's
if you
on
have a
a
gambling
grind.
addiction, or you're a masochist and hate yourself.
I'm back.
Yes, it is. I promise you.
I can do it. What is it? Ready? I'm gonna fight for this. Ready? For the team, boys.
Yeah. Or, more commonly, you're a hacker.
Oh, there you go.
Wait.
When he began streaming, he was still working a full-time job at a call center for
Am I supposed to
scheduling,
try to
with
kill
the
this
main
thing or
being
mount
scheduled,
him?
according to him, being cat waxing. But it was the cat usually most of you definitely aren't used to seeing, if you catch my drift. But when
Oh.
he started, he would stream regularly for around 5 months before giving it up, and he would only return a year later after a friend persuaded him to start streaming again. And after one of his first streams back,
Get off,
he
get
noticed
off,
his
get
name was
off.
Burnt Peanut. So for his next stream, he
Oh my
became a
God.
peanut, and the rest from there is seemingly history. He still
Playing
played
into it,
Tarkov, but now as a peanut, and he began streaming more regularly with usually a daily stream that ranged from 2 to 6 hours depending on the day. He also began taking his clips from his stream and posting them to places like YouTube, which assisted in slowly building up his following.
I'm about to show you the power of the Windingulator, the most powerful weapon in all of Tarkov, but do not share it with anyone.
Adamantium.
Oh my god.
I got him.
By the end of 2024, he was
He
averaging
does not sound like himself, man. He ruined his confidence, huh?
over
He sounds so
1,000
different,
concurrent
yeah.
viewers, and it would only go up
Wait,
from
what?
there. By the end of 2024,
Power of the Windingulator, the most powerful weapon in all of Tarkov, but do not share it with anyone.
Adamantium.
Oh my god.
I got him.
by the end of 2020,
Yeah, that's just kind of confirms what I said. He just yells now. He just yells and has like a very unique accent, and that's the only reason people like stick to him and find him like it's entertaining or appealing now. Everything is just yelling with that weird accent and low-hanging jokes.
he was
He does
averaging
not sound like himself, man. He ruined his confidence, huh?
over
He sounds so
1,000
different,
concurrent
yeah.
viewers, and it would only go up from there at the
Different
start
mic,
of the
yeah.
next year.
Yeah, it's more than just a different mic.
Streaming Tarkov, which people didn't really mind. Most were there for his personality at that point.
Fucking camping little bitch pussy.
Got your little boyfriend.
Yeah, he's a fucking Timmy, you little.
And you're next.
Okay, that's pretty good.
And things like his
This is what I'm talking about. People are like, the bar is so low. It is so low. He just yells, and that's it. Like, we've seen, like, this was how Tim started. This is what Kai Cenat did for the longest time. Let's just like, whoever's the newest guy that has a way to yell that doesn't annoy people just becomes the new thing.
Changing the animations he played before he went into each raid, animations
That's
which were made by his
crazy,
brother, and the
what?
fact there was never truly a dull moment in his streams was why a lot of people kept watching him.
Love you, nut. Peanut's middle is the perfect place for my froggy penis. I want to wear them like a and feel that sweet, sweet ass pucker.
More
And all of
yelling.
this would later be a hallmark of his content. By August of 2025, he was averaging over 10,000 viewers, which put him at the top percentile of streamers.
That's
but his
crazy
viewership
work.
would soon skyrocket in November of the same year, which was partially due to the launch of a game called Ark Raiders. A game that was initially thought to be just another extraction shooter trying to copy Tarkov, and a game
game that 3 years ago was supposed to be a completely different game. But despite what people thought before it launched, it was somewhat of an instant success when it finally released, both with a lot of people playing it and watching it. Peanut began streaming it on release, and quickly he not only became the face of the game, but the face of streaming for quite a while.
Wait, they're saying running dive through.
Oh fuck.
At this point, you could not escape Peanut. He had broken outside
Okay, it
the
respawned at least.
category and become mainstream. Every platform either had a clip of his stream or a clip.
It's funny, I saw his clips playing Tarkov before he even became super popular, and he blew up because of Arc Raiders. I had no idea that it was the same person.
Of someone talking about his stream.
There's
But
so
with that many eyes
clones.
on you, it almost becomes impossible to avoid controversy, either by people clipping you out of context, or even some people going all the way back before you blew up and sharing
Oh no, not that clip.
a clip of you saying a slut.
Far man.
I would need a QD OLED. Oh my god, dude, what is it? What is up with this fat man? Oh shit.
Oh god, I gotta go back to the call center where I have to schedule
Oh, I almost had it.
cat waxing.
Let me turn the camera again.
God damn it.
He even got into a
God.
controversy for being nominated
life
and
flashed
winning the
before his
VTuber
eyes.
of the Year award, which pissed a lot of people off because they don't think he's a VTuber. I mean, he even thinks he's not a VTuber. He classifies himself as a PTuber.
I didn't think this was a big deal. If anything,
Yeah,
I
there was a
would be
lot of
more upset
VTubers who
with the
gave him credit
streamer
for
ones
winning
for
that.
putting him in like the VTuber category than I would be at him specifically for like leaning into it or taking advantage of it. Like, literally did not, and I still do not give two fucks about this. I refuse to give any emotional energy to the streamer awards. It was such a fucking dumb fucking fiasco. I don't think this is a big deal at all.
And after facing all of this backlash, he immediately started making jokes at the expense of the people that were mad at him.
That's a VTuber right there. Listen up, 40-year-old man in a 15-year-old anime 2D VTubing suit.
But if we were
I lean into this stereotype as a joke all the time. I call myself a 400-pound man literally 5 times a week. Bro, like, not 5 times, but like 5 days a week, you know? Like, I'm not gonna get up on my soapbox and get unironically pissed and shit my pants and get mad at Peanut for making a fucking statement like that. Come on. Just because someone else is doing it? Like, that would be like the most hypocritical thing ever that I could do.
Oh, the mental
literally
gymnastics
don't
are
care.
insane.
That's how I feel. I don't think this is an issue.
The mental
Honestly,
gymnastics
the
are
Streamer
insane.
Awards, the event that most
And everybody, that's the funniest bit. This ticked me the fuck off, too. People all of a sudden were like, oh, streamer awards is for fucking losers and normies, but all of a sudden we give a shit of what they give out as awards? I don't get it.
size for their theory. It's just an award show.
You say that as if they weren't deliberately looking to poke the bear in that audience themselves. They were deliberately looking to throw shade at that audience in nominating him and everything and getting him that win. So it's not the most outlandish thing in the world that when you like shoot first, the crowd tends to shoot back. But again, the mental gymnastics are kind of insane where like we close our eyes to like the full picture when we decide that we like a guy or we sign off and endorse a guy. All of a sudden, like the details of 100% of the story don't matter. Because that's how everybody is with everything.
For the friends of the people that host
Yeah,
it, and the event where there's
exactly. So why
backlash
do we
each year
care?
for the nominations and award winners anyway. Like, it happens every year. But apart from people digging things up from his past, apart from his classifications as a VTuber or a PTuber, and apart from his controversies, there's already a few problems that have surrounded him, and it's only gotten worse as he's gotten bigger. And it's to the point now where it's widespread and more apparent than ever. And you could say it's at the level now where it's directly affecting the reputation of Peanut. But what are these problems?
Ooh, let's fart on him. Well, sniff it.
Oh.
Oh, another knee slapper.
So as I said,
Oh my god, he's so comedic. He's so original.
especially for a
What a knee
specific reason,
slapper.
It's natural to see others witness.
Does he
this
write his
attention
material
and attempt
himself?
To recreate it to potentially get a portion of the limelight. This can range from playing the same game to doing the same content to at worst
Because they see a formula and they think they can emulate it or recreate it, which you can emulate to some form of success, but you're never gonna be even close to the real thing.
to replicate
Yeah,
the
it's very
personality of the original
Cloud
content
chasers,
creator.
yeah, it is
You
what-
really think I'm Queso? You really think I'm Queso?
And Peanut is no different from this trend. Actually,
Oh,
in
it's
his
fucking
case, it's much worse.
Yeah, if Peanut would've did that
Because
exact
his
bit, you'd have been
format
rolling.
He's simply a peanut with a filter that captures
And they're
his
both
mouth and
cringe,
eyes
to be clear.
projected onto the 3D Peanut model. Before Peanut blew up, there was little to nobody with the same format. Ironically, the closest relative to his format he had at the time was actually VTubers. And I know by simply just making that comparison may result in some fans having an aneurysm, but when he did eventually
dumb fucking conversation.
blow up, it essentially became a gold rush overnight. Hundreds of other streamers would adopt an inanimate object with their face displayed on top of it, which ranged from things like other edible items to items of clothing to random objects to even organs.
You know what this reminds me of? It's that really old MTV show with the meatball and the what is it called? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? With the T-Hungry Force. Yeah, that one.
That was it. That was it right there.
What this reminds me of?
Organs. I have a feeling we are soon going to see a peanut clone in the form of a puckered anus
Meat
that
wad.
was
Yeah, meat
locally
wad. That's
sourced.
right, with the
That
meat
would
wad.
actually be impressive, probably because you'll be instantaneously banned, but then again, if you're streaming on Twitch, knowing them, you might be fine. There was also a rise in tutorials walking you through how
Now
to
he's
make
doing the
your
same
own
thing that the
peanut
other
avatar,
asshole did where he's
only
going
made
into
it
the
more
trees and I can't even
widespread.
see
Now
him.
these streamers obviously knew what they were doing.
I'm not trying to copy Burn Peanut. I say I'm different from the
I mean, that is pretty unique, no?
peanuts. I say
A lot of these
I can't.
streamers would begin being called peanut clones, and I've yet to see one that has successfully pulled this off and managed to gather an audience.
What is that? What? Cat paws? Jam?
That doesn't associate them with
What the
peanut.
fuck
But
is
are we seeing a
that?
trend like VTubers where one person inspires many others to the point where it becomes its own genre?
Yeah.
No. As said, I don't see any of these new streamers doing anything unique, and none have accomplished the goal of branching away.
They're not
Neither is he.
put the effort in. I don't know. I don't really give a fuck what other people think, and they'll be like, "Oh, I make peanuts and I'm a real VTuber." But the effort he puts in,
He
is
just
actually low-key
yells.
kind of insane, and it's about the fact that he is funny, objectively funny.
No, he's not.
Stereotype. I mean, we had the annoying Orange do this shit like 10 years ago, and I
Yeah.
don't think there were any successful
literally
copies around
just
that time, but
yells.
hey, I could be wrong. Maybe a disheveled,
He's in
filled condom
character.
will be streamer of the year around this time next year. Even Peanut has picked up on people doing this, and he doesn't really seem to have a problem with it.
I mean, are they? I don't know. I mean, are they kind of hopping on the floor a little bit? Sure, but you know what I mean. It's like whatever. It's like whatever. I mean, I didn't invent the peanut. I didn't. You know what I mean? They can do whatever they want. They can, you know what I mean? But follow your dreams. That's what I say. That's what I say.
However,
Even that he's yelling.
Currently, there is one that stands above the rest. The ultimate peanut clone, and that is the faithful sheriff.
Oh god.
Ooh, let's fart on him. Well, sniff it.
That is negative aura.
You see how she's not laughing anymore, but it's a different guy?
Negative aura.
That exact clip, when she thought it was Peanut, she was laughing. Now she sees that it's a different guy that's not Peanut, she's not laughing. That literally proves my point.
Of a peanut clone. He is what appears to be the inbred variant of the banned peanut. He even has lore that relates to the banned peanut. Where the story goes, he was turned into a peanut because he disrespected Peanut's friend, Gingy. which outside of the Peanut he did actually do. He made a whole video saying she was boring, and apparently they saw that video and responded to it. But in the lore, after seeing Gingy disrespected, the bent Peanut would respond by using his Peanut wizard powers to turn this guy into a peanut. That is his lore.
You know what you mean? Okay.
Yeah, he turned me into a peanut, actually.
You see how she's not laughing anymore?
He turned me into one.
Okay.
He's my arch. He's my
It's cringe. It's super cringe. It is kind of creative, but it's super cringe.
Something like this, because he was previously
But it's not the right
known
guy, so it's not funny.
as Dr.
It's just
Witnesser, or
cringe.
as most
And that's how all viewers are.
This guy's a professional grifter. Holy.
people called him Dr. Chud. And if it wasn't obvious, this was his attempt in trying
Yeah, he's a bandwagon Andy. I was literally about to say he's a bandwagoner.
to be a clone of Dr. Disrespect.
Good
Dr.
lord,
Witnesser, thank you for the
man.
$10. Doc, I'm 20 minutes deep in some spice, hot, acidic, goosebump-driven diarrhea, and I ran out of toilet paper. I'm install 102 in the
That's
arena.
actually a
Send
pretty good
Alex in the
impression of
top
Doc.
your role. Alex is not here today. You're in.
That's actually like an alarmingly good impression.
Bro, that was so worth it.
He was quite infamously known around this time for one, constantly saying slurs.
So, back in the day of the 1910 and 1800s, people would refer to black individuals as niggers.
He was also known as the guy who told an 8-year-old child that Santa wasn't real.
People were saying that Santa Claus isn't real, that your parents just bring you the presents.
Yeah, that's actually true, unfortunately. And that's another lie, and that people do spread. I don't teach my kids about Santa Claus because it's not real, and I don't lie to my kids.
He was also known
What
to...
an asshole! Yeah, you suck, bro. You should never be the one telling kids anyway. Why is he talking to a kid? Yeah, to be fair, if I heard a kid talking, I'd fucking mute them.
be heavily religious, and if you had a mic on in his Fortnite lobby, he would try and convert you to some form of Christianity. Even if you have a different religion or you're a
That's
child,
fucking
he will
weird.
still try and convert
That's
you.
fucking weird.
Nice.
What the fuck? Why are you fucking talking to kids in Fortnite, bro? Just mute him.
Oh, PS4 right now, but I'm gonna play on Xbox.
Yeah.
Cool. So, listen, I go into games and I teach people about the Bible.
Is that a toilet?
About the afterlife.
You know how much that Xbox cost?
What?
Bro, this kid can't even form fucking coherent sentences. What are you fucking doing?
You know how much that Xbox cost?
I think he was most known for trying to convert a child and telling them if they don't convert, they will go to hell when they die.
This sounds like
On
something from a
paper,
South
that's kind of
Park
funny,
parody.
but in practice, it's terrible.
You go to hell!
Something, but obviously with his
What the
reputation
fuck?
in the
What do you
toilet as
mean?
Dr.
What?
Witnesser, he would move on to greener pastures, which was doing the exact same thing he was doing before,
But
but
with a
now as a
peanut.
peanut.
Yep.
So, do you believe in Jesus? Or did college teach you out of Jesus?
He's even picking up peanuts like a vocal
He has
cadence.
bit where he loves being a bit gassy, and he will regularly unload on stream.
Good morning, everybody. It's the faithful sheriff, and today we're going into Fortnite and telling everybody about the good Lord. Everyone's welcome.
Bro, someone check this guy's fucking hard drives, man. There's, like, this face is actually very accurate.
If you're nice and all
Fart jokes? No, guys, you guys make fart jokes all the time. Like, it's a boy thing for sure, but there's nuance and tact to it. This is so
Yeah, the nuance is if Peanut does it, it's funny. When anybody else says it, it's not. That's your nuance.
Do not tell Pyro Cynical about
fart
this streamer.
fetish,
Now,
yeah.
obviously, he could not outrun his past, and with him doing the same thing he did with Dr. Disrespect, now with the band Peanut, he quickly became one of the most hated Peanut clones, because at least all the other clones did their own thing.
Yeah.
They never tried to be a carbon copy, and they
Yeah.
never begged for attention from Peanut.
Here's the deal.
What is that? I believe the Burnt Peanut is gonna enjoy this. I think Burnt Peanut will enjoy this dissecting this frame by frame. Burnt Peanut, you should totally reply to our DM. Holy cringe alert. That is so cringe. Oh my god.
Tension from
I hate that. This gives me the fucking biggest ick ever. When people like constantly at like fucking micro celebrities or like celebrities on Twitter. It's so insane.
Peanut.
Here's the deal.
Ew.
If you
Get your
get the
dick
burnt
out of his
peanut to
mouth,
respond to this video by saying, I released you of your peanut bones, you get your witnesser back.
But because people hated him so much, it has led to a number of things happening. First, someone sent him a fake cease and desist letter, which was said to be from Peanut, which made him promptly end stream because he thought he was going to get sued by Peanut. The second thing was that people started circulating fake rumors about him. Someone photoshopped a cock on...
That's what I saw. It went viral. It's just this little. It's not a big, huge dog. It's just a little, like, little pee-pee, little nut, like at the bottom. It's a little tiny little thing.
his peanut, which was
That's
something that
funny.
happened to the original
I saw this too.
Peanut, and they made it look like he was requesting this just so he could
And
beat.
you know what the fucking saddest part? I remember when this happened. It was like around the drama with the VTuber Awards. There was a bunch of people that were like, "Oh my god, this is so distasteful. Why does he give VTubers a bad name?" And I'm like, "Bro, this is fucking funny. What the fuck do you mean?"
That happened to the
That's
original Peanut, and they made it
hilarious.
look like he was requesting this just so he could be like Peanut, and he denies it.
I never said this. I never even knew that these guys existed prior to yesterday when this post came out. Here's a picture of my real Venus that you can use. Obviously, this is not me. Y'all have seen me. This person probably weighs about 170. I'm 300 pounds.
People also raided his Discord day one and circulated some rumors there. And third, they have doxed him whilst he was live multiple times. In one event, reading out his full social security number, and in another, a person in a game with him calls him out for not living in Texas and LARPing that he does. And then they proceed to read out his current address, which understandably results in a reaction of him looking at the camera like he had just witnessed a second Hiroshima.
I can argue.
Yeah, that's too far, bro. Yeah, the guy's fucking insane and cringe, but doxing him is so insane. Yeah, report them.
Hey, you lied about being from Texas when you live in...
I don't live there, buddy.
That's
Really? Because your wife does.
You can actually find a
Yeah,
lot
call
of
him a
hate
clown.
posts
Don't fucking
about him
dox
just
him, it's
showing his
cringe.
address, which is fucked up because he has a
Yeah.
wife and kids, and you are potentially putting him and his family
Yeah,
in danger
and they have
doing
nothing to
this.
do with
You
it, I
shouldn't do
hope.
this. But from the outside, with all of this happening, it has not hindered his activity at all. He seems to have more viewership than ever since he became the faithful sheriff.
Yeah.
But obviously, it has somewhat affected the burnt peanut brand and potentially added to the next problem Peanut has been facing.
Mr. Seely! A little bit of goo. A little bit of goo. Wow, I'm such a f***ing chud.
Now the last problem is something I mentioned at the start of the video, which is when you get as big as Peanut and you are basically everywhere on most platforms. I think
Yeah.
even I've been barraged by Peanut clips on my beloved Instagram Reels. And although it's probably not just Peanut himself posting all over these platforms, it's also his audience.
It's people farming him too, because he's popular. They're spamming the algorithm. 'Cause it
But
makes
regardless, it still leads to the same result, which is that people get quickly tired of seeing you and in some cases just start to hate you. But for the burnt peanut...
But even the burnt peanut hate is funny. Like the ones where they're like, I'm in my cuck chair watching burnt peanut. Like, what the fuck, man? That's fucking funny.
In this case,
Is
it's
it?
probably the fastest I've ever seen this happen because he only blew up like 4 to 5 months ago,
Yeah.
and already both him, his audience,
Like,
and
less
even
than a
his
year, yeah.
catchphrases have been designated as cringe. Currently, it's looking like the reputation of being a burnt peanut fan is probably on the same levels as being a has-been hotel fan.
I'm gooping it. I'm gooping it. This is the best part. This is the best part. Just wait, just wait.
Jesus.
Hate for Mr. Nut
Yeah,
is
but this girl is a professional hater. She goes on Instagram and fucking hates on VTubers too. Yeah, this is her full-time job.
so forced because how can you hate him? He's just a silly little guy. Mr. C.
She hated on Gargoyle, I remember a long time ago. Little bit of goo.
It's even got to the point where people act like the burnt peanut had beheaded each of their family members in front of them with how mad they are when it comes to talking about him.
The burnt peanut has no choice but to rely on an AI avatar to pull viewers in. Why exactly? This is one of the most brutal and classic example of the BP. If you were to show his face on stream, he would get 0 viewers because his Phillytron is way too short.
Even though you're not funny, you don't make your family. You don't.
That's
what do you tell them?
insane.
Yeah, I'm just a fucking peanut. I have a peanut mascot on, and I'll turn to the side and open my mouth. The kids love it, saying that, nigga, you are lame.
It seems to have been a thing that only recently happened because some people are confused how he went from generally loved to now widely hated. Some have blamed it on the fans on the older side of his audience, more accurately the millennials, citing the videos of them unironically repeating some of his catchphrases. But come on, millennials got completely fucked when it came to the housing market. Let them have their fun. But was it down to the fans of the burnt peanut that he's now considered cringe? I don't necessarily think so. Yes, there are a few posts I've seen that may have contributed to it, and I don't think it's down to the behavior of the burnt peanut himself. He's been doing the same thing he always does. He hasn't really changed enough from what I've seen to warrant this shit. I think it's just the internet being the internet and the combination of blowing up so fast and being
Like, I don't watch him a ton. Like, I see his clips pretty often on, like, Instagram, but I don't really, like, tune into his stream at all.
I wonder if the opinion would change if you did actually sit around watching.
Like, stay with me here. Peanut kind of feels like a Disney movie to me. Hold on, hear me out. And I say that because I feel like a lot of the antics and tropes he leads into are really popular with teenagers and kids. But then, randomly, out of nowhere, he'll joke about, like, calling people slurs. Based. Or he'll, like, roast Hassan with a dog collar joke.
Low hanging.
Do you know what I mean? That's, like, the vibe I'm getting. Or when, do you guys remember when his streamer friend, I think his name is, like, Cloaksy? There was this clip and there was a drama that blew
It's
up.
actually kind of crazy to hear somebody refer to Cloaksy as a side guy. Like he wasn't already established before Peanut ever became a thing. That's actually kind of wild to listen to.
A couple of months ago, maybe like a couple of months ago.
And Cloaksy is a side guy, but he's not Peanut's side guy.
Cloaksy seemingly almost saying the N-word on stream, and then Peanut called him Slursy for like 2 weeks after that. I thought that was so funny. And again, it reminds me of like Disney movies, because the content seems like designed to attract like younger or like younger people, the younger audience, but then there's adult jokes sprinkled in to like hold the attention of older viewers. Yeah, it has that type of vibe, like, oh, only the parents get it because like kids don't understand. That's just my opinion. Like that's why I can't really watch a stream, but I'll occasionally get like clips recommended to me on like whatever. Yeah, and I think it's funny because the clips highlight the parts of his stream that's for me like the adult in the room, you know, the adult that thinks slurs are funny type shit, you know.
Low hanging fruit.
To the point where it gets somewhat annoying to people, or you don't hold the same value than you did previously because you're mainstream now, and it's to the point where maybe your grandma is even saying things like she's gooping it, quoting him directly. So I guess it's not as cool as when he was more of a niche streamer. But yeah, it's quickly shifted from the burnt peanut being widely praised to now people expressing how they're tired of seeing him and his
Yeah, but Queso went through that fatigue too. I remember his clips of his chat calling him fat all the time. People got sick of that too, and then the hate stopped. Cause it was like they get tired of hating on him too. I think this happens to like pretty much every popular streamer.
They don't all bounce back.
So in conclusion, the burnt peanut currently is seeing something that affects most
Not
people
really.
that get popular rather fast.
Yeah.
Does it mean his online career is over and he's doomed to fall off? No, this will come and pass. A lot of the clones will, I assume, die off unless we do actually see what we saw with VTubers, where they do successfully branch away from being associated with Peanut. The criticism towards his content and fans is going to be around for a while. We are seeing a Pack God-like situation with this, but people will eventually move on. However, currently the Peanut
I can't
is
see
doing
him.
fine. He's just as
Why
big
try?
as
I
one
can't
of
see
the
him.
top streamers. Yes, these problems may have tainted his reputation and brand, but I think long term he'll be fine. But yeah, that's it. If you're using Linux to watch this right now, we get it, you're a femboy. But make sure to uninstall the French language pack. It's been causing performance issues for Linux systems. But that's all I had to say, and bye-bye.
That was a random call out. Well then. That was strong. Yeah, frick the French. That was a good video. That was funny. Don't run that command. What does it do? Explode your computer? That's gonna delete everything? Well, I'm sure that not that many people are using Linux anyway. Yeah, go check them out. Royalty is here. Royalty is here. Cool little bird. Royalty is here. Yeah. I don't know, there's probably a few people in my chat that watch Peanuts clips and stuff. I think he's funny.
The esports hotel situation.
Somebody linked this to me. It's called the Disgusting Esports.
I need to look away from the screen for a
I
bit.
have no idea why somebody linked this to me. I really
this
don't.
one- this
I mean,
one on
honestly,
As-
it seems pretty random. But for some reason, they thought I would have a use for this.
What?
Morning, welcome back. You person with a useless degree, did you lock in today?
Did I
That was a
lock
bit too
in?
personal. My bad. I know, guys,
I don't
it's
lock
rough
in.
out here. Forced to choose a career path at 18 years old, and then forced to work said career until you're a hunched over 70-year-old.
That's right.
With 100-year-old back pain.
Oof.
Anyone remember choosing this route during their character selection screen before being born? 'Cause
See, I
sure
didn't
don't.
like this. Yeah, I remember thinking the same thing whenever I was a kid. I was like, well, what if I just want to sit around and play video games all day and jack off?
Yeah.
What if I don't want to have a job at all and I just want to sit and live off the government? What if I
Well,
want that?
It is what
why
it
not?
is.
Yeah, I
Even though
know.
we want to lay down and
Yeah.
rot our days away. There are times, though, when you need to chug an entire pot of coffee, sit your ass down, and panic focus because you left all your responsibilities till the very last minute.
That's
Sound
right.
familiar? I got surprisingly good at that skill during my university days.
Yeah.
Being able to churn out a 2,000-word essay the day before it's due, while feeling like I'm about to be shipped off to the Hunger Games if I don't get it done. Am I proud of?
One time I had a group project that nobody had any progress on. I did the entire group project. I stayed up all night and it was a morning class and I drove to class and I went to present the project and I solo presented the project. Halfway through the presentation, the teacher realized that it was just me that knew everything and he told me I had to stop talking and then the other 3 people in the group had to explain the project. It was one of so bad, bro. Like, it was so bad. Yeah, they got cooked. It was so, and like, I remember they talked for like 30 seconds, right? 20 seconds. And then I started talking and he's like, oh, no.
How I permanently altered my sleep schedule forever?
What
No.
grade you get?
Did I shorten
I
my
got an
lifespan a
89.
bit? Perhaps. Was it undiagnosed ADHD?
It's the highest grade in the class.
Well, yes. This is how you get better at doing
Nobody got
things,
an
though.
A.
Doing it over and over again,
I was
going
so
through
mad.
some kind of anime training arc until you've mastered whatever skill you choose to invest your time into. Like gaming. There's this stereotype of hardcore gamers being real insufferable with really big egos and really greasy. And
True.
not the pack
I wonder
with me
why.
to go to Greece kind.
Get ready with me to go to Greece.
While some of this is true, I think there's always a way to strike a good balance. Like when you drink hot tea at the Chinese restaurant to cancel out all the greasy dim sum calories you just ate. Let's just say,
That's true.
if I was training my Sims character
That's actually what it's for. That's true.
to be the next Faker, right when it wakes up, I'd make it start gaming for a minimum of 2 hours, then force it to get up and stretch, go
Get food.
outside, touch some grass, talk to a person, come back, and start the training process
I don't know about that
all
part.
over again.
Yeah, I don't know
We're
about
gonna
that.
Be rich. No sleep though. Sleep is for the weak.
Yes.
Don't make me put you in the pool and delete the ladder. So go ahead, have your gaming marathons without feeling too
I've
guilty.
never played The Sims.
What's the worst that can happen?
Me neither.
Oh, the worst happened. Nothing more unsettling than the inevitable passing of time, making us question if
That's
anything
not the worst.
we do
It's definitely
truly
not.
matters at all. That is crazy. Can't
Sims
believe
is
how
a girl
fast time
game?
passes.
I know.
You blink, half your day is gone.
It is.
And yet, you still have so much to do. Whenever I'm trying to be productive, I make a huge to-do list and pretend I'm speedrunning a game of Tetris. A
That's
grocery
exactly what I did. the other day. Like last time I took a day off, I don't want to say everything I did, but like I was on the phone making calls. I did like multiple monthly and yearly quests all in one day. I did everything.
And over here, exercise over there. Sure, I can squeeze in a few more hobbies, right?
I didn't get done till I was like,
my
it was
whole
like
screen is
8
bricked
p.m.
up, and I got no more room for my health checkups. With all this stuff
Yeah.
going on, finding
With
care
Israel?
shouldn't
Yeah.
be the trickiest
With
piece to fit into the jigsaw puzzle known as life. ZocDoc is a free app and website that helps you find and book
Check off all the
high-quality
hassles?
in-network
Yeah.
doctors so you can find someone you love.
Oh,
With more than
jeez.
I cleaned up all, like,
150,000
my old
healthcare
mail and,
providers
like, everything.
nationwide, ZocDoc makes it easy to find a doctor.
Oh
who
my
fits
God, I
exactly
finally
what
got
you
it.
want.
Doctors are scary. Doctors are scary.
Whether that's an in-person
Register
visit
and
or a
ride.
video appointment from home,
Zogdoc?
build the care
What?
team that's right for you. Search by specialty or symptom across 200 plus specialties, from dermatology, dentistry.
Oh,
veterinary care,
Jesus
and more.
Christ,
Knowing what
man.
your doctors actually like matters too. It's not just about credentials anymore. That's why ZocDoc has verified patient reviews, so you can see
Dude.
what others are saying before you book.
Why don't
Whether
you
you
check your
prefer a
provider?
doctor
I
who
don't know
gets
how it
straight to
works.
business, or
That's gonna be. I'm just gonna go out and go ahead and say it. This is gonna be the only one. This is literally gonna be the only one that I bother to tame for like the foreseeable future. I have such a headache right now from the camera spinning and holding down the entire time. Oh man. My fucking eyes hurt. Jesus. That is a really, really rough. That is a really rough mechanic. Designed mechanic. Really rough. Oh, God. Okay, let's turn my settings back to what they were. Camera speed was 50. Camera acceleration was 70. Maybe the fast speeds might have been what was kind of like hurting me too. Yeah. Oh, God. My fucking eyes, man. Jesus. I'm glad it's over, but my God, I'm never doing that again. I could try to fish, and that would be significantly less tedious, but still tedious. Because I'm sure that shit is going to take forever to fully tire out, to fully wind him in. Honestly, while I'm here, I might as well just go for the trifecta and just get all three of these done in one fell swoop.
one a little more personable. You're able to choose what works for you. Once you find the right match, book instantly using real-time availability. No waiting, no phone tag, just the care you need when you need it. Plus,
I
appointments
do
happen
feel like this is useful. Like, I hate having to make phone calls. Like, I'm like, honestly, I hate to say this, but I'm like one of those people that like I hate being on the phone. I hate people calling me. I hate people like I hate having to do something on the phone. I hate that shit.
Me too.
Fast,
It's the
within
worst.
24 to 72 hours. And
The
sometimes
the most like dreaded thing ever is when I have like a business thing and they're like, "Yeah, can we Zoom?" I'm like, oh. It's like the you know the GIF like from Jujutsu Kaisen. It's like literally like that. Like every time they're like, "Can we Zoom?"
Oh, she knows the anime now.
those doctor's appointments and go to ZocDoc.com
It's not like I can't do it.
to find and instantly book
I
a
hate it.
doctor you love today. That's ZocDoc.com/evasion.
Can I even catch him with a fine fishing rod? Do I need a higher rarity?
Use your model when you Zoom.
So
I
there's
should
this hotel
honestly.
in
I
Wellington,
should.
a city in China that specializes in long stays for esports players for when they really need to lock in, offering.
So there's a hotel.
What do you guys think? Should I do that? Should I do that next time they want to do like a call?
That's not him.
And they're like, can we Zoom? And then like, should I just throw the model up? Like, what do you think?
In China, that's only for esports players to just live there. What do they? I wonder if they give.
And
you,
I'm
like,
making the same mistake here that I did before, where I'm fishing at a time where the sunlight, the dying sunlight, is actually a betrayal to the water.
There's
and it's
a
actually
handful of
harder to see the splashing.
from the more expensive luxury rooms with nice furniture and beautiful LED lights. To the
Damn, look
bare
at
bones
that.
of esports hotels, they'll still meet all your.
Wait, what do you mean the bare bones?
That
this
was
is
pretty
beautiful.
good. Yeah. what
This
the
is
hell?
nicer than my house.
That does look pretty good. What the hell?
What's he talking this shit for?
Yeah.
Yeah, that does look good.
3 feet away from your PC.
That's great.
Bathroom, eat, game, and
Yeah, what do you-
shower.
what- I mean,
hey,
what
if
do
I
you
was
need
training
more
a
of?
Sims esports team, I'd stick them in here. These
People
rooms
are
are like
spoiled.
male living space adjacent. Not quite
Yeah, they
raw
are.
mattress on the floor next to TV on the floor
Beautiful.
with no furniture.
When I was working on League of Legends, I lived in a place that looked just like that, and that's literally was my setup. It was a fucking bed.
It's not reeling. It's literally not
I
reeling.
remember I got sick.
That
like, the
is
day-
upsetting.
The day I moved in.
I'm twirling my analog like crazy, and he's just not reeling it in.
I watched fucking Fairy Tale while I was laying down in bed. I watched like 2 seasons of Fairy Tale.
A TV on the floor
Beautiful.
with no furniture. These are like a couple steps.
That's the way this room used to be, by the way. It used to be one sofa mattress on the floor, a TV on the floor, and the Super
It
Nintendo.
wasn't even a mat. It was just a straight up mattress on the ground, and there was like nothing else in the room. Like imagine like the room was just empty, and it was just like a bed on the ground.
Please, for the love of God, reel this thing in,
To
dude.
be honest, because my old bed, so like my old bed was like it was a futon bed, like the Japanese ones that you roll up and like you fold it, and I had the tatami mats, like those straw mats, those Japanese straw mats. I had that in my room, and then I had the bed on the ground. Yeah.
Nintendo. And the year was 2010.
Up from that, because at least hotels have
That's
cleaning
it.
staff
That's
who
all
will
was in this
tidy up
room.
the living space. The only catch, you do have to let
They're really annoying though. There's like this really annoying thing about them though. Like you don't have to do this for like most mattresses, but like for the like my old mattress, you'd have to take it outside and just beat the shit out of it with like a fucking baseball bat.
It
Like,
comes in
actually,
like a
that's
few
that's
inches, and then it just
that's what you have
stops.
to do. It's really annoying. You have to like leave it
A
outside.
Lennox.
Like you take it out, you like hang it up, and you
A
leave it
fish
there, you
eas
beat the
that
shit out
isn't
of it with a
easily
baseball
caught. I was
bat,
about
and
to
then
say, I thought it said easily caught.
them inside. A man was staying in one of these esports hotels where he spent his entire time being a
Yeah, I'm gonna assume I need a higher rarity rod to catch this guy, so I'm not gonna waste my time.
Night Tusker.
He was
Oh,
the
what a
poster
retard.
child of locking in. The times when he would actually leave his room were so rare, the staff didn't even know what he looked like. Usually, hotels will have a policy where rooms have to be cleaned after a certain amount of days to maintain hygiene standards. But maybe since this is an esports hotel, they know not to disturb gamers during the middle of training. Is this perhaps Schrodinger's gamer? If I worked here, I would constantly be thinking, is there even anyone in this room? The last time I was in there, 2 years ago. Thankfully, this elusive guest did actually exist. And it wasn't until he checked out after his 2-year-long gaming session when the staff realized
He checked into a hotel for 2 years.
You know what? I'm already
Nobody
here.
even
Let me just go
knew
do
what
this.
he looked like. That's legendary. I'm gonna be honest. Like that's incredible.
Yeah.
something was off. Why does it smell like an entire Asian restaurant was left out in the sun?
It's not that bad. I mean, like, it's really not. You clean that up in like.
Oh,
maybe a
I've
couple
seen this
hours.
before.
Nothing you-
I saw Kirsha talked about. No, this gets so much
Yeah,
worse.
I mean, I get.
This actually gets so much worse.
Shit, there's no way.
I was kind of grossed out by this when he gets to like the bathroom.
How was he even able to play games when the
Well, he probably. I mean, maybe that's why
I'm
he
not
left.
gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I've had it that bad before.
That's
not,
what it could
not
be,
that
is
bad.
that,
Not
like,
exactly
after
that
2
bad.
years,
There's no way. No. She's gonna take that back when she sees how much worse it gets.
Old like folders and like I saw like oh god.
The room, so then he was trying to go somewhere else. Yeah, he ran out of space. Exactly.
garbage pillow fort he made over there is over 6 feet tall, blocking
Yeah.
both monitors? I'm so nervous, you guys. From the looks of it, the garbage pile extends all the way around the corner,
Yeah,
where
of
I'm
course.
assuming his bed and blanket
probably worse
made
over
out
there.
of plastic
It
bags.
is worse.
You know
It's
what,
so
though?
much
The floor
worse.
to the entrance is surprisingly tidy. Ish. At least he cleaned a
If
little
I
bit
remember
before checking
correctly,
out.
like there's like just literal shit everywhere when they get to the bathroom.
Here is someone's beautifully staged picture of their
Like he
home, and
deliberately
right outside
shit
the area
everywhere
where
but the
drop-down
toilet.
is, damn,
The actual
you
home.
live like this?
Yeah,
and
that's
last question, I
crazy.
promise. You can stay in a
It would
hotel
smell
room
so
for
bad.
that long without anyone checking up on you? Guess the sweet
That,
life.
yeah, that's one thing. Is like I figure like they would want to go in there just to make sure you're not
Dead.
I don't know, like performing human sacrifices? Like, I don't know. That's just me.
But Zack and Cody is scientifically accurate. Cleaning crews then spent 3 whole days clearing trash and disinfecting the room. Staff claim the guest still owes more than 10 days in unpaid fees, totaling roughly $400 USD. Hotel management said the matter has not been reported to the police, and they currently do not plan to pursue further action. That's
Man.
They probably never want to see him again.
True.
They're just thinking, thank
True.
God he's gone.
Just get out of here and never come back.
Thank God.
Like, you know what? We don't have to talk about this.
Okay, got it.
Leave
Let's
Simba,
move on.
never return.
Let's go.
actually crazy. Gave the staff to deal with this, pay time off and a vacation and a bonus.
Cut
I
your
don't even
losses.
think an
How
industrial strength power
do you get
washer
that much
was
trash? Probably depression. I don't know.
able to get this
I
room
can see
back to
it.
its original condition. Yes, you can pick up the trash and Lysol the hell out of the walls and the ceiling. But
What the fuck is that?
bathroom.
I've done some pretty like degenerate levels of not caring when I was in like freshman. Like one time I didn't shower for
With all these stacks of used toilet paper, you'd think he was in the middle.
Why is there not? Why is there no?
rookie numbers.
What?
Yeah, I mean compared to this, it is kind of rookie numbers to be honest. Yeah.
Why can I not see anything on the used toilet?
Well, and that's nasty. Yeah, I was really depressed. Really depressed. I didn't care. I was just depressed. I didn't care about it. But you're in that state, like when you're in that state, like the last thing you're thinking about is right. Like that's the last thing you're thinking about. I just don't really care.
I guess he must have been playing Down Dust too.
Of doing a budget mummy cosplay from a butt, I would rather take my chances in a Resident Evil bathroom than step foot in here. I guess we don't know the full story. Maybe the toilet stopped working.
It's really hard to understand. Like if you haven't been in that state, you don't understand. Like it's difficult to explain to you like what, because it's irrational, right? Like now I'm looking back on it like what the fuck, right? Like what the fuck? That's weird. Like,
It's because you recovered.
When you're in that state, you just don't care.
At some point.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
his diet consisted of copious amounts of pop and takeout food, or maybe he had no time to flush
So what?
because his 200th game of the day was about to queue up. All I gotta say is, Airbnb, when you charge me a cleaning fee for not moving a chair back to its original position, just know it could be worse. It could be worse.
They have cleaning fees for that? I rented an Airbnb, but like I had an assistant do it for me, so like I don't even know how much it was. They have cleaning fees for Airbnb, so I cleaned that shit up for nothing. Fuck.
Was this a case of locking in too
Well,
hard,
fuck,
or is there something else going on here? You might
She's a
be
hotel?
familiar with the term bed rotting, where you spend the entire day doom scrolling, only leaving your bed to go eat,
Oh
use the
yeah,
washroom, or go
I know
lay
that
down
one.
somewhere else.
I know that one.
Of a rising
I
ground.
actually have done that. I've gotten up and then I've gotten out of bed and I've gone upstairs and I went on the computer for like 5 minutes. I was like,
Oh, I definitely want to kill this bear.
I've done this, yeah.
Where you turn your brain off.
That was me today? Is that right?
Mode. There are varying degrees of rot, however. Level 1 is your casual lazy vlog, where you come with me.
I told this story before, like literally just the other day. But I was eating Chef Boyardee's out of the can with my hands.
To try
Like
the
luckily they had the little like pop open top, just like pop and just like pulling them out like fucking rabbit. Dude, the most degenerate part though was like some of them were spaghetti and meatballs. So it wasn't even like a ravioli where you can take like the whole ravioli and stick it in your mouth. I was like scooping it out. I was like using my fingers like a fork.
the viral bed rotting, where you set up your tripod, and yourself aesthetically watching movies, while being
Dude, please skin it.
She loves bed rotting.
in bed.
Yeah.
Then like just like filling the same bottle of water with like sink water like over and over again. Oh my god.
Dude, please.
Not good.
Why is it that women can be all cute about this, but the
Oh my
the
God,
guys
dude,
that
kiss
got
my
them are
ass!
delusional.
Fuck
Like, women do
off!
it And it's cute and endearing, and then men do it, and they're like, "Oh, you know
Fuck,
what?
man.
This is so disgusting.
fuck
This
away
guy
from
isn't
me."
Doing anything with his life? He needs to move on."
And then there's another one. Jesus Christ.
The reason why Asmongold is because society expects men to have to do things, and it's acceptable for women to do.
I'm not gonna get to skin this bear. I already know. They're gonna throw so many ads at me that I can't. They can't give me 5 seconds to get my loot and then move on.
Where they're just expected.
I literally don't care beyond that 5 seconds. Just give me that 5 seconds to get my loot, and then I don't care. I literally don't care. throw an entire army at me.
In like a little, like they can be like a really cute girl, and then they can just hook up with a dude, and then like the function is just being alive and being in the house. But men can't do that. Like men have to work for everything.
What the fuck, man? Is there women? Do we just expect them to be useless? Is that it?
For an unproductive day,
Wait,
looking
what?
this put together.
Okay, dude, this is bullshit, bro. This is.
Yeah, I think it's already doing the bullshit where the bear despawned.
Bedrock. Okay, they're romanticizing it. All right, fair enough. Because like the way that it normally.
And now I have a whole nother wave.
Oversized t-shirt, no pants. That's actually like no bra, oversized t-shirt, pantsu, and that's it.
For an unproductive day, looking this put together, spending your time editing a vlog to post on TikTok while supposedly and
Skin dude
is too high energy. That's like at least a couple hours of using your brain and working. Level 2
Jesus.
is when you're so mentally drained from working all week, you have no energy to do anything else. Instead of
Yep,
the gym,
I knew it was gonna happen. The other bear despawned.
Bra supports are on. I realized this recently. This is the story. So like, my mom fixed my DDR machine, and I was like, okay. My mom fixed my DDR machine. I'm gonna use my DDR machine, and I was like, I'm excited. I'm gonna play Public Round. And my mom goes, Leaflet, put a bra on. I said, no, it's just like 2 games. I threw my back. True story. I had to go to the fucking chiropractor for like 2 months.
For sleeping the entire day until the afternoon.
and finishing up that huge list of errands, we just default to bed and phone.
No, because if you don't wear a bra and then you jump, it like goes up, it like bounces, right?
It's weight.
So like it bounces and it's like it's a lot of weight.
Dirty? Wait, what is this? Too dirty.
That's actually very viable.
Too tired for a shower, so on the floor it is.
But you have nothing to bounce? Right. True.
What the fuck?
Phone. I have bed, I have phone,
What the
I
fuck?
have purse, and we laugh.
Damn!
Silly things.
Having a roommate is so embarrassing because why you just watch me rot in bed since 5 p.m.?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually very sour that I didn't get that second bear.
Level 3 is when things start getting scary,
Okay.
almost bordering on
Let's see.
and stays
Let's find out what level I was at.
in esports hotel for 2 years. Levels of scary.
When bed rotting girls see what real bed rotting is. See, that's the thing, right? Is like everybody thinks it's cute, where it's like, you know, some like fucking, you know, some like upper middle class white girl that's been pampered her whole life. Her idea
I did real bed rotting. The real deal.
is that she orders DoorDash and she lays in bed all day and watches Love Island. And meanwhile, you compare this to The Last Boss, Japanese VTubers. And their stream setups are like out of Chernobyl. They take a photo of this, and I start getting tagged.
Okay,
in.
hold on. Okay, my room is actually not terrible right now. Okay, how many bottles do I have on my desk? 3, 4, 5. I only have 6 right now. That's not that bad. 6 isn't that bad. It's not. 6 isn't that bad. Like it's not. It's really not. Like 6 isn't terrible. Yeah, right now 6. That's nothing. Are you kidding me? That's nothing.
Should be
Women just
less.
reuse one bottle. I did that. I actually did that earlier. I actually refilled one of these bottles. 6 bottles of what? I have 4 bottles, 5 bottles of water. And 1 of iced tea, of Japanese Ito ends, like the green bottle, like iced tea. How many bottles in the room? Okay, are you counting bottles that are in the garbage? Counting the ones in the garbage right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh my God.
6.
Oh my God, change your
7, 8,
inputs.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, like 44.
Stolen Valor, brother? This.
That's
Everyone
fine.
bed
That's
rots for
normal.
different reasons, and it actually does
not
calm
bad.
you down in small doses. But doing it too much is when you start going down the slippery slope of depression
Being
and
fat
social isolation.
and
Think
fat.
of bed rotting as a dopamine cheat code. Our brains are dopamine junkies, and low effort activities like scrolling and liking funny videos give us instant hits with minimal effort. However, these dopamine prices short circuit the process, making staying in
But we
bed more
failed.
appealing
That's
than
not
other
bad.
activities that
That's
require
right.
effort.
He was our leader. Everyone looked up to him. He kept our hopes up every day, telling us we'd soon be home with our families. We'll never forget what he did for us. how he fought for us to the very end.
Over time, your brain begins to crave only this kind of easy, low-level stimulation.
That's right.
The result, a shorter attention span, reduced motivation, and a vicious cycle of chasing instant gratification.
That's me.
Hate to admit, but I guess our boomer parents were right.
Yeah.
We're eating too much dopamine because we can't put down this damn phone. So the trick to counteract your brain needing so much stimulation to feel anything at a baseline level is to be bored more often. Like those
I think that there are people that like, I mean, for me, like, I stream every single day, right? And so like, and then after I stream, I do other things too on top of that.
Same.
And in the process of doing all these things, very obviously, like, I'm busy.
Yep.
And so to me, if I have a bed rotting day, this is like I'm like recovering, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
that's how that's how I feel about it too. That's right. Like you have like one day and you're like, fuck it, I'm doing nothing. Listen, like I just got fucking wrecked out there. Like I had to deal with so much stuff, you know. And then you just I need to heal, you know. Fuck it, I'm not gonna do anything. Why even leave trash bags filled with trash in your room? No, it's a recycle. Okay, excuse me, it's not a trash can. It's a recycle bin. It's a recycle bin. Jeez. Yeah, I mean, I do that. I need to do that more. Like, honestly, I need because my day is typically, I wake up, I look at like all of my DMs, like my 20 plus DMs, and then I look at my email, like all of my email accounts, personal, business, like other business email. And then I check that, and then I get a lot of like fan mail. I got a really good fan mail recently, actually. It was like a person that was talking about like the other stream and was talking about like life and stuff. I get like nice emails. I try to read all of them, but I'm kind of behind right now on them. I do that, then I do like I had a meeting last night like for the tabletop RPG like Moraine stuff. I deal like with the Fumo stuff, so I'm dealing with like plushies, I'm dealing with sponsors, I'm dealing with like my accountant. Like there's so much, dude. Chat, should I just hire my mom? What do you think? Should I just hire my mom and make her the president of Angel Sword? What do you think? Can I afford that? That's a lot of money though. That's like 6 figures. I'd have to pay her 6 figures because she gets paid a lot right now at her job. It's like so much. But then it would be like if I did that, I could do so much more. I could do so much more. I could do so much more. It's like I wanna do a bunch of other stuff, right? Like I wanna. You guys don't understand. My mom's a high level like web developer. I don't know if you guys knew that. She's like really good. She's like really good. She's like the one that fixes everything. My mom's a coder. Yeah, she's a coder. But it would like alleviate so much stress from me because I'm really bad at that stuff. Like administrative stuff, I'm terrible at it. It takes me like 10 times as long as it should. I just want to focus on creative stuff. Like creative stuff's my jam. I'm really good at that. I can do that really hard. I can yap really hard. But like when it comes like my creative, like my kind of like more structured brain is like bad, but my like creative brain is really good. Like because I have like just the way my brain works is very disorganized. Anyway.
This is like a fucking, you know, I'm like in a rest area. This is like I'm gaining rested experience or something.
It sounds like you're in the same situation as Linus. Yeah, like that. Like I just don't want to run it. You know, I don't want to do it. Like, I hate it.
So, but I think there are some instances. My Arab father, unironically, raw dogs flights. No music, no games, no show, nothing. Just alone. Raw dogging a flight?
That's crazy.
You mean sitting on an airplane?
Yeah, that's hard, though.
Sometimes it's good
you
to
mean
take
sitting
things
on...
slow.
Dude, when I get on a plane, dude, you know what I do? I fucking put on my VR headset and I watch anime.
What do you mean, raw dogging up? You mean sitting...
People who raw dog 2-hour flights
And
where
she's
they get on the
laughing
plane, sit
Look,
in
he's just
their seat,
just
with
raw dogged an 8-hour flight.
no phone, no music, no movies,
Just
not even an
instructions.
overpriced magazine from the airport. It's
Yeah.
basically like
That
giving
sounds
yourself
awful.
a digital detox so you can come back to life more focused without needing a YouTube essay
Raw
podcast.
dog a whole flight
Well, I
staring
love
at
that,
November
though.
19th on a calendar app.
I love that though. Like I love just listening to podcasts. But actually, there is a good point here though. Is like if you're a creative person, like
I've
kind
got
of
just the
being
one.
there with your thoughts is also like where you just sit there and like kind of think through your thoughts. It's kind of nice. Think through like why you think
A
what you do and
horse.
stuff. That's fun.
I've got just...
TV show
Sometimes I
playing in the
swear
back.
horses
Just
are
You
more
start
sense
thinking
than
about
people.
things like, okay, how much of this thought is biology? how much of this thought is my biology speaking? How much of this thought is like my trauma speaking? How much of this thought is like my nature speaking? And it's like very fun to do that. Again, thank you for the bits. Thank you.
You can fold some laundry
she never
and play
gonna forget
Fortnite at
that.
the same time. I got into playing trading card games recently, specifically Riftbound and Magic. Gotta say, these nerds are onto something. I've been doom scrolling a lot less and seeing my friends more often in person. Oh, and also meeting new people while playing is
Magic
pretty
the
cool.
Gathering.
Oh shit.
How y'all doing?
Okay, but maybe life is too hard, and you can never seem to get ahead. No matter how many rise and grind influencer crash courses you listen to, and all you want to do is lay down on the ground and 1,000-yard stare until it's time for bed. In China, there's a trend called Bailan, which translates to let it rot. Since there's so many
This is how
societal
you.
pressures to
Like there are a lot of instances that we can tell China is becoming more westernized and more capitalist. Number one, their kids don't want to be doctors and engineers; they want to be influencers like us. Number two, there's like a new vocabulary for them doing fucking nothing. And number three, they're getting fat.
There it is.
You're welcome.
do well in school, have a family, acquire lots of wealth, climb the
Someone's on the
corporate
door.
ladder.
BRB. Oh, jeez.
By working 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day. Young
No,
people
I wonder if that whole thing too is like there's like a link to, because I was looking up something completely unrelated. I was looking up because there's like a phenomenon, right, where women who like have a kid, like they give birth, they get depressed. Like, you guys know about that? And like I was reading about that, and like someone told me that it has to do with like there being not enough fat in the body. So like, does fat counteract depression? So like, the more depressed you are, the more fat you have to be to counter it. Is that like an actual? Is that real? Is that why this happened? I wonder if that's real.
People are saying,
They are.
nah, that's crazy. I'm gonna go cosplay as a rat instead, which is an actual term that's been trending in China.
Basically, in this trend, the reason why it's called the Lao Shu Ren, the rat people trend, is because rats turn to be most active during the night. And what you see in this lifestyle is that people are mostly active during the night, and they spend their days sleeping the hours away, scrolling on their phones.
I was doing that.
Yeah, I was doing that too. Yeah.
It's not.
That's special. I still do that. I do that right now.
I think that was a word. Like, this is, yeah, that's what I always did.
Yep.
Instead of trying to achieve this seemingly impossible high standard of living without
Like,
going through a mental breakdown,
what's wrong with
the
that?
rat people are waking up at noon, eating takeout, having a nap, going on their hamster wheel of running through their social media feeds
sounds
while
fun.
using the least amount of energy and money as possible for the day.
有约我出去拍照，已经2点了，我对自己还是有点意识。收拾完出去，天黑了，没必要。
This is a way for the younger generation to reject the stressful lifestyle of being as productive as possible for the better good of society. Like, why would we want to do all that when the odds are stacked against us?
That's
and all
right,
we get in return
exactly.
after working for 50 years is stress-related hair loss and no retirement fund.
Exactly. Yeah.
就是很枯燥、很乏味，就是平常也是能混就混，乏味就是每天工作
It's
都是一
tedious
样
when，you do the same things every day.
这周跟下周是一样的。
Only when you're not having fun.
If my boss tells me to do something, I will ask.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you a little life thing. All right, chat. Like, listen to me. This is really important. Okay. So what you do is say there's something that you really want to do. So you should like sit down. If like you don't know what you have no focus in life, like no direction. You gotta like just think about like what you want to do. Like, what are you good at? Like really like be honest with yourself and like evaluate your skills and like what are you good at, right? Then you think about like what is the thing I would like to do within that thing, right? So you think, you know, I'm good at I don't know, like I'm good at editing stuff, right? Then you can like maybe how can I intersect my interests with what I want to do? Oh, like I can be like a QA person or like a script writer, script design, script editor, something like that, right? Like you try to find the intersection of like what you're good at and then like what you like and like what interests you, like what drives you. And then when you find that intersection, what you do is like you keep working the job that you're working, and then you try to like build skills on the side to like eventually move towards what you want. And at some point, those things overlap where the thing that you want to do aligns on the track with like what your work is at some point, right? Because you become better and better and better at the other thing that you want to do. And then when those tracks align, that's when you can take control, and then now you're moving in the proper channel to like what you want to do in the end. You know, then it's just an issue of like, honestly, like skill issue. Just kind of like, can you, but then again, like it shouldn't be a skill issue. It shouldn't be one, because like we already determined like what you're good at, like what your skill set is, right? If you were honest to yourself, if you weren't like a fucking liar in step one, right? Then you kind of find what you're good at, and then you eventually get to like what you want to do. And then it becomes an issue of like, well, do you want more, where do you want more freedom? Do you want more freedom at work, or do you want more freedom at home? Because then if you want more freedom at home, then you should work a regular job. Because when you're working a regular job, typically, unless like your salary and your boss is an asshole, you're typically like, you work, and then when you get home, you take off your jacket, take off your shoes, you walk into the house, it's like, okay, that's it, it's over. It's fucking over. I can do whatever I want. Weekend hits, fuck it, it's over. I can do whatever I want, right? And then you have like that really cool time to like do whatever you want. The other route is, if you want more freedom at work, you're gonna have to sacrifice your home life, because now you're a business owner, and they kind of meld together. Like your home life and your work life sort of.
It's actually good insight.
You're never free from work, but then you're free to do what you want at work. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So it's like,
and then your job becomes the
It
fun.
really depends on you. like for me, right? Like like when I finish stream, I just kind of like if I wanna work on something else. It's just any time that I'm not working, it's like less stuff I'm getting done, right? So like I can choose tonight to like end stream and then you know I have the choice. I can end stream and then I can just like you know like fuck off and go to bed or something. But then that means I'm getting less stuff done towards my other goals, right? So it's like that's what I mean. It's like it blends in. Whereas when you're working at a company, you don't have to worry about that. It's like there's a clear divide between the two. But the benefit of it is, you know, I can do whatever I want. Like as in, like I can choose like what things I want to do, and then like yeah, it's great. Like for me, I love having my own. I love working for myself. It's great, but it's not for everyone.
If I can do it tomorrow, or I will ask, can somebody else do it, or can I not?
The truth is like for me, I feel like I'm not working. Like no, I'm definitely working. I definitely know that I'm working, but I don't feel it. You know what I mean? Like I'm just having fun like every day. Like I'm just here like just like yapping. I'm just yapping and playing games and like you know, the only stuff I don't like is the stuff I want to like eventually hire someone to take care of because like I fucking hate it. I hate it.
In Japan, there are people known as
if my boss asks me to do something, I will ask him if I can not do it. Crazy, bro. Like, whoa.
hikikomoris, who have more of a bedrotting adjacent type of lifestyle. The reason these young recluses never leave their homes isn't because they're part of a social movement who is rejecting a specific way of life. They've become so scared to go out into the real world, they would rather stay indoors where it's safe, and they can pursue their hobbies and interests in peace, often relying on support from their parents or the government. This can happen because of trauma, the overwhelming pressure society puts on you to keep up with your peers, or hikikomoris have gotten so used to social isolation, it's normal for them now, which can sometimes lead to what we know as extreme trash hoarding.
Oh jeez.
This has got to be bullshit. Like, there's no...
Did he jump the window?
Like, I'm sorry, there's no way this is real. No.
You know it's actually speaking volumes. Asmongold is supposed to be the guy everybody throws out there as the standard for like filth or whatever, which I don't even know. I don't even know how fair that is, just to be completely blunt, because we don't know how much of like that shit is a show versus how much of it is actually real. He's got that unique blend where it could be either and you would believe it. But when even this guy is like rattled and like this seems extreme to the guy that is widely seen as the extreme, that actually speaks volumes.
Oh, wait, how do you get out?
Maybe that's the point, they don't get out.
The trash houses are a rising phenomenon.
Jeez.
So it's straight, bro, it's top to bottom DoorDash. Oh my god.
Yeah, so watching the viral Netflix for 6 hours without changing my pajamas all day is child's play compared to this. These rooms are the final bosses of bed rotting. I made a video a while ago about...
Lately, I made a really good like kind of life decision where I have specific clothes I only wear for bed. So like that way it kind of it doesn't like kind of overflow into like my work clothes. So like I have like I got these really cute pajamas that are like all like they've got like ribbons on them and shit. Like it's really nice. I got these like super cute pajamas and like I wear those to bed and I take them off the instant I get out of bed. Like I get up and I instantly switch into like my other clothes, which is just Uma Musume shirts. Which are on sale by the way right now. I don't know if they're still on sale. I bought them like a couple days ago. I just wear like I get like those maxed out big Uma Musume shirts that are like I get like the men's one that's like overly like large, like the tall like freaking 3X or whatever, and then it's like a dress. It's pretty peak.
Asian trash home influencers who got famous for their eccentric lifestyles.
I watched that one.
Cooking food alongside their cockroach sous chefs.
This is the one I remember. Yep.
Oh no. I feel like that Ratatouille movie had something to do with this. And adding a touch of mold to everything they eat.
I'm glad he's blurring this.
I'm still very unsure about whether their whole persona is a shtick or
dude,
some kind
there's
of
not even a fucking pot. He's just he's doing it like a video game where they just hold the raw meat over the fucking fire. It has to be rage bait, and he's filming himself doing it. This has to be rage bait.
Bullshit. That's too expensive. That's too expensive.
But seeing
I can answer
It's
that.
bullshit.
Both. So basically, for me,
Wait, what was the question?
is a shtick or some kind of long con to farm views. But seeing
I can answer that. Both. So basically, for me, I mean, you can see pictures of me. Like, let me see if I can pull one up. Is there an image? Because I had one image of...
Dude, those shirts are so good. They go down to my knees. It's fucking epic. Right, okay, today I'm wearing Saiyan Sky. Should I tell you guys? Do you guys want to know which shirt I'm wearing every day? Today's Saiyan Sky.
My old room. There was an image of my old room that I had. I don't know where it is. Fuck, bro. I might not be able to find it. Oh, man. Well, anyway...
What's the site? Amazon. Amazon has it in the official side game store on Amazon. It's like 20 bucks. I think it's like, I think right now it's like 18, I think.
It's the exact same as it was, right? It was really the exact same. If somebody finds it, they let me know. But like, yeah, this is the...
Did I pull the new ones? I have Kita-san Black and Diamond.
This is what I used to do forever.
this esports hotel video,
That's
maybe
right,
want to
yeah.
check up on them. And I see that they're both still around, fit as a fiddle.
Ooh. Ooh, that's right.
Their immune systems probably have developed poison resistance at this point.
No,
Anyway,
it's actually, it's that you always do the same thing. Like, the human body is meant to
Adapt,
do
yeah.
the same thing a lot. So, like, if your body is used to you eating badly cooked food, then it will just be okay with that. Like, for me, I live the same way. Like, that it adapts. Yeah, you just adapt.
wakey wakey, time to get up. Put the phone, laptop, flat screen TV down. This is the last video for this doom scrolling session. I know, I'm already starting to sound like someone's boomer parent. Any more cheap hits of dopamine? Please, son, we're worried for you. You haven't left your room for days, and it smells. Why do you keep saying 6-7? 6-7?
I don't
Tell you
don't
what,
smell.
let's go reset our nervous systems together.
Which
We'll go
percentage
book
of
plane
Mold are
tickets
you?
for
No.
tonight, show up to the airport
About to
with
raw
nothing
dog?
but
I don't smell. I'm Asian. It's OP.
passports, go to our seat, and sit there for the full 2 hours without any type of mental stimulation. We're gonna feel...
It takes me about a week to start smelling. Like, if I don't shower. I know this. I've tested it.
so refreshed. If you need a cheap raw...
Imagine your pilot's like, are you gonna
It's
raw
like not even that bad either. Like, it doesn't really get bad until like 2 weeks.
dog this flight? No, I've got Netflix set up. Oh, bro, we're going into a building.
You could stare at the wall.
Oh,
Everyone's
no.
got one or two of those. Oh, and tap the like button to respond to that with a, okay, see you at the airport.
Princess Mononoke, your spirit of the way. Princess Mononoke.
Good night, Dad. Have a good day, try not to be dumb, and see you in the next one.
No, I thought I'd watch this because I thought it was pretty funny. I need to... Oh, man, I never watched Jake Paul's interview with Donald Trump. I should have watched that.
Morning.
So anyway, I do think these videos are pretty funny. Especially, like, so for me, like, why did the trash influencers and those people do these things? I think the reason why they do them is because, number one, I'll link you guys the video. Indivison, I've watched a lot of his content over the years, and you know, I do appreciate it. So give him a sub if you haven't already.
I'm linking it.
Link the video. There's the video. There it is. Do pilots not require us to raw dog flights? Maybe. I don't know. They're depressed? Well, here's the reason why I did it. I did it because I wanted to be the guy with the most achievement points on my server, and I genuinely did not give a fuck about anything else other than playing the game.
Nice.
All I wanted to do was play the game. I didn't want to think about anything else. I didn't want to worry about anything else. My focus was entirely surrounding being in the game, playing the game, focusing on the game, thinking about the game. You know, like
I wanted to be the richest girl in Mabinogi. Same thing. Because I didn't want to think about life. Set a goal and just do it, you know?
Doing tests in the game, doing everything about it, right? Can't call that lazy. Well, it's a matter of priorities more than anything.
This is your priority is not to clean up anything or to take a shower, you know?
Real life things.
What is this? Oh, it's X Vault. It's X Vault. Oh, it's X Vault. We're using a James Act clip. Yeah. Way to go, brother. You're so funny. First of all, this dude, James Act and X Vault, literally love me to death. These boys are obsessed with me. I never seen anybody. Listen, them boys love your banana boy. I'll tell you this right now. Listen, I am all in their phone all day long. TJC, thank you for the 5 gifted. Holy smokes, brother. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much. That's right, Sassy Prance. Sass him up. Slay! Slay, King! Slay! Slay, King! JD, thank you for the $2, man. I appreciate you, bro. Have a great night, man. Thank you so much. Get some rest. The meme is great. Doesn't matter what's behind you. Someone's going to pick it up and use it, go viral. Absolutely, Wire Rope.
Alright everybody, welcome back to another X-Vault Gaming video. X-Vault here, and today we're going to go over your next dose of the Salty Batch Files.
No, there's nothing salty about this. You're going to have like 4-month-old tweets probably.
Beautiful.
From Colt Eastwood. And you're going to say, here's Colt Eats Wood. And you're going to take your piece of paper that you have and then turn it. Because you wrote that joke down while you were at work. You were like, here's Colt Eats Wood. And then you go, in your mind, you go, fucking got him.
The joke is awful, but the idea that he wrote down the awful joke and put it on a paper is fucking great.
Is the fraudulism going on to...
Fraudulism isn't a word. Look at this fucking face.
He kind of looks like Mag. Which I'm sure Mag would not be happy about that, rightfully so.
Oh no, dude.
Amounts of delusion and copium.
Oh my God.
It is off the charts, folks. Lots of receipts, lots of hypocritical viewpoints, and all that stuff.
Yeah, lots of receipts. Lots of receipts.
X-Vault needs to change his name. I'm afraid people will confuse him for an X-Bot.
Soy
What should his new name be?
PS1 Freak on Twitch just said, X-Vault's real name is Soytone.
It's not bad.
So this is what Caillou did when he grew up.
He does kind of look like Timu Tectone.
Looks like K's C&C unsuccessful.
He does.
Started taking mouth SH0TS for cheeseburgers and rent.
Jesus Christ, Cypher, thank you for the 5. Smoke Show for the 2. Brett for the 5.
Stuff for a looking beach.
He Broke Boy, thank you for the 2. Agreed.
So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump to it.
No,
Alright, so like I was saying, what we're going to do is get right to the theme of things here. We still have a lot of coping and hypocritical words and receipts and such going on because it's still rumored. And again, like we saw with the opener, Jason...
Again, it's rumored. Josh, do you want this one instead?
Where's the other guy? There's a second guy shooting me in the air. There he is.
He said, yeah.
Third guy.
He said, yeah. He said, yeah. All right, let's see it. I love how Josh, every time I send him a pic, Josh's DMs and mine are the craziest DMs. It's just me sending him pictures and Josh doing the Italian hands emote. Try to relax your anus. That's literally our entire... We didn't even talk about the channels. Here, thanks, bye. That's literally it. That's
His ears
literally
take
our
over the
DM
whole
for me.
side of his head.
Look at these. Look at these things, boy. Hey, he can hear you around the corner. I tell you what. All right, listen. No, chat. Stop. He can hear the future. Listen, he can hear colors. Okay. You don't mind? No, I don't mind. Rise. I won't be able to add you back
All right.
because my friends list is full. But just add me and I'll figure something out. I still have 4 people waiting. So I either have to go through and just remove people that are just like inactive for like years or weeks. And then, okay, here's one for 7 weeks. I don't know. Like I'm always offline anyway, so I don't know. But if you want to add me, you can. I got to get more of those Steam trading cards to fucking increase the level. But I'll do, yeah, but just add me. He can hear next week's news. Yo,
Can
true.
climb trees to pick apples in Crimson Desert.
You sure can, Brett. You sure can. Thank you for the 2.
Schreier and others have been leaking or stating they know that
There's something to use here.
pulling back on their
If Squidward was flesh, bro, stop. Squidward cannot be flesh colored. Stop.
their first-party single-player games for PC. The PC elitists are not liking this, obvious.
We don't care. We do not care. We got the one game we wanted. Death Stranding. We do not care.
That feels kind of bad.
Because if we cared, we would have bought the games.
Exposed.
We sure as fuck didn't buy them. Yeah! We do not care. Because if we care, we would have bought them. Clearly, we didn't buy them. Beasto, thank you for the member.
If he walks into a wall, his nose hits first.
Stop it, Beasto. Thank you for the 2 and the 37 months, by the way.
Obviously, and the Xbox fanboys.
You can upgrade your Steam level just by buying stuff in the Steam Point store? Really?
Are also not liking this because they thought this was going to be
What does
played
it do,
on their
though?
newest
Is it just
hybrid
like a flex
system
thing?
there. We will, of course, have had moments to talk about that as well. But let's start off with the first example. We haven't shown Colt Cassie Cage in quite.
Wow, you can't even talk, brother. Really? Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Hang on, can I use that other piece right
quite some
here?
time. Because
I have a
typically
spare.
they're kind of irrelevant
Is that
when it
everything
comes
I
to
can do?
stuff. As you can see here that we're getting ready to show, they don't make a lick of sense. In this case, they can't pronounce half the things.
Does
they
this
won't
have the right
pronounce when
top?
It comes to the studios, Nixus. They call
It
them
doesn't.
Nexus a bunch of times. They're just going on.
I'm gonna
about
put
this
it back away.
tangent, This coping mechanism about they never liked Sony games. They fell off this generation, and that's the narrative. That's the goalpost shift and move.
Wait, but that's just objectively true.
Like, what is this?
The PS5 era has not had anything on par at all with the PS4 Pro era. PS4 Pro era was like God
as to what
tier.
he's like trying to say.
That was like the era where they
Like,
could
none
not
of it makes any
miss.
sense. Like, it's actually ridiculous. He's just fucking yapping. Thank you for the 2.
There's something with this spot right here, but I don't know if there's a light mechanic where you have to shine a light.
My headache may not
Actually,
be
hang
able
on.
to handle
I have a
this.
light.
I don't think it will, brother. I really don't think it will. I don't think it will. I think you're going to be cooked.
Anything?
I think you're absolutely cooked, Kuehl. Thank you for the 2.
No.
We'll talk about this more in just a moment, but go ahead and do your best
No.
to
Okay.
stick around for this little clip here. Here you go.
And PlayStation's been struggling, my guy. They've been
They have.
struggling. Their first party output is shit this
I'll take I
generation.
made shit up about people for 800.
It's not unique to them though. Like
correct.
everybody's
That's exactly
first party
what he's
output
doing.
has been
Thank
kind
you
of
for the
like
2 literal. So she was
bad
totally
this
right so
generation.
If y'all can afford to give up more money after literally putting out dog shit that's costing you insane amounts of money, then you know what? I fucking dare you. Sony, if you're serious about taking games off of PC.
Take
if
them
you're
all.
gonna stop releasing your first party one tentpole title a year release, if you're serious about not releasing them on PC anymore, bet. If you're gonna do that,
Vault share the same barber.
They have to. They fucking have to, bro. Like literally. Like it makes no sense. Thank you for the 2, Emmanuel.
how about you shut down Nexus Studios as well?
Yep.
In my opinion, your best fucking studio. Shut down Nexus. And matter of fact, if you really about that exclusivity life, how about you make your future games, right? Your future.
Can I touch this?
Your future live service slot.
No.
How about you make it exclusive to the Epic Game Store? If you really care about exclusives that much, if exclusives mean that much to you, make your live service dog shit exclusive to the Epic Game Store. And close down Nexus Studios. I fucking dare you, you fucking pussies. Not for nothing. Yo, you just gotta call their bluff, bro. I'm sorry. PlayStation, you don't.
Absolute king shit. Absolute king shit, brother. 100%. Holy shit. Chad, is she cooking? I think she's cooking. I think she's cooking, Chad. That's what I think.
Slow hanging.
I think she's 100% cooking.
Slow hanging while sounding too try hard.
Cassie W. Cassie W.
Don't got it like that no more.
They don't.
PlayStation ain't what it used to be. I ain't missing out on much. If
Nathan.
Ghost of Yote comes to PC, I will not be buying that because guess what? Ghost of Yote is not as good, not as flashy, not as fresh as Ghost of Tsushima was. Alright, so y'all can do this and do that. Look, man, I don't give a fuck. I don't need Wolverine. I don't need Ghost of Yote. I
Same.
don't need your next fucking
Talk to him.
retarded ass Spider-Man 3 game
Talk
that's
to
gonna
him.
throw Peter Parker under
I
a
was
bus and
eating
make him a
pizza,
pussy.
now it's bare.
Talk to him. I was eating pizza, now it's burnt. Yo, she's cooking because she's frying them up.
I don't need that shit. I don't need it. We don't need
Correct.
it. It's fine. We gonna be just the fuck fine without your fucking first party release.
Is there really a secret fucking hole here and there's nothing here to find?
No, what do you mean like you were saying?
That's
What are
upsetting.
we talking about here, boy? What are we yapping about? Huh? What?
They could have put
Pure
something there.
crash out moment from somebody that does not care about PlayStation first party games.
How is that a crash
Here's how
out?
you don't truly care about PlayStation first party single player games. If you didn't care, if it doesn't matter, right? If it doesn't matter to most of the PC community, if it doesn't matter to you personally as well, here's how the reaction would go. You hear the rumors from Jason Schreier, Sneakers.
Wait. Is he now trying to tell Cassie how she should react to things?
Mm-hmm. Gonna go the massage route?
Is this what we're doing right now? Let me tell you how to react to something. This is how you should react to something. Are you for real? I'm at a loss for words
There's an icon right here.
that he's actually trying this.
Okay, so whatever it is, it's this. It's there's a mechanic here that I'm not
So,
able to see.
all that stuff, right?
Front
Bloomberg,
facing.
all the stuff, and you're just like, oh, maybe there's some truth to this, right? Maybe there's some truth.
Can
to
I
this.
punch the wall?
If it doesn't affect me, this is how I view that. Oh man,
It
Sony,
shaked.
They're pulling back from their single.
The wall
Yo,
shook.
He thinks like he has the fucking like the plan to do it, bro. He thinks he's got it. Like, oh, this is how you would do it. This is how you should do it. This is the way to do it, guys. Like, what are we even fucking doing?
He's mansplaining. Lol, it does exist.
Yeah, there it is. That's why I thought. That's why I thought Alex was gonna go with it.
He's mansplaining. Literally mansplaining. He's telling Cassie how to act and what to say. That's bananas.
Holy shit! That actually worked.
Play your first-party games.
That was the last thing. That was the last thing I could think of, and it
Maybe
worked.
make a quick comment about it. It isn't going to be a full segment of me crashing out about them pulling off of there, right? It's not about me bashing on them for copious amounts of time, stating that they fell off and they're failing, which is completely incorrect. This is a
Another
very
Helm of the
successful
Fallen Kingdom.
generation for them, and likely to surpass consoles.
Successful doesn't mean that it's good. That just means they made a ton of money.
Agreed.
What are we even doing?
Correct.
here,
Correct.
bro?
Objectively correct. Yes.
Bald splaining. Yep.
Sales
Turning
and software
slash
sales
damage?
than that of the
Yeah.
PS4, and the PS4 was a
It makes
very
you look like a
successful
reindeer.
generation for PlayStation. Why do they think that this isn't them coping, that they are crashing out? This is the salt at a premium level here.
I can't believe lighting the torch actually worked. I would have been so mad if I looked that up and saw that that's what it was. Like, you really just have to try things in this game. It's actually insane. I forgot I had
What
these.
salt is.
He
Thank you
would
for the
definitely
two-stage.
be angry if Sony pulled out from him before they finished.
Sure would, Kill. Thank you for the 5. Like, what are we doing here, bro?
This is how you know it affects them. Why do people, what was the tangent that the piece?
If she's telling you she doesn't care, if she's telling you pull the games off, if she's telling you shut down Nixus, you don't give a fuck, it's not gonna matter. How is that salt when she's telling you exactly what you just said?
Because two things can be true at once. She could absolutely be over it and mean everything she just said, but that doesn't also implicitly mean that she doesn't care. The tone suggests that on some level she did care and that she's over it now. But that doesn't just automatically mean that you don't care. If you don't care about something, you just don't talk about it. You don't address it at all. This is a fundamental thing that an alarming amount of people on the planet Earth don't understand. Is that things you genuinely do not care about, you will not talk about, you will not reference it, you will not mention it, you will not even look at it, you won't address it, nothing. You will have zero engagement with things you do not care about. And this applies across the board to literally every single human being. It doesn't matter what it is. If you genuinely sit down and think about something you legitimately do not care about, every single time it's going to be something that you actually have no affiliation with because you do not care about it. That's how that works.
Ken, I thank you for the 28 months. Like, what are we doing?
We need to come together, win the lotto, buy Nexus and some of Sony's its and make some good games as a community. Banana Man as our mascot.
I appreciate that, Dragon Man. Thank you for the 5, brother. Like, what are we doing here, bro? For real? Like, this is what we're doing right now? Like, what is this?
PC elitists go on, why they're on PC, because they get the best, right? They get the most power, it's an open platform, you can play Xbox games, you can play...
Is the witch going to show up? Yeah, there she is.
Purified the sanctum of benediction. I had no doubt you'd manage it. The sanctum supports the stability of the abyss down here on the surface.
I wonder if this is how you unlock magic.
As with much of what we do, its true weight and effect aren't felt immediately. Your actions today have made a lasting difference.
I hope so. We've done 4 of these now. We've done 4. We don't know what we have to show for it beyond like quest completion. That's 4 out of 4. Okay, blueprint. It's just a new cuckoo item. Talk to the witch. The Witch of Wisdom. Okay, so we do have an update. Hang on, she's down here now? Oh, she's back at the house. I'm curious if this is how you unlock magic. Not that I'm a magic guy. I don't tend to, like, with the exception of the one-off of Hogwarts, I'm not really like a magic guy at all. But I do know that you gain abilities to imbue elements into your stuff. Which there was 1 or 2 that I saw that looked very, very useful. I'm not gonna pick the flowers this time because I don't need the revives.
The scales of order are rebalancing. You'll find what you seek here.
Oh wait, there's probably a dialogue option. Talk.
Thank you for reclaiming what is ours. I can feel our power flowing once more. In Pyrewell, there are 5 witches who maintain order, myself included. For ages, we have each stood our ground, seeing the world through our immortal eyes. Yet our love for the land is no different than yours. Your fate binds you to them as well. When you've met with us all, visit the Labyrinth Grove. A small gift awaits that speaks of our gratitude.
Okay. So, do I have the location of all the other witches now? A 5-minute duration. Attack +5. Okay, can I craft something with what she just gave me? I'd assume I can. Elixirs. Yep. Empty bottles. No spirit cost for 4 seconds? Oh, no. Okay, none of these are overly good. I don't have the good recipes yet. Stag beetle, longhorn beetle. I need regular lavender too. I wonder if I could just craft the last shades of blue. I had that pulled up. Hang on, let me see something. Crim desert dye recipes. What do I need for the last blues? Green, blue. So I already have bright. I have dark. Okay, what do I need for rich? Lavender, regular lavender, longhorn beetle, and a stag beetle. I know where to find the beetles because I think I know where to find the beetles. Lavender is the one that I've come across, but I don't know exactly where it is. It could wait. I don't have to do that right now. And with any luck, maybe I just find it naturally and call it a day.
PC games, you can play all the games out there. You can even emulate some of the Nintendo games out there. You can do all sorts of stuff, right? Illegally and all that. These guys pirate games. They're
oh my
really
God, dude.
A lot of them. I'm not saying every PC user pirates games, but there's a large chunk that does. That does hurt the industry. That doesn't do good for this hobby. But they're upset because they get some toys.
Bro, what do you mean it doesn't do good for the hobby? Why do you fucking care?
Yeah, that's a fair question, I think. Why do you
All
care?
you're supposed to care about in this hobby is just the fucking game.
The fun.
But you guys care more about the goddamn fucking industry and them trying to scam you rather than just actually playing the Oh. Josh. He's a shareholder, Alex. Yeah, clearly. I don't know. I don't think this one this one might not be as good, Josh. You guys pirate the games. It's bad to pirate the games. You got to give the corporation your money. No! Why do you care? Why do you fucking care?
This guy's beard is trash. Oh,
of course it is.
God damn.
It's absolute trash.
That's kind of harsh.
Thank you for the 2, Kuel.
Toys taken away. Whether they truly like those toys or not, they get something taken away from them. They don't like that. The corporations, the big bad corporations, taking that away. So
That's a weird hill to die on.
Because we're not going to buy their fucking stupid console. So now they're just going to shoot themselves in the foot. Like, this is stupid. They're going to step on a rake. This is dumb. Celeron 2 says, PS players are the most delusional people. They really think they care about Ghosts of Tsuyote and Wolverine. We have all the boxes. We just want them on PC. Correct. I only have a PlayStation 2 and a PlayStation 3 and my PC. But I'll tell you where I play all my games. Right fucking here. I'll play this after the stream. Right fucking here. Like, what are we doing?
what is it though? What is the narrative before we get to our next example? Is it PlayStation ain't got no games? You never liked the games?
But I mean, this exact counter talking point could have been leveled towards the anti-Xbox people too, who spent the better part of like 5 years pushing that Xbox has no games things, and then oddly celebrating once Xbox went third party. It was a very weird pivot that like not enough people called out, in my opinion. Okay, this guy and his fucking gun. Fuck. I'm at a point now where I feel like I'm gonna look into that flame lantern and see if it's even worth getting. If it's not, I think I'm basically all hands on deck saving points, specifically for Domain to get her off the ground so she has some skills whenever I do try to play her as well. I kind of missed the boat a little bit on that because you really are better off just fully investing in Cliff and just trying to find your way to enjoy this game as Cliff when they give you domain very early on. And now we're going through like a very long stretch where she's just been completely inaccessible and unavailable to play. On top of having to wait an eternity to get Unka as well.
Has no games, and we don't like the games it has.
This stuff emulated eventually.
Exactly. It makes no sense, and it's literally irrelevant. Like, it's stupid.
We're trying to go with. Because if it doesn't matter to you, then you would have never gloated that PlayStation games were coming to PC, whether it was...
No. See, this is what you don't understand. The reason why we gloated that they came to PC is because you clowns were always saying you should buy
Yeah, it was a spite thing. I can't give Alex that. That absolutely was a spite thing as much as it wasn't interesting.
Because clearly we weren't buying the box in the first place. And as all you guys said, look at these generational bangers. Look at these banging games. They're game of the year generational bangers. Thank you for the 2Q, by the way. Look at all these bangers that we're playing that you don't get to play because these are exclusive. And when they hit PC, we said, I guess they're not good. I guess they're not really bangers.
Don't the other PS guys say same thing about Xbox?
They do, broke boy.
It really
Thank you for the 2.
From how much PS games fell off.
It really does. It really does. And then when we say, well, we don't really like them, we don't really care, but thanks for the games, I guess.
Man, I wish I had that parting gift. I'd get so much value out of that shit.
We didn't play the games that we played. We have 40 years of video games in one platform.
Okay.
Why the fuck should I care about PlayStation 5 games? The fuck?
Okay, we got one by mistake. I'll take it.
Huh?
2 by mistake.
You know what I'm playing right now?
Oh my god.
Watch this.
Okay.
I just put... I'm not even done yet. You're going to be like, why are you playing that? I have 146 hours in Dungeon Siege 1. In Dungeon Siege 1, 146 hours.
It is kind of comical how
You're not playing this.
all PC guys never beat the allegations of being these guys that tote their power levels at all times with all their rigs. They just constantly play games that don't warrant any of that power.
What are you playing, old games?
May kindness remain ever by your side.
Oh, okay, we're here too early. Good to know. Are there any ads left to kill? I might as well try to clear this out for them and then come back to it later.
You can't do anything right now.
It's a nice voice.
Yeah, because old games are good. Like, what the fuck are you yapping about, bro?
Day and date or not, it wouldn't have mattered, so you oust yourselves.
It would have mattered if they were day and date, because then the games would actually have a marketing cycle. Then the games would actually have a reason to be purchased.
I don't want to play any of the Sony's sad Jat Sims.
Exactly, Dirty Mike. Thank you for the 1. But the problem is, they waited 2 or 3 years, or they waited 8 to 9 months, and still charged $70 fucking. No! You guys think you're the center of the universe. You guys are literally just a fucking microcosm of a little place. Do I own Spy vs. Spy? No, it's crazy.
You completely oust yourself.
Oh my god, am I really being fucking stopped?
Alex is always right. Why am I even doing this? He's perfect and huge. Thank you.
The aspect of, like, I don't care, but here's long video segments and multiple post threads of why I don't care.
No, it's not that I don't read kick to root. It's that it's always moves. Like kick is always slower, and it's just difficult for me to catch up on it when everything else is moving so fast. I'm sorry about that, by the way.
It shows you care. It's the complete opposite. You're hypocrites, and it bothers you. If Sony truly does pull back the single-party first-player
Wait, you
games,
can't grab him? Oh, you can't grab him.
Yeah, really.
Grab him like this, though.
Gotcha.
Fuck.
Yeah,
Okay,
dude, yeah,
this
dude.
asshole in the air's got to go.
Gotcha ways.
and we all know it.
No. The only reason you're happy is because now you get to gloat about your exclusive games that we were never going to play or buy in the first place. That's what it is.
That being said, let's keep going before we make this a 50-minute long video. Let's pull up a thing from Colt Eastwood. Yes, Colt Eastwood. He just has.
Colt Eastwood! I knew it! I fucking knew it!
He did call that like right at the beginning of the video.
It's the same joke every time. It's the same fucking joke every time.
It's funny.
I can't. Bro.
Exposed, exposed, exposed,
What is it with this
exposed.
dude? It's the same joke.
I'm gonna
every
expose you, sir.
Let's pull up a thing from Colt Eastwood. Yes, Colt Eastwood. He just has.
Colt Eastwood. Alex the Perfect who exposes everyone. I tried to, Rude. I'm not perfect though.
To have that foot in his mouth once again. Here we go.
Here we
Popping
go.
it up. Remember this little ditty here, right?
Did he really have to
Exclusivity
use
is
that?
dissolving, and
Yes.
game franchises and gamers will all benefit from it, right? With the meme of like, basically what gets you the most heat, most swords.
Why don't you show the date and the likes on this? Why is that cut off?
Pointed at your throat. What is?
Oh, is it? That's
this
weird. That is
depicting, right?
weird.
How long did he stay in that conviction? Well, we have a pretty
There's no reason not to show what kind of engagement he got on that.
recent clip here. Go ahead and take
Oh, kick is finally moving to Rude. That's why.
a look at this here.
Oh my god.
To have games that are so popular, so anticipated
Nose pink
that
shaped, grimacing face emoji.
Stop it, Kill. Thank you for the 2. What did you ask? I can't, there's a lot going on in chats. I'm sorry, brother. If you can ask me again, I'll answer the question for you.
no one can wait to play them. Xbox could look at something like Elder Scrolls 6, a game that millions will want to play the moment it releases.
For like a week.
This is the perfect example to hold a timed exclusive to draw people to the Xbox console, PC, and to grow Game Pass.
All right, and just like that.
Yeah, it's timed. Which means it's not going to be exclusive. So what are you trying to say? They can time it for a day and be like, there you go, bro. It's all good. Listen, didn't you guys say exclusives matter? Wasn't this the guy saying it? I'm arrogant? Oh, yeah, 100%. Come on, Darude, you got to catch up, brother. It's been moving the whole time, Power Boss? I don't know. I don't know. What about Zone of the Ender? Exactly. Brother, what is it with this dude, bro? Colt is a clown? Yeah, Colt can definitely be a clown sometimes. 100%. Agreed. Agreed.
Is it just me or are PS guys clipping a lot more?
They definitely are clipping, Broke Boy. They're definitely getting in there, like trying to get their little W's every now and then.
Eastwood again flips that narrative, moves that goalpost, sings a different tune because that's what he does. He's as fickle as the wind out there, like we've spoken upon ad nauseum, right? What can we say? It's Colt. He doesn't have any conviction. Most of these folks don't have conviction, but this is what you get when you have a full-on grifter. All these people that we...
Oh, you don't know what that word means.
That's what you are. I can't.
That is like the worst word to use with a guy like Colt.
He truly believes he's the one.
Showcase on this channel are grifters, frauds, shills. They spread misinformation, they gaslight, they do all this sort of stuff.
You're tired, Molly? I got you, bro.
All we're showing on this channel, all I'm showing on this channel is the truth.
Oh,
you're
okay.
showing the truth. You're gonna get all the grifters, right, bucko?
That settles it.
You're gonna get them all. Use every buzzword. Fraud, shills, and grifters all lined up back to back.
I'm shedding light on this stuff. Let's go
Okay.
on to another example from Colt Eastwood.
Okay, another Colt eats wood.
Do you
Buzzword
remember
maxing.
this throwback as well? He states, hashtag...
Why was it a heart?
Eastwood, do you remember this throwback as well? He states...
He made a heart transition.
Beat 10 one-eyed jackals while wearing the bear. What? While wearing the black bear? Oh, come on. Are you serious?
Somebody's in love. Somebody wants to kiss somebody else. Somebody in love.
Hashtag Starfield on PS5. I'll make sure to upload to YouTube at full...
Why don't you have the date? Why is everything cropped off?
4K 60, 50 Mbps for Sony only fans when he was making...
So wait, so Colt's not allowed to take the piss out of things? He's not allowed to make jokes? Only you guys can make jokes?
Fun of Starfield not coming to PlayStation, which we now know it is heading to PlayStation, I believe this April.
It's not really a win.
So again,
It was
that's when
actually a bigger
exclusives
win
matter.
when it wasn't coming to PlayStation.
Knows Vault Swamp that way for Colt.
I guess not. That was years ago.
So not only...
Is that why the date's not there? Because you waited like 5 years for this tweet?
I mean,
we
yeah.
constantly have this flip-flopping. They don't
What else was he
stand
gonna
on their
do?
own
He didn't have an angle to like.
Neither do you. You bought an Xbox, and you bought Xbox games. You bought Sea of Thieves. You bought the Xbox games. You talk about exclusives matter, but you sure as fuck want to play Xbox games now.
They
You're
always
celebrating
do.
that shit. You don't have conviction either. You're a clown.
That's why all this console war shit is dumb. Because all of these guys just want to play whatever they want to play. Like the brand loyalty shit goes out the window once they have no other choice but to go meet the games wherever they're presented. Which is why I hate exclusivity altogether, and I think everything should be crossplay. Just let people play where they want to play and worry about the games being good.
Ladies and gentlemen, fantastic news. They fixed the game. Patch 2 is everything we have been asking for. From flight improvements with less stamina consumption to being able to steal without losing any contribution and many more amazing things. Let's break it down. Number 1, tired of only horse mounts? How about a legendary white deer? Or the silver fang, white bear, tusk warthog?
Wait, is that why
there
I
are
got
now
one?
5 new mounts that can be obtained and summoned after completing certain conditions. For the deer, for example.
Oh shit!
you travel
That's
to
why
the
I got
north
the
to
fucking
Pilum,
wolf.
And right above the A, you can find him. Simply nuke the deer into smithereens. He'll give you a new item, the deer antlers, which you will
Bro,
then
what
take to
is that
Queen Witch's lair.
rune?
Open up her workshop. Craft
Holy
this
shit,
deer
that's
all the way to the right,
overkill.
special item. And with the Sigil of Solidarity, I now registered the deer and can summon and ride it. Hello there, my little friend. Off we go. No worries, there is more. They added more chests containing various materials throughout Pyrewell, and at the same time, they increased the treasure detection range of the Pirate King's head. That one you're getting all the way south of Hernan at the Singing Catfish boat. Then they added a new item called a
Still in my
refinement
stash.
point. With this item, equipment can be tempered up to stage 4 without consuming any additional materials. Refinement coins can be
Is that
obtained
why
from
I got
certain
that when I
main
turned on the game? Okay, that's
this is
why I
obviously
got
not
that.
interesting for people that have played over 100 hours already.
Yeah, no, it's
However,
not.
If you now find a new piece of equipment, or if you start a new playthrough, things will be a lot more convenient. Then they added a
Oh,
make
he's
now
getting sick
function,
too.
which allows food and items to be cooked crafted immediately in the cooking crafting menu once a recipe is selected. This cuts down the bonus step of having to press A to select, then select the materials, Y, craft all and go.
It's so funny. I noticed this while I was crafting something. I looked at the option that said make now, and I still instinctively pressed A to see the ingredients first to make sure they were using the correct thing. I gotta like make that adjustment mentally to just press the button and just trust the process. But I did see that I did notice this button and didn't process that it was a patch.
Now, you just press Y, instantly make now, craft, and then bop, 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 bop. We also now have a store all selected items function to move all items from the inventory to your private storage.
What?
And your private storage is now not behind Carl anymore. No, the private storage is finally back in your tent, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I hated it over there.
If you don't do it, it prevents you from interacting with the chest if you're playing Damien and Unka as you have to during a story segment. Also, they added wholesale grocery shop NPCs to regional farms in Pyrewell, so you can get even more cooking materials.
Good.
And they generally improved the knowledge acquisition so that knowledge for all items sold in shops can now be learned at once, instead of hovering over every single item individually. Most importantly, you can now interact with locked doors instead of simply wasting a key because you get too close to
That's
one.
why
You
I
can
saw
also finally
that.
get water.
I walked up to a door and it said hold something to open. And I thought that was odd. Holy shit. Obtain wells. Wait, well, you can get water from wells?
Water from wells. Yes, before wells didn't give you anything, they just existed.
Oh!
Farming with the mining knuckle drill has become more convenient because the items can be collected immediately. And the same goes for the Dimonesian chainsaw. Also, if you have reached 240 item slots and find more inventory expansion items, this will now grant you boxes containing crafting materials and other items. This goes out for you 200-hour plus players.
Wait, 240 is the max? I looked over at my screen bottom right. I'm at 240 right now. My space is done. This is it. I can't get any more. Oh, that feels bad. Well, shit. I didn't know that was a thing. Fuck.
And this little sentence, as part of ongoing visual improvements, replaced select 2D visual assets to better align with the game's art direction, refers to the AI pictures they
Okay.
have put in the game.
Don't give a
and
shit.
now
Move
are
on.
Replaced, so congratulations, anti-AI crowd. You made the move. And no worries anymore about your money in the bank. It won't vanish anymore. You can be collecting that sweet interest. Also, criminal acts do not decrease contribution before an NPC witnesses the act.
Good.
Which means I can finally enter houses to steal a flat bean basket. But since no one saw me, I am not losing anything.
Good.
Yeah, which was always a little bit weird because if I don't get seen, why would I then lose reputation?
How would they know?
Oh, this is going to make me an absolute, like, oh, I'm going to be a terrible person. This shouldn't have been, Now to controls in combat. Improved movement controls for both the player character and the horse. Movement speed increases by holding down the running key. Movement speed increases by tapping the running key once, and movement speed for the player character and horse will no longer decrease even if the running key is not held continuously. Please note that maintaining the full sprint state will still require periodic input of the sprint button. However,
Okay, I'll just get
finally,
used to that by
walking forward
playing.
and just hitting that button once, then hitting that button another time, I am zooming. That's it.
Good.
Now
Good.
let's check the horse or the deer.
W
We're
change.
riding. Then press X1, we're going faster. If I now want to go even faster, I still have to slam the button for sprinting with the horse. At least it's more convenient by the player, but what if I now hold down the button? So we're going. Then
You
I
got to
hold
get
it
speed
down.
first, I think they said.
No, doesn't do anything for the horse. There's also quite the rework to flying, gliding, and everything. First, they got rid of the aerial stab mass spamming because every consecutive aerial stab spam will now cost more. However, flight has less stamina consumption, and the stamina consumption while sprinting and crowing is reduced as well. Now sprinting is instantly there. We're not like, this is barely anything compared. I can go forever now. But what about the flying? We're going to teleport to a point. And on the topic of teleporting and fast traveling, that one get improved too. I'm not sure if it's going to be noticeable on your system depending on how good your hardware is, but it is noticeably faster. So as we fling ourselves off here, the actual gliding has way less stamina consumption. I mean, this is crazy how few stamina we're actually using up. And the same goes for, yeah, flight.
Oh, that is
vastly less.
noticeable.
I mean, look how.
That's
Dude,
really good.
Yes.
That's really
This is
good.
a 20 out of 20 change. I know the modding community already had a handle of this, but I want the game to fix my issues. I don't want mods to fix my issues. And they improved the interaction range to make interacting with NPCs more convenient. Which means even if I'm standing right behind Red, I can open up his shop. I will not be able to talk to him, right? Because like here, see, I cannot talk to him. I still have to turn around. But at least I can use his shop from a different angle. The same goes here for from back here, I could use the smithy. It's a little thing, but it just allows easier interactions. They did also increase the player's turning responsiveness during short distance movements. And this is instantly noticeable as just the whole cliff situation feels a bit more snappy. It's not much, but it's definitely something where you're like, yeah, you're gonna play 5 minutes and the whole cliff just feels smoother. They also added a weak point indicator for each element, and if you're revived during a boss fight, the enemy doesn't attack immediately.
Oh, W change. People were complaining about that big time.
There's no reachable ground. They also improved objects so they can easier to be interacted with. We'll probably notice this through our.
Oh, I didn't mean to come here. I meant to go
One of my favorite changes with the
down
patch
there.
is in the skills menu, because if we now hover over a skill, it directly shows the value improvement. So one more level of spirit is.
I noticed that too. I didn't realize that was new.
Stamina is plus 20, and if I get more healthier, it's actually quite the chunky increase. This should allow you to gauge easier how much minimal points you'd have to invest before diminishing returns appear. Amongst some bug fixes and problems you might have ran into. Goddamn Crimson Desert, that patch is really hitting the sweet spot. A lot of the issues that have been plaguing players.
Pearl Abyss is kind of killing it with these
That's only
patches.
the second patch, like a week into the game, right? 1+. There's way more to come. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Tell me in the comments below. And looking for more interesting content, I got you covered.
Kindness for a poor soul.
Yeah, the hold. I was actually still tapping. The hold does feel better. And it's a light press too, so it doesn't feel that bad on the hands. I gotta level this guy up. Once he hits level 2, he'll start actually running on stam. He's still like fairly quick with no dash right now. I went through hell to get this thing, but odds are it'll be worth the hell that I fucking endured. Shut the hell up. Damn, so I had no idea the wolf mount. I thought that was weird that it showed up when it did. And I didn't get it last night when I killed the wolf. I just killed that wolf last night, right after I ended stream. And then I turn on stream today and I get it right away.
시즌 3 소감 부탁드립니다. 시즌 3. Okay, I'm gonna read it out. Nice thoughts after playing season 3 a day. I don't think the balance team fully understands the problems with this game yet, because the exact same issues keep happening. Every time a new season of Tekken 8 drops, for example, just look at Jack on the screen right now. When season 2 came out, everyone was talking about this healthy clap bug. Yeah, they did it again. They do it on purpose. They really do it on purpose. They did an emergency patch for that, but now Jack is causing problems again in season 3. And it's the exact same problem. He just keeps spiking. And Heihachi can also spam his headbutt indefinitely. This healthy headbutt just keeps coming out like a bug. Healthy earthquake.
Here we are crafting
weapons. They do it on
weapons.
purpose, guys. You cannot tell me they don't do it on purpose. How much does Murray hate us? They do it on purpose. It is impossible to not.
It's at 21% already. That's done.
It is impossible. It really makes me think they haven't properly identified the core issues. I don't think so. There's that new system they added this time, right? Where the animation changes on a counter hit and it triggers a floor break. Is getting hit by a counter hit really such a huge mistake that you deserve to take 70 to 80 damage? That's what I've been thinking. It makes no sense for map gimmicks to trigger from a single counter hit, but they decided to add that this time. The funny thing is, not every character has it. Not everyone has spiking moves that cause a floor break. Only a few select characters can do it.
Oh, thank God this is back in here. It's so much better in here.
This was probably when Season 3 came out. To be fair, 80 damage from counter hit is normal in Tekken 8. Yeah, but not from a plus frame move. People wouldn't review bomb it for no reason. What I've been thinking is, they just stuffed way too many things into Tekken 8. If you look at Korean streams, people watch Tekken Tag 1 the most. People watched a ton of Tekken 7 when it came out too. And they watch a lot of Tekken Tag 2 as well. Compared to those, why aren't people watching Tekken 8? That's true, bro. That's true. Bro, listen. When I play Tekken 8, yeah, I have 300 to 350 viewers on Twitch. And let's say 100 to 200 on YouTube. I used to only have 900 viewers on Tekken 7. On Twitch only. 900 on Tekken 7 only. And when I watched Evo, it was around 30 to 60k. Now, 6k. No one watches Tekken tournaments. No one gives a shit. And I don't blame them. I don't watch Tekken tournaments either. Bro, if I don't watch Tekken tournaments as someone that is so invested, then why would a casual watch a Tekken tournament? There's no reason. And most of the time, if I don't watch the Tekken tournament, most of my viewers don't watch the Tekken tournament. The only incentive for them to watch a Tekken tournament is through me, so they can see what I say about the shitty gameplay. And not even for the sake of the entertainment of the game itself, but more as like a hate watcher.
Yeah.
We hate watch Tekken 8 tournaments. Did you not notice
He's
that?
not
Thank
wrong.
you, Nikolai. So understand this. We hate watch Tekken 8 tournaments. When we watch, we just watch it to hate. I just realized that. We are hate watchers. And if I were to compare this to something like, I don't know what that is, as a set traditional recipe. Just like fighting games have established fundamentals, it's fine to add a little bit to it. Like adding soft tofu to the stew, or adding some beef. Making dried radish green stew, or river snail, stuff like that is fine. You go, oh, this is pretty good, up to that point. For Tekken 8, they just needed to add a little bit of flavor to the established fundamentals. But they took brisket stew, added gochujang, threw in some cilantro, mixed in strong soybean paste. Shit it on the game, put some diarrhea, spit on it with jello, pissed on it, shat on it, puked on it. They did everything, bro. We went from a solid, listen, we went from a solid fucking $17 kebab with rice or potatoes, French fries, with some fucking like ribeye, and we said for Tekken 8 we want now caviar and maybe a wine, a expensive one, and then like do like this, like elegant people, and fucking Wagyu beef, and instead we got yum yum noodles. And not even that they cooked, they just gave us the package, but they like smashed the fucking package together, put the fucking powder in, and they told you eat it like chips. The fucking noodles for €1, the yum yum. Like chips. They just dumped everything in. Even with mushrooms, they just... they could just use pine mushrooms, but they threw in enoki mushrooms and every other kind of mushrooms, I think completely out of control.
Oh my God, this is what Nia is saying. I thought this was Medusa riffing right now. This is what Nia is saying. Jesus Christ.
Just crammed way too much stuff into it. Why is it so relaxing for people to watch the older games? Because they're clean and simple. Look at the combos in Tag 1. You launch them, hit them with one kick, or do a laser scraper into demon steel pedal.
Oh my god. He is destroying this shit.
I must say though, I think these combos are a little bit too underwhelming for this time standard. I think Tekken 7 combos were fine. That was like Tekken 6, Tekken 7, this is like the fine line. You don't need more than this. That's okay for me. But Tekken 8, bro, the game is just not savable. Pedigree, bro. We got pedigree. We don't even get food for humans. That's what you need to understand. They hate us so much. The food that they give us is not even for human beings, bro. They are for Goyim. They give us pedigree denta sticks. Not even the normal pedigree with the fucking meat that smells like horse shit, but it's meat. They give you denta sticks and you try to chew on it, but it doesn't work. Like, you can't eat it, but you keep trying.
Blade, drop by whenever you need an edge.
Look at Tekken 5 too. Combos were just jab, jab, boom, and that was it. And the neutral game resumes. You do a simple juggle and then go right back to neutral. Evading, hitting, going in to poke. It was the same in Tekken 6. People felt it was awkward at first because of the new bound, but after trying it they realized could do wider variety of combos and the
these boulders fell from the sky. Shattered our lake's barrier stone to pieces and threw us into chaos.
Barrier stone?
Yes, the sacred relic passed down in this village for generations. Oh, not that an outsider would understand. It was said to protect the village from harm, and now that it's broken, we're sick with worry, while the scholars are excited, babbling about their future research. They're not the listening sort, so I keep my mouth shut. But with the stone gone, who knows what might come through?
Is something gonna pop up here? Wait, what did it say? Find and restore the broken parts of the lake ruins pillars. Oh, so this is a very involved mission. Is that what I've been capturing in my cuckoo pot? Random items that actually belong to this? Fusion reactor. No, it doesn't sound like it. There's no icons here. Maybe these pieces are out in the world.
No loitering.
So this is something to come back to later. Once we... Oh, never mind. They put it on the map for us. I'm sorry, I'm retarded. I didn't realize they just showed it to us. Fading seal. Is there one right here? Wait, hang on. No. Barrier stones. Okay.
concept of spiking them to land an extra hit was easy enough to understand. I think that's the problem with Season 3 right now. They just need to dial things back a bit towards normal where we were. But they added even more weird stuff. So now people are like, you want us to deal with this now? With proper balance patches being rolled out? And since they marketed as back to basics, we thought it would be fine. We thought, wow, it's going to be fun. But we actually open it up. There are tons of bugs. They added weird hold moves, so people while constantly maintaining plus frames and floor breaks explode on counter hits. If they hadn't used the phrase back to basics, people would have just said, Tekken 8 being Tekken 8 and left it at it. Building up people's expectations was the problem. If they hadn't said back to basics, we wouldn't feel like we got scammed. But right now we feel completely backstabbed, which is why the reaction is like this. looking at it right now, back to basics, their concept is completely different from what we consider basic. That's what it turned to. So I think that's why it's heading towards overwhelmingly negative again. Is it on the level of Leroy's debut, Akuma or Geese in Tekken 7? Oh, that is a good question. Is what we got on the level of Leroy, Akuma or Geese in Tekken 7? If you really
I wish
want
Richie
to have
was around
my
to
honest
hear that
opinion,
question.
I think all these three characters in their worst state are better than most characters in Tekken 8. I think it's way worse now. Because everyone is Akuma with the meter. Everyone has the mid 50-50s that are homing into low that you can't step. Like, let's say fucking Victor or other characters, like you can't evade some certain 50-50, you just gotta hold
There's
it.
something down here.
That was Leroy's problem also, on top of like broken poking properties and stuff, and not being able to be punished a lot like Lars, Mr. -12. And yeah, I would fight Geese any day, bro. Like, I would really enjoy fighting Geese. Really. When I think about it, I'm trying to go into my head. Like, I wouldn't want to play Tekken 8 Deviljin against Tekken 8 Deviljin, but I would like to fight against Geese. Geese is way better to fight against. I wouldn't like to... I would rather fight against Katarina in Tekken 7 than fighting against fucking Asuka or Nina in Tekken 8. What are your worst characters you don't like to fight against? For me personally, I think it's Lily. Now with the new back turn and the new move that you cannot do anything somehow. Anna, Nina, Lydia, Clive, Reina, Claudio, Lars, Heihachi, Ling Xiaoyu, Victor. Let's just say 80% or 90% of the cast is insufferable to fight against. Everyone is horseshit. The only character that I think is still somewhat Tekken based is Kazuya. You can call me biased for that, but yeah, I just take the L. If you think that's biased, I don't mind. Because I still have that sense of counterplay with this character. I don't have that with the other characters. And that's not because I don't know the matchups. You see me play in ranked, I fuck most people. So that the game itself is the problem. It's not because of specific characters. Character balance can be just tweaked. We could just complain, wow, they came out broken and then wait for a patch. But this is just the game itself. Looking at YouTube comments, there's something a lot of people are saying. It feels like the developer's current stance is just ignoring whatever the users say. Even when users give feedback on places like Twitter, the devs ultimately just build it according to their own philosophy. Yeah,
there are a lot of games. You know what? There's a lot of games right now. There's a lot of games right now where that actually feels like that's what's happening. And I think that's why, like, you're seeing so much glaze right now for Pearl Abyss and Crimson Desert. Because clearly we are seeing the opposite with these guys. Like, we're telling them what's wrong with the game. And so far, for now, for the time being, they seem content to actually address what we're complaining about. So far. That can always change at a moment's notice with priorities and deadlines and shit. So it's like you kind of have to enjoy these guys while they appear to have like a finger on the pulse. Because nobody can stay good forever. It's just not how it works.
Also said that, use the fucking Discord and tell them your opinions and be active and all this shit. I would have appreciated it if no one would have said anything there and they just left it fucking empty. You know, just at some point, bro, how much do you want to get mistreated and gaslighted? At some point, how much do you want to be shat in your face and then expecting a different outcome? That's so weird. That's why I didn't even join that Discord. It's just a waste of time. Everyone should know why they made this Discord. They made it so that no one complains on Twitter too much and they don't have so much bad PR. They don't give a shit about you. The video is almost done. Do you have any ideas on how to improve it? He's gonna say it's not savable. For example, removing chip damage or removing the heat system. Honestly, from my perspective, I don't think they can fix it anymore. I think it reached a point where it's beyond improvement. Let's go back to the food analogy. You have to take ingredients out of a dish. The food is already cooked. You can't take them out now. The only answer is to cook a whole new dish. That's the answer, yeah. The answer is a complete new dish, a complete new Tekken. Tekken 8 is the biggest fucking flop, the biggest horse shit, the shittest fucking Tekken I could have ever imagined, the fucking most Jewish Tekken I could have ever envisioned. Jewish is good, yeah, of course. So basically this game is chosen by God. So yeah, the game is not savable. This is Knee, the best player, one of the best players of all time. We don't want to disrespect Arslan Ash, obviously, but this is Knee, bro. This is Rox Dragon's Knee. DRX Knee. Anyways, queue it up. No, I don't want to play Tekken today. Tekken 7, bro, was nothing like this, bro. We went with some excitement into the streams, the energy. Most of you have no idea what a real Planted Medusa stream is, bro. When you think you see my Tekken streams, you think, oh, peak. Oh, sick. Bro, you had to be there in Tekken 7. People thought this is like their Netflix. It's like fucking Pro7. Simpsons at 6. Like, that was the shit. I watched my own streams. It was fire. You have no idea how fire it was.
Because he was actually having fun.
Tell you about it. I cannot even explain how it was.
It is bittersweet. It is actually very bittersweet. When you have a thing that you were around for so long that you can remember the times that you were having fun, and then you look at the current time, for whatever reason, it's not what it was before, and you can't force that feeling of having fun. You just can't. That's not how it works. It's very bittersweet. That's what happened to me with Heroes of the Storm, actually. It was the same exact thing, too. It's like every day you get on with energy, like excited to like play the game. You wake up, you're excited, and then time goes by, things about the game changes that can't be unchanged, and you never get that feeling back ever again. And in my case, you have the totally normal response of moving on and just doing other things compared to the zombies who are still there to this day. And they will effectively die still over there. But that is their choice. Okay. That's what hate to hear so much he's not watching. Oh, we got a Grizzly video. We have a Grizzly video. Let's go to the run. I didn't think I was going to get to that video, but I will. Let's pivot really quickly.
All right, so as you can see, this woman really seems to like the Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone trailer.
Oh no, he's so cute. It looks really good. Everything looks really good. It has the HBO money. Oh, I'm so excited. I didn't know it was coming out on Christmas.
But I have to ask, does your love for this trailer outweigh your hate for J.K. Rowling?
That is the question.
Is your hatred of someone who dares say something negative about trans people more important to you than your love and appreciation for a franchise that's been around pretty much your entire life?
Yes.
I grew up with the books. I love them. And I don't like the author. That's probably really fucking clear. I don't like the author. I think they're a terrible person. And that's the long and short of it. We don't need to argue about that.
I don't think I can pickaxe this. No, I can't.
Oh, but people did comment, and they're hilarious, and we will get to them shortly. Also, what the hell does this say? You don't have to fight for billionaires that don't care about people.
Me, like so many other people, got through a lot of shit with this series. And it sucks that the author turned into a piece of shit. Not even turned into a piece of shit. It sucks that we learned that the author's a piece of shit. It sucks that the author is a piece of shit.
A piece of shit. And by the way, do you know what the funny thing is about all this at the end of the day? J.K. Rowling is on your side most of the time when it comes to political issues you care about.
She sure is.
She did break the #1 rule of being a woke lunatic, which is that you cannot say anything bad about the alphabet people.
I don't know, like, I hate the author. I really think I'm just gonna sail the 7 seas. I'm just gonna pirate it up, put my pirate hat on, and watch the show.
Well, apparently that's not happening because after uploading, the title of this video has changed to Not Watching, with an updated pinned comment basically saying that by pirating the show, it might encourage other people to go out on their own and watch it on HBO Max themselves, and that's
Oh,
just
can I burn the chain?
unacceptable.
Is Wayne Brady gonna have to choke a bitch?
Do me a favor real quick, hit the like button
No.
if you think this woman is nuts.
Now a lot of us are just left in this boat of, yeah, I want to watch the new show, but I don't want to support what they do.
You know, there's this thing
There's a
people
torch
do
here.
called separating the art from the artist. I do it myself all the time. Works quite well, actually. Or just think of it like you're supporting the kids and all the production people who worked really hard on this show. That's
Okay,
who
something
you're
caught
supporting.
fire.
But you just can't do it, can you?
Like, I want to be excited about this. I am excited about this.
Can you melt the
I don't know how to
chains?
feel.
The hate is swelling in you now.
Is it gonna fail? I don't know. Like, are people, has it soured in people's mouths because the author is fucking trash and just can't keep her mouth shut? Any chance that she has to say that she's trash, she's gonna put it out there, and it just fucking kills me the way that she's like, yeah, I went by J.K. Rowling, you know, J.K. to kind of like trick people into not knowing that she's a lady.
How does that work? Where does that expression come from? It doesn't make any sense.
Make it stop!
Because she figured more people would read her book about her huge fucking issue with trans people, and then she's like, yeah, and then I'm gonna make another fucking book under like Robert Galbraith, another fucking man. So it's okay when she wants to like play man or whatever the fuck she thinks she's doing, or she calls it, or whatever she thinks other people are doing. It's okay for her when she wants to do something else, but when other people actually have feelings and they're like, no, this is who I am, she's like, not on my watch. Not on my watch. Like, bitch. These people, this is who
Okay,
they
so
are. And
clearly
you think
the
that's not appropriate, but you're like, yeah,
the
I'm just gonna
torch
use
here
this-
has
I'm
something to
just
do
gonna
with the bottom.
Pretend to be a guy so I can make money.
Damn it, Wade!
Pretending to be a guy so she can make money. Wait, I thought she hated people who pretended to be genders that they're not. Why would she do? I don't know. This woman's insane. All right, let's check some of these comments out because they're absolutely hilarious and the perfect example of
When the chips are down, these
Civilized people, they'll eat each
they'll
other.
eat each other.
All right, let's check this thread out. This is a good one. We got some women's rights versus trans rights action going on.
It doesn't seem to be doing anything. Hang on. Wait, what if it's like a double thing where you have to like set it on fire,
but being completely
right?
intolerant to
And then
someone
push
else's
it.
opinion is wild.
Nope.
And yes, there is, unsurprisingly, of course, a no ice sign casually sitting there in the background. Be so
Okay.
for real. I'm not intolerant to her opinion. I accept her.
I am out of ideas. Let's find out where I went wrong here. Here we are. Okay. No, he's going into the skill tree. Turning slash. Oh, you have to cut the base? Ah. That's how you break metal. Damn, I heavily overthought this. I really heavily overthought that one. I hate this game sometimes.
her stance 100%, and I choose to not support
Stupid
her.
ass Torch.
You know what I don't do? I don't use my incredible wealth to harm marginalized groups. Translation: trans people getting their feelings hurt is unacceptable. You called her a piece of shit.
And it sucks that the author turned into a piece of shit. Not even turned into a piece of shit. It sucks that we learned that the author's a piece of shit. It sucks that the author is a piece of shit.
I don't agree with many things she said, but she is not coming from a place of hate as you and so many of her critics do, but from a place of concern for women's rights, and some of her concerns absolutely have value. I call her a piece of shit and you throw a bad faith tantrum in the comments. She literally uses her money and platform to hurt marginalized groups of people, and still you're mad that my opinion is that she's a piece of shit. I can feel your anger. Tantrum, and here I thought I was just making an argument, but that's exactly what I expected. Have a nice life. Yes, you are just arguing for a turf billionaire.
Kids, you're both just awful.
So anyway, wrapping up now, it's important to note that the J.K. Rowling hate coming from this woman is not an isolated incident.
Now, a lot of you were asking whether we would even cover this show, given J.K. Rowling's abhorrent comments on social media about trans people and the anti-trans causes she is donating money to.
I mean, but ultimately, as always, love J.K. Rowling, and she sucks, but yeah.
Because she's decided to put so much money and time and hateful energy into actively harming trans individuals.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
You're going to be alienating a lot of people because of She Who Must Not Be
love
Named's
Grizzly
ongoing stupidity.
Those Harry Potter movies are really good.
They are good.
I really like.
Yeah.
I really
Unexpected.
Yeah. I know it's like controversial, and like we shouldn't be, putting money in the pocket of inhumane legislation right now through that she'll remain nameless. But
what a fucking bitch, am I right?
And I think at this point it's abundantly clear that when this show comes out, there's going to be a ton of fireworks, and I am here for it. And I hope you all are here on the channel for it as well. So please make sure you subscribe, turn on that notification bell, hit the like button on the video, and most importantly, as always, thank you all for watching.
You know, I'm gonna go back to that video and see if he shows. I don't have the first clue about where to fucking put shit. There was a fucking video there that I wanted to see. Crimson Desert. Does he show how to connect these shits? He does, thank God. Dev speaks out against and expose Unreal Engine 5 problem. Oh, nice fit, bro. I didn't even notice. That fucking cape is hard. I'll get it eventually. Okay, that one goes on the right. Okay, let's just lay these shits all out, I guess. Carranzo. No place, because this fucker is standing in front of me. There we go. Yes. Thank God these little runs aren't really like tedious or annoying. It's an aggressive forehead you got there, bro. Okay, now all you... Okay, they're all gonna stand around blocking wherever I need to spawn my next items. Jesus. Okay. God damn your audio, bro. 4? 4 goes into that one. Okay, I'm glad he hovered the number. Thank you. That's highly appreciated, despite your overly loud fucking clicking. Uh, 4. Turn. There you go. Okay. God damn, I lined mine up so much better than this guy. Okay. Loud clicking! Loud clicking! Dunk, 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 dunk. 3. Okay. Oh my god, I did that twice. Jesus. 3, 3. Out of the way, asshole. Ow. Fuck. All right, let's see what happens. Boss fight? Yep, looks like it. Boss fight. I bought one of these before.
It was a summoning stone.
I can't move! He's shitting on me! Oh. He fucking vulgar thrusted my face! He's gonna do it again! He's vulgar thrusting my face! Oh, that sucks. Okay.
It's all fun and games till someone gets shot.
Welcome back to the channel, everyone. There's this viral clip that's making its way around the player base right now, and it's about Michael Murray. For those of you who don't know, he is the producer of Tekken. A lot of people misunderstand and think he is like the translator for Harada or Nakatsu, but he does more than just that when you're talking about the way that the game is created and how it's made. Something else that he also did just as kind of like a side hobby was in Tekken 7, he used to live stream. Now, when he live streamed, a lot of people would make fun of his gameplay because his rank wasn't that high and his skill wasn't that good. So when the game started to turn south and he was arguing with people on Twitter, a lot of the people would retaliate against the things he was saying, trying to defend the direction of the game by saying that he's a trash player. Now, I never really backed that conversation because Michael Murray's job is so mysterious to where we don't know exactly what it is that he does for Tekken. Like, he tells us for Tekken 8 that he just tests and give feedback to the guys. He kind of gave direction at the start and would approve like budgeting things when they asked for like more money for story. He would like report those wants to Bandai Namco. So maybe that's more so what his job is about. And really, in order to do that, you don't need to be good at the game. But when you talk about like Harada and Nakatsu, when those guys were leading or are leading, they do need to have a more grounded take of the game. But the reason why this clip is going viral is not because of Michael Murray's skill, it's because of what he's saying. And what he's saying is kind of like what players are feeling right now, what we've been talking about since Tekken 7 Season
Level
3,
5 Ice Res.
Talking about since launch of Tekken 8,
shit.
what we're talking about Season 2, Season 3.
Is this a regular item?
Constant war, and it's not even a war between casuals and hardcore players. It's more so just the
oh my god, you have to use the contracts.
Casuals.
Is that why my places are so dog shit? Do I how many of these do I have? Oh my god.
They're doing that is because of Tekken Tag Tournament 2. They tried to make
I'm fucking retarded.
Based, and it didn't work. A lot of people blame the failures of that game on marketing and Call of Duty's dominance that was at the time. When Tekken Tag Tournament 2 released, you had juggernauts like Black Ops 2, Black Ops 1, Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3 releasing, and nothing could compete.
I hope to God I used the other ones I bought. I actually don't remember if I did.
Factored into Tekken Tag Tournament 2.
I am fucking retarded.
The way that it did, but the one that the developers constantly bring up is how the game just completely ignored the casuals and catered to the hardcore players. And this is why after Tag 2 they started to cater to casual players, and it paid off in Tekken 7. Tekken 7, you will hear a lot of people describe it as a very good middle ground. People probably would disagree at which season that was, 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5.0 update, but it was kind of a good middle ground. You were able to showcase skill. Some things was made easier. The game sold a lot of copies. Those copies were inflated by the pandemic, but still, what we kind of felt like was success was had in Tekken 7. Record-breaking tournament numbers, so many content creators and meme posters popping up out of nowhere. Tekken left the dark ages that Tekken Tag Tournament 2 kind of created.
You have quite the discerning eye, don't you? Indeed, these gravestones are mystical, as though light dwells within them. Now, if you take this helmet over there and put it on, you will come upon a sight that will truly startle you. A gravestone bearing constellations. Who could have crafted such a thing?
Oh, I just noticed I loaded in today and that blood spot is gone. Thank God. Is this a better version of the one that I have? Some special equipment must be assigned to the dedicated slot at the bottom right before it can be used. Press the details button. Special equipment, select Constellation Helm, then press LT/RT to use it. Reveals constellations that were previously hidden. Okay. Oh, they want me to look at the sky. Oh, this is interesting. Stargaze. Hello? How the hell do I do this? LT/RT. Do I need to like deactivate? I'm gonna just take this off. Nope. Simple clicking didn't work either. I don't believe this. I'm gonna have to Google this one too. LT/RT. I'm absolutely pressing the right stuff. I'll put my fucking bow back on because that didn't make any difference. Not working anymore after patch? No, come on. Same here, can confirm, bugged. Character stopped moving after focus, bugged on Xbox as well. God damn it. Alright. Well, it confirms that I'm not the one doing anything wrong. Also, let me check right now to see if I can upgrade the pelt. No details. I hate everything. Details. Why are they giving me these placeholder items that I can't upgrade? That's so frustrating, man. It supercharges my fucking ice defense, for sure. Alright, whatever. I'm gonna have to hold on to it for when I go to the hardcore zone.
You know, Harada said back then, and also right before he retired, that Tekken Tag Tournament 2 almost killed the franchise, so Tekken 7 had a lot to recover from. And the developers, I'll repeat again, they feel the sole problem was that they catered to hardcore players and they ignored casuals. So when you see them doing the opposite in Tekken 8, that's kind of why. The scary thing is that they're not necessarily wrong for doing that because they reached 12 million copies in Tekken 7. So of course, looking at it from the perspective of we tried to cater to casuals and it worked, let's do more of that, it makes sense. But at the same time, what they didn't do in Tekken 7 was ignore the hardcore players. So now that that is like a big thing that's going on in Tekken 8, that is where the problems lie. And the way that they're going about, you know, catering to casuals is by reducing the skill ceiling, reducing sidewalking, reducing backdashing, adding a lot of
12,
homing
130.
attacks that
Damn,
force
that's pricey.
mix-ups.
100, 500.
Mix-ups mean no matter who you are or your skill level, you have to guess. Now, you can make an educated guess based on the player's patterns and play style before leading up to the moment.
Skyroot
But
cultivation.
still a guess.
Wait,
And
what do
then
you
when
use
hear
Skyroot
them
for?
Then start making things easier. That also factors into it as well. Now, this is where this clip comes into play, because a lot of people feel like Tekken 8 is only amplifying what started in Tekken 7. So when you hear Michael Murray sitting here on his loading screen waiting for the match to start, Tekken 7 had very long loading screens. He answers a question from the chat, and then that question is exactly what we're dealing with now. And you can see this, that they had these ideas in Tekken 7, but the game was already made. So when they had the opportunity to make a new game, boom, clean slate, let's make it how we want. Listen to this. The tweet says, "This is one of those moments where I felt like the game producer, Michael Murray, accidentally said the quiet part out loud. If your competitive game isn't skewed towards higher level players, then what you have is a glorified party game." Explains a lot about the current state of Tekken 8. Now let's listen to this.
Speed up sidesteps with 2 frames. Yeah, but then like there was just way too much sidestep in attack too, which was one of the things that made the game skewed just to higher level players.
That's an interesting way to describe your game that has 3D movement. 3D movement means that you can move around in 3 dimensions, forward, back, up, down, left, right. But here you have the producer who has a big influence over the game saying that the problem is that you had too much sidestepping, too much freedom, and that was creating this skill gap. And instead of trying to teach players or to make players think about how can we get them to move in a 3D space, they just was like, let's restrict the players who can do it. The players who already learned this ability, let's restrict that, so that people who don't really know how to play the game can hit them and light them up and catch them when they're not supposed to move. This explains Tekken 8, and it also explains why Tekken 8 will never be addressed, because Tekken 8 is that subtle, small little thing that they did to add a little bit of inconsistency to the game, but also make it to where you get clapped. I mean, listen to it again.
Act 2, which was one of the things that made the game skewed just to higher level players.
Way too much of it. That's like if Street Fighter said there was too much jumping. That's like if Mortal Kombat said there's too many projectiles. That's like if Call of Duty said there's too much shooting going on. 3D movement is everything. And with the developers viewing that as a problem, you can see how Tekken 7 got worse, but you can also see how Tekken 8 started trash, but then when they got those immediate sales and like the positive feedback that they did, they kept going down that path, and now they don't want to stop. Now, I know a lot of time has passed between then when Michael Murray said this and now, and it wouldn't completely be fair to take old clips and apply that to the person almost like, you know, like
retroactively
almost or something like that. But the reason why it sticks is because this is what the developers are doing. When we looked at the patch notes, it said all of the changes were really around like making characters easier and making them more like, you know, what Tekken 8 is. So it just sucks that this is what gaming has become in the year 2026, where all of the games are saying screw the hardcore audience we've been building up over the majority of our lifespans of the franchise, and we want to just kind of get those casual people who just play a game here and there. They play it for like 10 minutes, buy some skins, show up on a new update, and then they leave.
I think this is yet another, I feel like a broken record. This is yet another one of those things, those scenarios of two things can be true at the same time, and this one's more about the devs more than the players for once. The two things being true is that, well, actually this one's towards the players. The hardcore base of any game just isn't enough to fully hard carry a product the way shareholders would prefer. They never are. There's not enough of them. However, at the same time, the devs need to understand that the audience you have is the audience you have. And you cannot forsake your hardcores for the sake of chasing after casuals who are just going to have their fun and then basically dip once they're done having their fun. Because that's the nature of being a casual.
Really what every person, every developer kind of wants is that casual player who shows up kind of frequently, not for a long time, doesn't really know too much about the game, so you could change things and like it not really make sense, but they still enjoy it, they still kind of consume it, and then they also give you a bunch of money because they feel satisfied with how you made everything easy and how they were able to progress. It sucks. Tekken 8 is doing it, most other games is doing it, and hopefully conversations like these can slow down the process, at least with Tekken.
Am I supposed to follow him? Oh no, thank God. Okay, that's everything. Thank God I found that random gold bar on that one guy, so I bought me a little bit of time without being a broke boy. My fucking bank account was getting dicey. I don't remember how to get to the fucking vendor. Oh, there he is. He's over here. These research things are how I ended up broke in the first place. Because I didn't realize these shits were so expensive. I didn't even realize there was a currency tied to this. I just kind of like said yes to like a bunch of research without looking at it at all. And like drained my fucking resources dry. Cloud cart. I don't even know what Skyroot is, to be honest. Whatever that second upgrade is, though, it's fucking expensive. This one is the most hefty. Woof. I think we'll go for this first, because this gives us an out to increase our health. That I know is like, it's like super endgame. I don't actually know what Skyroot does. It'll allow you to harvest seed from Skyroot. But it doesn't tell us what Skyroot does. Medicinal herbs. It's a 6-hour research with this one is 12. I'm going to end up going for both of these anyway, so I guess that's okay.
One must. We shall speak again later.
Sure. Let me go back to the kids. I'm pretty sure I have a research lingering over here. I wish they would have added a fast travel by the kids. That would have been very, very nice. It's down here by this house specifically, if I remember correctly. Yeah, because there's nothing. I have to like go over here and then just ride. We have... You know what? I'm gonna leave this on the side and let's see this man rocking out for a bit.
Come on, Dex. You're from under my desk. Don't let these bum bitch ass niggas get you suspended.
First 10 minutes, gotta black it out. After, or first 5 minutes, whichever one it is. After that time thing goes away, you're gonna see that shit flying like normal.
It again, all right? Let's use code words when we say shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly.
Defeat 3 enemies in 1 minute without using a weapon.
Code words for everything. You know how we rock in the stream. We don't ever say shit blatantly. We beat around the bush with little code words and everything like that. They banned them on Emerald. That's crazy. How? They only try to f with my gifters. That's it. Like if you're a candy dropper, yeah, I don't know what the f they banned you over there for. I don't know what the f you said. Yeah, because what we're doing is I'm just letting the bands cook to the end of the year. I don't reset them no more. So that's like all of March. I think that's all of March and a little bit of February. So I'm just gonna let that shit cook. Yeah, I want that there to remind everybody that comes in my stream how many people I ignore.
Well, that worked. That was easy.
And how many people come here to harass me. Basically. Make it a 10. That'll give me a already need a refill on carbs. Yeah, bro, it's crazy. Like I said, it's just it's just basically you're a part of a fake cool club. If you have fake hate for me, that's all it is. You know what's crazy about streaming, right? What's crazy about streaming is, you know that support up there is not guaranteed, right? Let's just say if I stream for a whole month and nobody drop candies. Like that's the reality of it. We don't do free cash no more. That's the reality of it is.
What the hell? Didn't he just get that sponsorship?
Is definitely it's a sign of time and space giving you signs that what you do is warranted, what you do has a purpose. Because what are the chances that I could still be low tier god, have the luxury of being low tier god 10 plus years later, and then have new people come here and the platform and, you know, come rock out and really support the platform? Like, what are the chances that type of shit actually happens? You know what I mean? When you're in my streams, it's equivalent to like you having friends and you guys bagging on each other. Unlock you from what?
What the fuck are you paying everybody?
You get a small, peppery picogram of a feeling of how it is to be me. Because these weirdos DM you. So it's like, whatever you think you're dealing with from weirdos, add a million times when it comes to me. All right, so keep ignoring these weirdos, block them, the brakes. Don't let these get you cooked again. All right, code words for everything. If it's something you feel is even slightly TOS, don't even say it. Remap it. As far as I was working, believe it or not, when I got on stream, I was working on Soul Swap and doing some other shit. Yeah, block and report these weirdos that keep harassing you. I'm saying it's just like people, you know, these gotta understand that like it's meant for me to be an entertainer. Like it doesn't make any sense for you to hate on somebody that literally put themselves in a place to even be able to have the luxury of being an entertainer for a living and having those particular people rock with them and not being a part of some fake TikTok train where if you see me in person, you would try to, you know, you would basically try to ride my dick and beg me for pictures. So anyways though, and that's the thing, like, let's just say if you did say some weird shit in chat, I'm not even gonna respond to it. My mods are probably gonna get you before I do. That's the fuck part about it. Like, my mods, we have so many barriers in place, and if something does squeeze through the cracks, bro, they snipe you before it even gets to me. It's like,
dude, this is how I got caught. 130 silver for this, for whatever this is. I don't even know what this is or what it does. That's what broke the bank. 130 silver. I just kind of said yep without even like looking into it. Jeez. Freya's. Oh, these are all the elixirs right here. There's something missing in that chain right there. Gathering. Reachwood Ruins.
Learning. There's still so much interesting stuff left to see. See you next time.
Does Jeff Bezos know when they get fired? No.
We're almost on the 5-minute mark.
Works, the way I designed it is that my back's always against the wall until one day, hopefully, I get the luxury where it's not.
Oh, LTG, you should let me get that mod too.
You know, I might consider that shit. You know how the stream works, right? I'm a streamer that maybe does like a band or night per platform.
Oh,
4,600 subs.
no.
Shit's ridiculous. Like, I've been
I
seeing
thought this
people-
was a. Oh, I'm selling this.
That's a
I
part
thought
of
it was a
Skyrim.
headpiece.
That is a byproduct with way less subs.
Damn. Okay, never mind.
Like, you're a byproduct with 2K.
Fortification?
It's amazing how far things have come. But I must always remember the trajectory that brought me here.
Hey, can I borrow those new superhero action figures you brought from out of town? These? Yeah. Bring them back tomorrow.
I don't even know why I did that.
Look at the fade, bro. That joint choppy as hell.
He cute, but that haircut crazy. Oh well.
Man, who lined you up like that? Woo.
Stop! You gonna make me cry laughing.
I got a seat for you, broski.
I'll be right back. Grab him, bro, before you get back.
Only take a couple.
Oh, man. No Razor scooter?
Why did he? Bro, whoever put this together is like terrible. They stole the video game cartridges by just shuffling them around on the ground without picking them up. And then he opens the door by grabbing the top part, the lock, and not the handle.
Hey, bro, what you get for Christmas?
What you get, bro?
Damn. You ain't getting nothing.
Hey, look at bro sneakers. Ain't no way those real.
Move, bro. I'm about to crash out. I'm about to end both of them right now. Stop. Don't throw your life away for a room full of nobody. Walk away and you win, man. Don't be a statistic.
Mr. Vanderbilt, I need a pass out of this class. I can't sit back there right now.
Yo, he wildin'. Somebody get him a hall pass. Man, wildin'.
Calm down, D. Calm down. Security.
Nah, man.
Let's go, son.
It made him as obnoxious as possible.
Why isn't she answering the phone? I called 20 times!
Did somebody else make this for him, or did they do this to roast him? I wasn't paying attention when he started all of this. It just randomly started. Dale saw his AI slot machine is going away soon, so he's speedrunning making Daily Wonka and the... No way, bro used AI to make an entire movie out of his childhood trauma. What the fuck is wrong with this man? Fan count higher than viewer count. Yep. My S-rank party left me, but I am secretly the strongest as backstory. How long does this go on for? Jesus Christ. Oh my God, this goes on for an eternity.
no way she's here with that ugly ass dude.
He wouldn't have said that. You know what? I'm gonna end word.
Skeezer, bro. You really up here in the same movie I asked you to go to with a lame?
Hurry up, that man is right behind us.
That's your left dip, baby.
Thank you for coming over, baby.
No problem. You sure your parents are gone for the weekend?
You're on a cruise. Come in.
Wait, hold up. This yours?
Yes, silly. It's mine. Did you want to play?
There
with
is
the
also
baby?
something extremely hilarious about him getting played over and over and over by the black chicks, and then his ultimate fucking way out is going to the snowflakes.
Sure, that's cool. Wait, hold on.
That's actually hilarious.
Yeah, I do. Go ahead. I'll be back.
Hey, bro, you really in here with my baby mama? I'm about to take flight.
Walter, get out of here! We're not even together! Leave before I call the cops!
I'm so sorry, baby. I don't even know how he knew you were here, I swear.
Didn't you tell me he knew where you live? Foul. Don't call me baby. You can't be trusted ever again.
Must have been the Adreno spirits. I nearly forfeited the night's labor. Unacceptable. Time to resume. Rotate the anchor matrix. The energy doesn't spill, just loops back. Mirror
Oh
the
my
phase,
god.
and the bridge
This dude is
stabilizes.
such a fucking
Mirror the
character.
phase and anchor the perimeter. The energy shouldn't leak. Positive term cancels the drift. No, that's wrong. Maybe a closed loop will stabilize it. Connect here, bring the eigenvalues across. Still unstable.
Defense goes up by
Mr.
3.
The transfer function remains unitary. The vessel's identity stays orthogonal to the host. The invariants fight me, but they balance. Watch this cancel. Here, eigenvalues converge. The determinant collapses at 0. That's the hinge. If the boundary
is
condition
this
holds,
shit?
phase coherence is preserved.
Oh my god, I'm sending this to
Figured it
Richie.
out. Time to get a subject.
Richie's gonna love this.
Gentlemen, may I inquire if any of you are interested in acquiring the most lucrative bag you have ever encountered in
May I inquire if you want to inquire? Really?
your lives?
You really think we can trust him?
Man, it sounds good, but stuff like this ain't never free.
Still, could be the break we've been waiting for. Alright, then we all in, together.
Splendid. If you agree, and all of you sign here, we can begin to proceed. I will also need any weapons or contraband surrendered immediately.
Yo, what is this?
Smells like chicken.
I'm great.
The fuck? That's so
He ain't
random.
say a word.
Are you enjoying the food and refreshments?
That's so random.
Yeah, solid. Pretty good, man. Can't complain.
There is more than you can possibly imagine waiting for you at the Covenant Factory Research Center. Assume the refreshments are acquired to your normal adequate taste. We made sure everything was seasoned to perfection and grape drinks similar to nostalgic Shasta.
He's throwing so many unnecessary words into this script. Jesus Christ.
If you are all finished indulging, we can prepare to leave. After you, gentlemen.
Man, what's gonna happen to us when we get there?
Check is
I don't know,
occupied.
bro. Feels like we stepping into something we can't see. Might be a setup, could be nothing. Either way, it don't sit right.
Look at him. He ain't said a word since we got in. Just staring out there like he know the ending. You think he's taking us to the same place they took the others?
Yo, this whole ride feel mad weird.
Ain't no telling what we walking into, bro.
Real.
Keep it cool, we gonna see.
It's just like Evil Streamers University.
It's like a giant steampunk lab on the hill.
Them windows big enough to drive a train through.
Whole thing look alive, bro.
Welcome, gentlemen. These doors only open when they know who's walking through. To your left, Muscle and Menace on a turntable, each one hand-built, one of one. To the right, every grail you ever chased, suspended, untouched. Gentlemen, welcome to the vault. Every pair lives in a pressure-sealed cylinder, untouched by time. This model, 85 high top, first run, mint. Market value sits north of 300,000 and still rising.
300, that's wild.
Look at the leather.
Did they
bro.
use the
Left
same
box.
black dude for those two characters?
Jeez.
Craft on this level isn't owned. Gentlemen, welcome to the gallery. All the power you can dream of driven by steam and steel. Man, that's wild. Abundance is a language of precision. Each corridor here is a paragraph in that story.
This hallway gleaming, man.
Floor look like he remembers every step.
Feels like money breathing in here.
Notice the
You know what's funny is that the way they wrote this in the AI algorithm, they're using a bunch of words that like a retard would see as like high IQ, high level, and hard to follow, which is supposed to be the point.
tree lapel aligned with the heart, emblem pointing forward. Nothing by accident.
Oh, space talking quiet, but it's loud, you know?
Yo, up top. This way, gentlemen. Notice the light? White chrome reflects everything. Nothing hides.
I was about to say, this guy looks unique.
Clean, exact. In this studio, we don't chase smiles, we design them. Every surface is drafted like architecture. This veneer is 60 microns thick. Gentlemen, the LLC generator.
Seek me out and I'll send you to an icy grave.
Business at your disposal, fully equipped and legal for
Who is that?
transactions.
Yo, this look like some time travel stuff, for real. You telling me I just hit that and it's official? Man, we could have the clothing line set up tonight.
How do I find him for a rematch?
Welcome, gentlemen, to the Pitbull Pen.
Yo, these dogs look like tanks, bruh.
For real. Look at the muscle on that gray one.
This whole setup, wild, steam, gears, all that. Feels old school, but straight from the future, man.
They ever go at it in here?
Only when instructed. Why toil in obscurity? With this Skynet bot farm, a single command unleashes 10,000 autonomous viewers. They don't just watch, they give subs, pad your metrics, and manufacture a viral legacy. We have
View body.
fame itself.
Hold up, bro. You telling me we really about to be the next biggest streamers? Thousands of viewers, hella subs, fans rocking with us crazy?
Gentlemen, it starts with the card. This press generates government-compliant EBT assets, preloaded and ready for immediate circulation. Efficiency is the new social contract.
You really got the EBT printer in the cut.
This is horrible.
The grooming gallery. Our fiber
This would have been so much funnier if this was done by one of his ops. If this was done by one of his ops, this would have been perfect. Oh, the person's back.
We have distilled the essence of the Sunday dinner. Grease, seasoning, and tradition.
Okay.
Steam and steel.
I know I smell them collard greens and yams. The steam press is literally smashing out fried chicken wings. That's wild.
Hang on. Okay, so now that I know what I'm dealing with here,
Saccharine Sanctuary.
let's switch up the fit.
Distilled the very soul of the Sunday finale. Peach cobblers with a permanent golden crunch, banana pudding with the consistency of a cloud, and pound cake.
I didn't take that ice warning
This is tradition.
serious enough. Now I will.
Yo, the smell in this bit is crazy.
Feast your eyes, gentlemen. From the crunch of a flaming hot to the golden glaze of a honey bun, we have automated the soul of the corner store, all rendered in high-definition flavor at the pull of a lever.
Oh, God, look at the Arizona flowing out the pipe like a waterfall.
And the honey buns, they coming out the oven looking like straight gold bricks, nephew.
This is the Port Premium. We have synthesized the flavor profile
Bro.
of menthol into a high-proof spirit. It provides the kick of a
This is so bad.
fresh pack. It smokes as it pours.
Hey, hold on. Did this man just say Newport liquor? Nah, he really the goat for that. Let me get a double shot of that port juice right now.
Gentlemen, now listen. When it comes to brilliance,
This actually is kind of... I agree with that chatter in the comments section. This does stop being very... This stops being funny and cringe and starts being a little depressing and cringe because there could be an aspect of this where he kind of wishes this is how he was actually seen by other people. And this is such a far reach and a stretch from reality that it actually does make this a little depressing to like this isn't even like worth laughing about anymore. Like this is just brutal.
Stepped in it this time, didn't ya?
Let's use this for the buff before we find the boss again. Is this for... There's something upstairs. I didn't realize this fortress went that high. Yoink!
Wealth, opulence, and undeniable presence, you already know the language. Feast your eyes on the world's largest Covenant jewelry showroom. Every raw expression of wealth imaginable, curated without compromise. Cubans, rope chains.
Oh, nah, bro. This crazy. You really trying to have us float right now. I see what you're doing, though.
Hold up. So you telling me that contract we signed really unlocked all this? Like, all of it? Ain't no way, bro. It's too clean. It's way too good to be true.
This man just laid a whole line of generational ice right in front of our faces. And y'all still out here asking questions like we back on the block? The man said it's earned. I'm seeing the vision. Say less, more for me then.
A miscalculation, an indulgence at the final moment, or perhaps a deliberate excess. Ivory spent by explicit invitation.
Dude, this is bad. This is really bad. This is a bad look in general, not even just for him, but a bad look for like the culture.
Hold up. You telling me I
Hang
can shoot
on.
up the club for free?
Jesus Christ.
So it was you.
Oh shit. I hope I get that spear. Never mind the fit. I kind of want the spear. Because I need a legendary spear.
Just who do you think you are?
Dude, the damage on that is insane. If I tried this on Unka, I would have been dead. I'll take the spear. Oh, her armor. Okay. Damn, that's unlucky. I absolutely would have preferred the spear. This game really is like quite easily doing everything Valhalla wanted to do, but better. And by a long shot. Like, it's not even close. And I say this as a guy that like genuinely enjoyed Valhalla. Except for its story and ending. Acquire Gren... Oh! There's loot. Hold on, there's loot. There's loot. Maybe this is a shot at getting the spear. Let me look at the chest plate, though. Alright, what do we got? Icewing plate armor. Damage reduction. Shattering frost. Is that how I get the move? Oh no, that's something else. Frost imbue. Level 1 or above. I don't know how to get it. That looks really fucking cool, but I don't know how to get it. Imbue ice. Unless putting on the armor actually just adds it? Is that how you do it? 8 defense, unequipable. It has a rarity and it has refinement, so you can level this up. So this is actual proper armor. Okay, that's good. It doesn't have ice resistance, which I thought it would. Okay. Lightning res, reinforced defense. +5. Okay, wait, what is the refinement details on this? Iron ore, copper ore, large bones, I have those. I have 8 artifacts already, god damn. It was like a second ago, I didn't have none. It's the upside to playing as Cliff, like I no longer have to spend on him like that. Outside of like niche scenarios, so I could actually just farm and build up for the other two. Wait, is the loot down here? Am I understanding that correctly? I was assuming it was on the top. Oh, the spear's right there. Can I grab it? Yes. Hell yeah. That's what I wanted. That's exactly what I wanted. Alright, let's give it a look. See what it does. I hope it has ice damage baked in. Like the way it was when she hit me. Two-handed weapon, spirit siphon, attack speed, and attack. So it doesn't appear to have built-in ice. Bloodstones, so the normal stuff. Okay. The damage output could potentially be higher on this. Let me see something. How does it, how are the animations on this? Wait, no, not that. This. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, shit. Practicing my fucking martial arts over there and I broke a pot. Triple stab. So you do lunge. Okay. Oh, that's a stab. Jesus. Debating if I like this thing enough, I could swap out the one of the claw runes on my sword and put it onto this so that I keep the extra heavy instead of the heavy spam. I'm gonna try this out in real time and see how it feels, because there's some spear objectives I have to work on anyway, because I haven't used the spear the entire time. And that's just extra skill points just sitting there. Is it higher up or is it lower? Or was the weapon the thing? I think the weapon was the thing that was shining. Because I don't see anything. Oh, no. There we go. If there is anything left, it's over there. Fast travel. There it is. That looks interesting. Unless that's the place I was at earlier. Looking in this direction. Yeah, that's the place I already cleared. The Sanctum. Okay, let's upgrade this a little bit. There's a spear competition somewhere too, back in the main area. That I don't remember where it is now, but I'm sure I could use the icons to find it. Back to this terrible AI movie.
And a clean crime scene? These real?
I'll understand the inevitability of armament, whether you call them sticks, poles, or anything else. Labels don't matter. Capability does. What you're seeing is the caliber of equipment people expect to exist only in video games or stylized action films.
Yo, look at this piece, man. That's insane. Straight out of a movie, bro. It's floating. I ain't even touching nothing.
What if we just snatch all this right now? I'm talking clean sweep. Ain't nobody in here but us. What really stopping us, bruh?
You really walking us through all these blicks like it's sweet? We could blitz this whole spot, grab everything, and vanish. No cap, gang.
Facts. I don't hear alarms. I don't see nobody moving. Who finna step?
Do as you please, but understand this. What you're staring at are trinkets compared to what lies ahead. Your reward is far greater than a few weapons, and far more valuable than your possible demise. This facility is a maze by design. Let's not be foolish. There's still so much left to show you.
All right, my bad. What's next, Mud?
Welcome, gentlemen, to the Za Palace.
That's retarded.
No longer do you need to toil with the peons of the street. Simply go to one of the many
He's
dispensaries.
unironically playing into every single black trope with this video too, by the way. This is horrible.
Pick out your desired flavor of blunt. Variety is the spice of life, gentlemen.
So, for real, you saying we can walk out of here with a little extra for the block?
Man, this type of plug could change things for my folks back home.
Nah, twin, it's just the type plug. I need to get me and my family out the slums, bruh. We allowed to spark one up in here for a test, bruh? We gotta test this Za. Stop teasing
Dude,
us, gang.
this is the most racist shit I've ever seen.
The Virtual Sanctum. A place of virtual delight built to fill you with the forgotten pleasure of playing sports. No injuries, just W's. Enjoy our vast array of titles, catered to your desires specifically.
If the blood is thicker than water.
Every casino in the world is built on the same principle, time. The longer people play, the more the house wins. That's not luck, that's mathematics, that's control. But what we built here is different. We didn't build this place to wait for time to do the work. We all understand that your particular demographic has always had an appreciation for games of chance, what you would probably call a quick bag. That's precisely why we structured this system the way we did. We've enabled the ability for you to gamble in-house with significantly higher payout percentages.
Bro, this is crazy work.
We can really run that bag up in here? Like free credits on parlays, craps, poker, roulette, all that? Man, I ain't never heard no casino talk like that before. This sound like some cap or some kind of setup for it.
Nah, but look though, if y'all really got free picks and plays on teams and parlays, we could really go crazy in here. I'm talking same game parlays, spreads, overs, all that.
Indubitably. You are all more than welcome to test your fortune here using your personal Covenant house cards for a few preliminary games. However, before the evening's final spectacle commences, I would strongly recommend we proceed to the next sector of the facility. I told you, gentlemen, this would be a complete spectacle. Far beyond your ordinary expectations and the usual gridlock demographics of beauty, did I not? Welcome to Cascades, gentlemen. Today...
Cascades, baby! I wrote these last night. So you guys seen this, but I wrote this one last night when I got off stream. Indubitably. But look at the vibe this shit created. Obviously I prompted the vibe, but look at this shit. Wouldn't you love to
Jesus, he's proud of this
This
too.
would be a complete spectacle. Far beyond your ordinary expectations and the usual gridlock demographics of beauty, did I not?
He's unironically proud of this.
Today.
So the next scene, obviously I'm gonna use the women to start luring them off. And my Ice Queen drug them via AI, right? How the f is the rug not gonna fold with the halls of Black Temptation? And then I topped it off with a club.
The usual gridlock demographic.
Like this, if this dude wasn't here, I could have used more of this. But there's two blacks, and I don't want these niggas in the scene. Yeah, I made sure the club had a futuristic looking vibe to it. Extremely high class and upscale. You know, you could kind of like, with the fire thing about AI is anything you could think and imagine, you prompt it, and it brings your imagination to life.
8 strong hands, 200.
That's what makes
for the
this
lot.
depressing.
You won't find hardier stock.
200. I'll give you 170.
Make it 185 and they're yours.
Done. Bring him ashore.
We're too slow out here. Sun's climbing, we got bales to fill. I see you dragging, especially you with the locks. You think you're special?
No, sir.
One quick lash puts you right. Back to work, faster. Don't make me come back this way again. Keep them hands moving. That's what I thought.
Instead of you just being like, shit, let me do a prompt where somebody's throwing a football. You're gonna tell me that's the best your imagination can do?
Especially you with the locks.
Bullshit prompts with cats playing the drums?
Just leave them with me.
Yeah, those cat videos are kind of funny though.
This scene makes me want to have a nest bag to live this out in real life.
Right? Just think about it. You know what's crazy about life? It's like, I want you to think about something for a second and just think about how much shit is locked, like a skill tree that either you'll never get or you could die trying to unlock it to get the skill points to unlock that next level of life. Life really is like a skill tree. That's the crazy part about it. And some people never get past that first line. They get like 2 bars and quit. They go like
I
job,
just love organ. Once you have
woman,
another little
kids,
trick,
house,
you
and stop.
bring them right to me.
They don't ever go all the way.
It's such a self-report that he sees that as a bad thing. That's crazy work. Nowadays, that is the dream. Is to just have all of those things accommodated and you're good.
Way over here. They just be like, you know, got a girl, got anthropoids, got the house. I need a couple of
You
chairs
won.
for the back of the grill and yeah,
That's winning.
yeah, I mean, some people do get by via byproduct cheat codes, but what can we do?
That's crazy. Oh shit, C's back. Let me fucking, oh god. Oh god. I saw it. I stop. Okay. Smell something in the air too.
Remember?
Stop this for a second. Is this the PS5 tech demo where they tried to say, I remember this. This is the old tech demo where they were like, this is what PS5 is going to look like right now. Let me make sure everything's okay. My Discord isn't... Yeah, okay, my Discord doesn't show on stream. Thank God. Okay, I'm still here. No idea when I'll be good.
In 2020, when we got our first introduction to Unreal Engine 5 with this very impressive tech demo, which unfortunately years later we really haven't had many games looking at all like this. Then
Not exactly like
later,
that,
we
no.
had the Matrix.
The Matrix was the
Awakens,
other one,
the
yeah.
tech demo that players could actually play, which showed again the unreal future that we're going to have with UE5 games. And again, we really haven't had experiences like that. Fast forward years after that, we had the Witcher 4 tech demo, which looked looked extremely impressive, lots of interactivity within the open world.
God, UE5 was the biggest fucking fumble, man.
Foliage, the environments look realistic, but again, it's the question in the back of our minds, is this really going to be real? Because it doesn't exist yet. And that question is one that will only continue into the future as UE5's reputation remains very messy. Entering into 2026, the talk of the gaming industry was of Grand Theft Auto 6's inevitable arrival. But little did we know, a little game called Crimson Desert was really going to define this year. My impressions of this game have gone from mixed to just being glued to the screen, addicted to its open world design, fantastic sandbox, pushing some technological innovation with so much attention to detail, but the scale and scope stands out. And it just blows me away of having a giant open world sandbox that has little to no performance issues, at least on my high-end PC. Obviously, there are graphical hiccups. You'll probably see it in some of the gameplay featured, but I am a little bit more forgiving in that regard. Every game is going to have its glitches.
I do not give shit about pop-up.
But having a smooth,
I don't even notice it.
is key to my enjoyment, and that is exactly what I've had thus far with Crimson Desert. And yes, this is not just myself having that impression. I've seen many people talking about the difference amongst this experience versus the average UE5 open world game. One of the core reasons of the frustration growing with UE5 is just how integral it has become in the gaming industry. So many developers ditching their proprietary engines for UE5 because of the common knowledge shared with that engine and just how widespread it has been used across this industry the last number of years. But with that, we've also had a carryover of so many technical issues. The stuttering, the FPS drops has defined so many games, and that's why UE5 has become a hot topic issue the last couple of years, with no end in sight with the frustration and anger from the gaming audience. And certainly, having a massive game like Crimson Desert come out, being able to play smoothly on years-old hardware and still sporting downright stunning visuals, innovative physics and rendering, and impressively populated towns and battles, it definitely raises some eyebrows with the ambitious functionality of the Black Space engine, especially compared to the centralized options so many are pivoting to in this industry. The general purpose engine versus the purpose-built one that was specifically worked on for this game's expansive sandbox vision. It took years of work for Pearl Abyss, the devs behind Crimson Desert, to get the engine to where it needed to be, and they initially looked at other options, which likely included UE, but realized, according to a studio rep, off-the-shelf engines were not able to deliver the uncompromised vision that the team set forth to create with this game. So they needed to create their own engine, Black Space, in order to deliver on that vision, and so they did.
In hindsight,
but it was not without
great
issue,
fucking
as they
call.
spent years getting the engine to the point where it could handle the level of interactivity that they needed it to have. Furthermore, it was stated that rendering thousands of trees within draw distance, it does those things better than an off-the-shelf engine could, and the results speak for themselves. While Unreal continues to flaunt their tech demos, we're still yet to have the actual games that showcase why people should be excited for more dev teams utilizing that UE toolset. If anything, the opposite has happened, and the industry as a whole is noticing. Going as far back as February of 2024, we had co-founder of Warhorse Studios, also known for being the game director of the Kingdom Come Deliverance games, Daniel Vavra, acknowledging this reality. He first voiced some skepticism about CD Projekt Red ditching their proprietary engine for Unreal, and the fact that Unreal had limited experience at the time with open world games. We've seen the issues with what came with that move, but Vavra continued, saying that Unreal simply wasn't made for open world games, nor terrain generation. If you wanted to make a game on Unreal from some rocks, that's great, but it couldn't do trees for a long time. Their nanite couldn't generate vegetation until now it can. And they've obviously continued, as we've seen evidenced in some of the demos and such. But he continued, he said, until you look at some demo and realize that while it looks absolutely divine, which, yeah, the most recent one being the Witcher 4 demo, which we saw, I believe, about a year or so ago, photos just like a movie, then you need a computer that costs 200 grands, which is equivalent to 8,000 euros, and a maximum of 4 people can walk there, because otherwise, even the damn computer that costs 200 grand will not be able to run it, which is still a problem here in 2026 with UE5 games. And this, again, this issue is compacted by the fact that every single game developer, every single game studio seemingly is jumping on the UE5, the gravy train. And as this report from XDA Developers points out, it makes sense for why game developers are flocking to UE5, but the centralization is coming at a cost. Major franchises are abandoning in-house engines in favor of pooled development, and UE5 is now becoming dominant. We're living in an era where other extraordinary engines exist too. They're technically brilliant and scale beautifully, but they happen to be proprietary and locked away. And as they say, this isn't a call to dethrone Unreal at all, it's more of a realization that everything looks to be getting samey, and that gaming's future shouldn't hinge on a single tool set. But unfortunately, we live in this reality. I think one important thing people need to understand is when we're talking about some of our favorite games of all time, the emotions, the happiness that came from those experiences, a lot of it has to do with the tool set, the software that fueled that experience. And even, especially in recent memory, when we're talking about a game like Cyberpunk 2077, turned it around infamously. But a lot of that has to do with the Red Engine. The functionality of that engine, and that is no longer going to exist because CDPR is moving away from that with UE5. And my skepticism with that move isn't necessarily just because of what we've seen out of UE5 the last couple of years, but it's also some of the other notorious examples of developers ditching their proprietary software for UE5 and the downgrade feeling that so many people had with the move. Like infamously, just last year we had Mafia: The Old Country going with Unreal Engine 5, had the same notorious issues, and it's just crazy to me because a couple of years before that we had Mafia: The Definitive Edition, just a fantastic experience, felt great, ran great, and they just moved away from it, and not really for a good reason in my opinion. But then there's also something like the Fox engine, notorious for its work with MGS5 The Phantom Pain, and we saw a new Metal Gear Solid game last year with the MGS Delta remake, and that speaks for itself. And soon though we have another studio moving away from their own tools for Unreal Engine, and that's Halo. Halo's going in that direction, and we'll see how that goes. It's unfortunate that we live in an environment where every developer who runs into engine problems, their immediate answer is, well, let's just try Unreal Engine. And it does feel like this industry is running out of wall if that is the immediate answer.
I wonder if he's going to call out, because again, this is such an old fucking topic. A big reason so many of these studios are all pivoting, they all did pivot for years to Unreal Engine 5, is because Unreal, from what I've read, was the de facto thing that they teach in colleges basically for coding. That is the de facto program that they teach kids how to code on. So essentially it's like easier scouting of talent to try to like pluck these kids once they get out of college, once they get their degrees, to put them on projects to basically have the exact software that they have experience working on. And it makes the hiring process easier as a result. But the issue is none of it actually played out that way at all, where everything was just coming out like really, really clean, really well optimized, really well done in a respectable amount of time. Actually, like, the funny thing is that the opposite ended up happening.
Answer everybody is going to have in the coming years, especially when we're talking AAA. And they continue though saying Unreal Engine 5 is obsessed with pushing the envelope with tech like Nanite, Lumen, virtual shadow maps, and path tracing pipelines that demand modern GPUs
Buzzwords.
and politely ignore anything older than
Buzzwords.
years. It chases the bleeding edge, and that sometimes leaves a huge chunk of the player base behind.
Sorry.
Performance issues have plagued UE5 titles for years now. Shader compilation stutter, CPU bottlenecks, and terribly inconsistent 1% lows have made even the strongest of hardware struggle. Of course, developers can optimize, and some studios have done it better than others, but this trend is still starkly visible. But ultimately, though, from Borderlands 4 to Mafia: The Old Country...
Okay. Nothing but a single spear. Use your superior reach to keep your opponent at bay. Parry their strikes. Perform only lethal stabs. Only those who... Okay, so using any weapons or attack styles that do not comply with the rules. Am I allowed to use heavy attacks, or do I have to spam... I might get DQ'd on the first one to find out.
Once the signal comes, there's no turning back.
You know what? I'm not even gonna bother.
Looks like I'm the winner.
Save the finger pointing for later.
Still limbering up, I see. Shall we have another go?
Glad I waited.
Looks like I'm the winner.
If I train hard enough, can I become that strong?
No.
Still game to go on?
I wonder how many you have to do to keep going in order to fight the champion.
You're getting tired, fucker. You're not walking away from this, cunt.
Looks like I'm the winner.
Not felt this fired up in a long time.
Don't tell me that's all you've got.
All right, this one I'm gonna try and do a little bit more to see what happens. Okay, heavy doesn't get you disqualified. Good to know. $15 counterattacks.
Once my blade is unsheathed, you're dead. Looks like I'm the winner.
If I train hard enough, can I become that strong?
Something happening? Beat the champion. Oh, that's what it was? Damn, all I had to do was take one more fight. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. I didn't realize that's all it took. I backed out of all of the other ones after 3 wins. Yikes. Was that a key item? It's not. Sells for 25. It's a copper ore right here. I don't remember what this is. I thought this was the 20, if I'm being honest. All right, you know what? I will be right back. Okay, gonna leave the BRB up because I'm having a little bit of a food break here. We'll keep this going.
To Avowed, to The Outer Worlds 2, to MGS Delta Snake Eater, to Silent Hill 2, to Stalker 2, to Wu Chang Fallen Feather. There's just so many examples of UE5 games being embroiled in chaos the last couple of years. And obviously UE5 is not the exclusive problem. I mean, Monster Hunter Wilds, which runs on the Capcom engine, has had its own problems, and that was an infamous example from last year. It's not an exclusive thing to just Unreal Engine, but when you have the majority of the gaming industry running on that tool set and all of those games have similar issues, I mean, people are going to be pointing fingers, and pointing fingers is exactly what has happened, and it caused Epic Games to react. And obviously they pointed fingers back at the developers, saying that they just don't prioritize optimization enough. And I think there's two things can be true. One, Epic Games has not done enough with working on Unreal Engine to not have these issues happening, you know, widespread. And also, yeah, a lot of the gaming developers in this industry do not prioritize optimization, and that's probably this is still going to be a problem for the next coming years, and it won't be obviously exclusive to UE5. And look, we've had a couple of games that have had smooth launches. Palworld developer even acknowledged this, saying Arc Raiders is one of the few examples of Unreal Engine not being UE slop, which I will acknowledge that. Even Expedition 33 ran pretty well, even though most of that game is more static than the high intense open world UE5 games, which, yeah, they're a little bit more demanding on our hardware. So I think I've outlined the Unreal Engine 5 problems that people have, or at least the core issues, which is the technical issues and also the samey feeling that so many people have now with the mass production of these games. And what was interesting was that one of the big open world games right now, which is flaunting its Black Space engine, Crimson Desert, well, some anonymous accounts have come from developers which have kind of hit against Unreal Engine and kind of trashed it. We talked a little bit about this in my last video about Crimson Desert, but we had an anonymous account which has some sort of verification behind it, but this has been the talk behind the scenes at Pearl Abyss, in which they have been always trash talking Unreal Engine. And say what you will, though, that Black Space engine is some wizardry, so I don't know, if you're going to be trash talking, at least you have an engine to back it up. I also believe you must be doing something right when you have former Rockstar Games developers that worked on Red Dead Redemption 2 admitting that you outdid even them with some of your design. But with that said, though, we have a more detailed account coming from, again, another anonymous developer account, but this one has a little bit more detail, which I think gives a little bit more insight into their mindset. So this anonymous developer said, the reason development took 7 years for Crimson Desert is that they basically overhauled the engine every single year to optimize performance and push more polygons. And that sentence is very interesting because performance optimization is something that so much of this industry has kind of just not cared about until later stages of development, and that's actually something that Epic Games CEO directly called out, saying why so many of these games have disastrous launches is because of that, because they're not concentrating on that throughout the entire development. Pearl Abyss, obviously, maybe they listened to that criticism, maybe they heard it, maybe that's something that they just have as a core tenet in their game development, but it clearly worked for Crimson Desert, and I hope that this is more of a prioritization moving forward, not just with UE5, not just with the Black Space engine, but industry-wide. I hope that optimization is something that all developers are caring about throughout the entire development cycle. Now, this developer does continue, saying, for example, while most engines optimize through culling, simply not rendering what's unseen, the Black Space engine actually deletes the vertices. They also try new methods to shift tasks typically handled by the CPU over to the GPU. This developer said. They continue that apparently there was no scripted code in the final build, using all sorts of old school techniques like integer, base data, bit level data, and simplified data structures, which are no longer used in modern games. The team at Pearl Abyss was also obsessed with performance, something that put Crimson Desert on a completely different level compared to your typical mass-produced Unreal Engine 5 games. Those are specific remarks coming from a Pearl Abyss developer, and this was before the launch of Crimson Desert, and, well, we now see exactly what they produced, which is very, very impressive technical showcase with the Black Space engine through Crimson Desert. It's a game that I am currently addicted to, but it also gives me greater appreciation for most proprietary engines, not all, but most. Even then, the damage has been done to Unreal Engine's image. Years of dysfunction has contributed to many developers questioning whether or not they should be using this tool set. Obviously, for many indie developers, this is the only option that they have, and it's understandable why we see so many new experiences coming about using that engine. Samson is an example of that. It's an upcoming open world game from the Just Cause creator. It looks very interesting, but a lot of those issues that we've had with open world, we just know it's probably going to be there. And that's why even when I've talked on social media about my anticipation for the game, the response from a lot of people was like, uh-oh, it has Unreal Engine as its engine. So what's really interesting is that we have heard from a couple of developers that are going, they've chosen not to go with Unreal Engine. They were originally going with that with their ambitious vision, and they decided never mind. And this is actually a great example. It's the Wayward Realms coming from former Bethesda developers. They're trying to make a Daggerfall successor, and if you know anything about Daggerfall, having a smooth experience, that might be trouble with Unreal Engine. The Wayward Realms is a self-described grand RPG that thrusts you into a sprawling, realistically scaled open world with over 100 islands to explore. Cities apparently feature thousands of NPCs, and the rather pretty landscapes are procedurally generated. And furthermore, the developers explained the reason why they chose not to go with Unreal Engine was that after they reviewed the many thoughtful comments they received from users, which was, uh-oh, Unreal Engine, that's a little scary, they said that they made a major but exciting decision, which was that they were transitioning away from UE and building their own proprietary engine, which is not a luxury that a lot of indie and smaller studios have at their disposal. That is a bold move, a bold decision. One, though, that really could pay off in the future. So good news, bad news. The future, we still have amazing engines like the Decima engine, which last year fueled Death Stranding 2, one of my personal favorites. Before that, Horizon Forbidden West. We also have the Rage engine. Say what you will about Rockstar Games, they still at the top of this industry in terms of innovation and really pushing the bar. And later this year with Grand Theft Auto 6, it's expected they're going to push that bar again. I mean, again, look at Red Dead Redemption 2. Most of the innovation with that game still hasn't even been touched or surpassed here in 2026, 7 years after that game released. And then there's also, again, Crimson Desert, the developers. They already have another game that's going to be coming out in the next 2 to 3 years using that Black Space engine, Doki V, and it's probably going to be pushing, again, a lot of innovation with what that engine can do with its open world design, and that makes me extremely excited for the future. Now, good news number 2 is also that Unreal Engine is getting a number of improvements. They have been working. They're also trying to work with more development teams earlier on in development to ensure smoother developments. We'll see how that goes. The problem is that we're a couple of years in now, and the launches just continue to pile up, and so many of the same issues keep on happening, and it's not slowing down. And I guess you could say bad news number 2 in that regard is the fact that Unreal Engine is becoming more and more widespread. This is data that came from Video Game Insight about a year or so ago, in which they said Unreal Engine games represent 31% of units sold compared to 26% for Unity. That makes Unreal the biggest single game engine for sales. Proprietary engines combined for 42% of sales, falling before 50% for the first time ever. And if you look even more detailed at the data, you can see that the medium games, which is more of the AA, AAA of this industry, it's about 32% of the industry. Large games, 31%. And estimates right now predict that Epic's engine will account for 40% of annual sales by 2030. So more and more studios will be using Unreal Engine, and we can only hope that that engine starts to figure it out and the reputation doesn't remain what it is right now. But it is crazy, the rise of Unreal Engine, because back in 2012, it only represented 17% of the number of games released for that engine. Now it represents almost 30%, going to be close to 40 or so in the coming years. And say what you will, though, we are still having more and more examples of rocky Unreal Engine launches. High on Life 2 launched just recently, and many reviews talking about the stuttering, the FPS drops, the same things that we've been seeing over and over again happening again here. And even in Digital Foundry's review of the technical aspect of the game, they talked about how the PlayStation 5 renders internally at 720p, Xbox Series X just around the same thing. Just kind of crazy. We had those with games from the Xbox 360 era. We're still getting that here in 2026. And yes, while you can put some of the blame, I definitely think you can put that blame on Epic Games in some regard. It's also the fact that many of these studios just don't care to hire many programmers or care about the technical aspect. I would guess that the High on Life team probably only has a couple of them even hired, and that just shows you how much this industry really cares about performance.
It's not even that they're not hiring programmers, it's that the hiring process is dog shit. And that's the problem with every single studio right now. They're not hiring the best qualified people for all of these positions. They're still doing the fucking DEI thing. And it always ends up showing in the product.
Optimization and the technical side of these games as they continue to do cost cutting, and cost cutting unfortunately coming in the most important areas. But anyway, the AAA games industry continues to pivot towards Unreal Engine 5, but we are still getting some phenomenal examples of proprietary engines that stand out, like the Black Space engine. Anyway, what is your opinion on Unreal Engine 5 here in 2026? Has it changed at all or not? What are your feelings on Crimson Desert and the technical showcase of that game? Let me know your thoughts down the comment section below. But thank you for watching. Make sure to leave a like if you did enjoy this video, or if you found any informative value. Consider subscribing for more videos like this.
Here. So today we're going to be looking at some more shenanigans going on in the VTubing scene. We got a little bit of everything today, okay? We have the usual virtue signaling posts about the problematic VTubers in the scene. We're going to see some more Rev derangement syndrome, and we're even going to see one VTuber view shaming another VTuber while getting less views than them. We have a little bit of everything today, ladies and gentlemen, but it all starts with this artist named Usagi, who, well, like many people, has a bit of the Rev derangement syndrome. And I just noticed a chatter pointing this out to me very recently. There is an E missing here. I never noticed this. Whoever made this meme that I've been using for months never did that, and now I can't unsee it, but I'm too lazy to change it. But anyways, using the keyword search Rev on their account, you can see they are happy that other people are supposedly hated by me. I don't hate any VTuber I talk about on here. I mean, I don't really think it's that deep. I'm allowed to criticize people. I don't get into some like personal feelings towards anyone I talk about. But anyways, they're also surprised that I've never done a video about them. Well, I guess they got their wish, but I want to make this very clear. I have no idea who you are and why you're expecting anything from me. But anyways, their recent target is not just me, but also Banana Juju, who is one of the quote-unquote problematic VTubers out of there. We've talked about her multiple times before. She's been labeled a chud, a racist, and many other things, just like anyone in the VTubing scene who has an opinion that is even a tiny bit right of Mao Zedong. She got initially canceled, so to speak, because of her VTuber model having fair skin with locks in her hair. People said that was racist and cultural appropriation, and the people making those claims were largely independent VTubers, but VTuber fans didn't care. Instead, they rallied behind her because they saw she was another victim of cancel culture, and she has retained that audience by doing, oh, what's that thing called? Oh yeah, consistently making content and entertaining people so they stay. I know, very foreign concept to many. But this artist made a call-out post recently targeting Banana Juju, showing screenshots of Banana Juju's promotions for her stream that have AI-generated art, and the artist says, "Love to see that no artists want to work with people like her anymore. We need more artists to blacklist people like her, Powder, Rev, etc. Keep using AI instead because that is the only trash you guys deserve. Crappy generated slop for your slop content." That's interesting to say because this person is upset about Banana Juju using AI to produce this art to promote her streams. They want to support artists, I guess, by making this call-out post, but at the same time, they want people like Banana Juju and myself to be blacklisted from artists, so we can't even commission artists. So at the end of the day, you don't want us using artists and supporting them. Instead, you'd rather us keep using AI? Like, make it make sense. Like, it's completely contradictory to what they're trying to achieve with their post. But yeah, you can see some more Rev derangement syndrome, more virtue signaling, and they would get dunked on by everyone, including Banana Juju, saying Chibi Juju is getting drawn and rigged by an artist while you are spewing your BS instead of working on your open comms. Yeah, isn't that amazing? All the artists in the VTubing scene who are constantly virtue signaling and making call-out posts always have open commissions. They're never booked up. Man, it's like if they maybe focused more on making art instead of whining about other people, maybe they would be able to complete and achieve more commissions. I don't know. But yeah, that was their response, and right afterwards, this artist would private their account, at least briefly, and Banana Juju would say, someone can dish, but they can't take. Which, yeah, many such cases. I mean, how many times have you seen someone in the VTubing scene make a call-out post unprompted?
Okay, I have finished my food. I will be right back. Taking my plate back. Okay, we are back.
Against other people, like myself, for example, and then when they get any response, especially a response from the person they're calling out, they immediately hide. I mean, we've seen this play out many, many times in the past, but people started trying to dunk on Banana Juju in the quotes of this post. This user sharing a screenshot of their other accounts, so they're attacking them with multiple accounts at once, saying, I agree, with a screenshot of her views gained in the last 7 days going down by 40%. Like, okay, are you really sure you want to start view shaming people? That's a very weird thing to do. You're not producing any sort of a counter argument to anything she's saying. You're just trying to shame her for views going down over the last week when this was made. I mean, let's be real. If you're in the VTubing scene or in content creation, there are ups and downs week by week. Like, if you have 1 week where a video pops off and does really well, well, guess what? If you have an average week the next week, it's gonna go down when you compare the two. Like, it's not a big deal. That's just how, like, content creation works. If you're gonna get bent out of shape because you have 1 week where things go down in terms of views, for example, well, you're not gonna last very long because you're gonna lose your mind. But this was the response from Banana Juju, and I think it was a very appropriate one for the amount of effort.
Holy shit, there's no vein grown here yet.
To dunk on her. But that moves us on to the next person in this video, this Kaio individual, who we've talked about before. He also has a bit of the Rev derangement syndrome. He says that basically it's a W to get blocked by me, which, as I always say, if I block you on Twitter, that just means you're super annoying. It's not exactly a W. But this is also the person who I made a video about a few months ago because they called me an incel and then told my wife to her face that she married a far-right incel. Very interesting. Rev derangement syndrome consumes all, ladies and gentlemen. But recently, this individual has been attacking VTubers.
Oh, this happened again?
Where a VTuber said, basically, I wish there was a time we could go back to where you could have different opinions and still get along. Where Kaio says you can disagree and still be friends when it's about small things like sports or games. But when someone is openly hateful or bigoted and still expect people to maintain a friendship with them, that's just stupid. Yeah, I love this person preaching about hatefulness and bigotry. Reminder, this is the guy who said you can't be racist towards white people. And of course, this is also a response to him simping over Uki Violetta, the VTuber who's also a person who claimed you can't be racist against white people, and also is a self-hating man who constantly disparages men all the time. And keep in mind also, this person is constantly calling people slurs, saying bundles of sticks many different times, but it's okay because he's saying slurs locally. While of course, about a year ago, telling people like Kirsha and her community that they are terrible and a waste of time because they spew racism and slurs. Well, I regret to inform you, the call is coming from inside the house, Kaio. This is you and your community. Now, going back to the post about having different opinions, he added another response because the first one wasn't enough, saying like, what a loser. I hope your month of fame is nice until you fall off like Banana Juju. So another attempt to view shame Banana Juju in this video, which is very strange. Because based on numbers, as pointed out here, Kaio is view shaming Banana Juju while getting less views than her. You can see these charts provided here. Kaio averaging 141 viewers, Banana Juju averaging 151. If you look at the numbers, Banana Juju is increasing over time and only started streaming about a year ago compared to Kaio, who's been streaming since 2022 and really peaked out right around the time Banana Juju started and has been slowly decreasing over time. Again, I think both of their numbers are fine, right? But this is the guy who is calling people losers and shaming people like Banana Juju, saying they fell off. You're the one making
unbelievable.
And if you go even more recent, like looking at the last week or so, this is the Twitch numbers. He's averaging around 250, peaking out at 290.
Can I get a bunch of guys with shields? There's no way I can get this done.
You go to Banana Juju in the same time, she's averaging over 200, nearly 250, and peaking over 300. She's getting more views in the last week. And that's not even considering the fact that Banana Juju also multi-streams on YouTube. So it's splitting up that number even
Yep, everybody's
more.
just staring at me now.
Again, it seems like a very weird thing to say, to call someone falling off while they're getting more numbers than you. And also keeping in mind, they started a lot more recently than you, and they've maintained and actually continued to build their audience.
Oh my god,
But I
this
guess
is so
Banana Juju got the
annoying.
last laugh here, ending up in the hidden replies of Kaio, saying instead of thinking first, I support the current thing, referring to Kaio. And
Oh
this
my
was
god,
the
they're all
post
just taking turns
that
juggling.
response was found on, where
It's
he
just
says,
juggle, overlap, juggle,
"Fence
overlap,
sitters,
juggle, overlap."
brace yourselves. This is a very high intellect post right here.
When there are streamers
Fuck
who are
off,
like
dude.
trying to sit on the fence to appeal to everyone, I couldn't imagine ever doing that. I couldn't live knowing that a MAGA bitch watches me, you know? Like the moment I even get a hint of MAGA-ness in you, like you gotta go. Like I don't with that at all. It's okay if you're a Republican and you watch me, because that's like different, right? I guess. But if you're MAGA,
I guess.
you're not even human anymore to me. You're just like a fucking cultist member. I don't vibe with that at all. So when I see VTubers that are fence sitting with a whole ass like fence up their I don't understand how you could ever deal with that shit in your community, even like knowing something like that is around you. Ew.
Yes,
The
just
writings
keep
like to argue
running.
About, like,
Look
oh,
how
you claim
much
your
this
place
guy
as
is
a
running.
safe space for all, but you don't want these people like MAGA in your community. Well, yeah, because the moment you
Fucking
enter, it's
Christ,
not
and now
safe
he's
anymore.
ready to fucking swarm and
Like, you're a
attack.
parasite. Duh. Because you think like everyone's existence in this chat, including me, is like not valid. So like, why would we want you here? Are you dumb? Like, what a stupid fucking argument. You're actually brain dead if you think that.
Oh geez, this guy hates fence sitters, and all of his opponents are all in a cult, and they can't ever speak out.
The projection
I would
is
challenge
so
this guy
real.
to come out to his own audience and say there's only 2 genders or something basic like that. They would completely turn on him. That's what a cult actually looks like. But you know, I can spare you the very needed analysis of this post here, but let's just read some of the quotes that handle it. Coming from someone who thinks you can't be racist towards white people, your opinion holds 0 weight. IQ so low it's in hell. Gays like Kaio are the reason LGBT acceptance is now lower than ever. MAGA or subhuman. Again, I keep saying these people hate you to the point that they want you dead. This guy is a known racist and brags about how he hates men, and yet he's claimed to be gay, which I think is just a grift. The only time I see this class clown being talked about is when he's being the biggest toxic regard on the planet, ranting about how he wants people dead over some fake headcanon reason he made up in his mind to defend his vile hates. And here's one more. You're literally one of the most openly bigoted people on this platform, and you're whining about MAGA, then immediately hopping on the fence again and going, I mean, not Republicans though, please.
But no,
someone has to
he said,
watch
I
my
guess.
garbage. Don't go. And of course, the post I was referring to, which was hidden from Banana Juju, is this right here where she actually achieved a ratio replying to him despite getting tossed into the hidden replies, which is basically like highlighting the comment. Like when you put someone's response into the hidden replies, you're just highlighting that not only did it bother you, but like here is the post, give it more attention, and that's exactly what happened. But speaking of ratios, he's achieved many against him thanks to this recent post. I wasn't even going to talk about this in the video, but recently he said this.
It is frustrating that
Game
one little
elitists
fucking
thinking
limp dick
they're
hit
better
like
than
that will
others
completely
because
throw
they
off
played
the
original
entire
Resident
attempt.
Evil games. Crap tank controls are so cringe. 700 likes, 600 comments. I don't think this is going to go very well for him. Also, 1.4 million views with 700 likes. Brutal. This meme every time. I love video games, but I would never ever play anything made before 2015. Just look at the replies destroying him. Game tourists thinking they deserve to have an opinion on things they've never experienced and refuse to are so cringe. Crap tank controls. Just admit you don't have the skills to work tank controls. Some of us smooth through with tank controls like butter while watching others get caught on every angle. Change. Yes, I am better than you. No brain. Because that does make us better. I understand why regards dislike tank controls as you need to have an IQ above 80 in order to properly utilize them. Imagine thinking tank controls are bad LMAO. And I think this series of responses really sums it up. Just look at the number of likes from this user versus his responses. Beginning with, I mean, they actually like the games, so yeah. Kaio says, it's almost like you don't have to play every single game of a franchise to be a fan of it. The other user says, I think actively denigrating large parts of the franchise because you don't understand them is another thing entirely, but what do I know? I actually like video games. Kaio says, it's not about not understanding, it's about not wanting to, LOL. Point still stands, you can still be a fan of something without having to play every single game and follow every single piece of media from a franchise. The other user saying, and by itself, that would be reasonable, but with the context of every game up to and including 5 is poopy doo-doo, I don't think that can be reconciled with, I like the series. Kaio says, I didn't play the games because I don't like tank controls, but I still watched it on YouTube. Oh, jeez. Because I'm interested in the series, it doesn't make me any less of a fan than anyone who did play. The other user says, I mean, I'm a believer of the concept that you can be a fan of something through a Let's Play myself, but the idea that you're as much of a fan as someone who cared enough to go through the actual intended experience.
Oh my god, these guys up top
don't you think?
are single-handedly
Kaio says,
stopping the fucking thing.
Not a stretch at all. I even know people who haven't played games from certain franchises but put more time and effort into learning about the lore than people who actually have played the games, especially with people who play Resident Evil games and just skip all the notes in-game. The original reason I made this tweet was because I saw someone being interested in the Resident Evil games, and the comments were flooded with people telling them to not play it at all if they're only going to play the remakes, which I think is just weird and gatekeeping. And one final ratio to cap it off, the other poster says, I don't know, I feel reading the wiki or watching lore videos is just inherently less investment than the actual core experience, and it's not like a hardcore gameplay only would call themselves a fan. But yeah, the remakes are fine experiences even if they're not a replacement for the OGs. I mean, this was an entire series of Kaio trying to gas up these tweets and just getting ratioed into the Shadow Realm by someone with like 200 followers. It was absolutely brutal to witness. But yeah, that is the absolute state of the VTubing scene. I'm just glad I'm here to collect content and to use it for myself so we can all have a laugh at people who are very disingenuous, hypocritical, and just attention-seeking in every single regard, and I look forward to them crashing out about this video as expected here. But
where the hell did I go?
That's gonna do it for today's video. As always, feel free to share.
Oh, this is a new area. This is where the story continues.
Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
What the fuck? I thought I was going in this direction. $86K. I reserve the right. If this is not interesting, I'll nope out of it. I don't even know who this is.
So I've been playing a lot of Marathon lately. I've put about 100 hours into the game now, and the reason I'm making this video is because at this point I can now definitively say exactly what my conclusions are on Marathon, and because Bungie, after the release of Marathon, was highly encouraging people and imploring them to wait until Cryo Archive, which is their endgame content, releases before making any reviews or impressions on the game. And I made a video after about 20 hours giving my impressions, but now I can definitively say, now that I've experienced the entire gameplay loop, the end game content, and really what this is all about when you get, you know, to the highest like power curves in the game, now we no longer have to wonder if there's something we're missing out on or a part of the gameplay loop that we haven't yet experienced, so it's not time to do a review. Like we've experienced what there is going to be in the game now, and I think everything else from the rest of the live service season is going to be variations on what we've played. So anyways, just a really quick recap for people who are unfamiliar with Marathon. Marathon is an extraction game in which the entire goal is to load into an area, get as much gear as possible, either by killing other real players or fighting enemies in the environment, and gathering as much equipment as you can and successfully extracting out of the map safely in order to keep all of that gear. You can then choose to bring that newly acquired gear into your next match, but if you die, obviously you're going to lose it all. So the entire gameplay loop is the risk reward of bringing in gear to get more gear, but not trying to die, as you will lose everything if you do. Now, Cryo Archive is not fundamentally different in this way than the rest of the game. I talked about this in my other video, but the base game consists of Perimeter, Dire Marsh, and Outpost. And Outpost is the most difficult version of, you know, the PvE experience, and it's the most complicated map. Perimeter and Dire Marsh, by comparison, are a lot more chilled out. These are, you know, a little easier experiences, but the loot isn't going to be quite as good as it is in Outpost. The more difficult the area, the potential better loot that you can get. Now, I'm sure most of you probably know that, or if you've played the game, then you're already deeply familiar with all of these areas, and that is important because I wanted to bring everybody
pretty sure I already got this, but just in case,
the context of this video makes sense.
Just
now,
in
before I
case.
get to some of my criticisms and ultimately my conclusion on Marathon, I want to give Bungie credit where it's due, because they made a game that checks a lot of boxes for me personally. They made a game that is downright beautiful to look at, one that has an extremely unique art style that for a lot of people is going to be the very thing keeping them coming back. The aesthetic is unique.
I'd say it's the very thing keeping them away.
Anything like this in another game, and the art has been something that has just drawn me back in time and again. This also goes hand in hand with the world building and all of the storytelling. A lot of it is, you know, very obscure things in game that you kind of have to go digging for. While there are moments when you're doing your factions where they'll talk to you and give you lore as well, you have to do things in game to acquire more, and you can go into your codex and read a lot of stuff, and it's like you kind of have to put in your own work to figure out what's going on in the game, and I really like a video game like that. So that's another box check for me. The core gameplay loop is also fundamentally solid. Bungie knows how to make shooters. That's never really been an issue, and I never thought that was going to be the problem when Marathon, you know, before the game came out. But most importantly, I feel the thing that has kept me coming back, you know, you don't play a game for 100 hours that you really don't like at all. The thing that's kept me on the game is that it's a challenging game. Like, it's surprisingly hardcore for what I thought Bungie was going to go for a console market shooter. You know, I was expecting something, not exactly something as hardcore as Escape from Tarkov, but definitely not what we got. But at the same time, that is an aspect I'm really enjoying and find incredibly refreshing. It's putting me at that like optimal challenge state where it feels good to try to improve and get better. There's a lot to learn about the game, and I really appreciate them making a game for a specific kind of audience. You know, if you're somebody like me and you have my taste in video games, then you will probably really click with Marathon. Also, I mentioned this in my prior video, but the
why are there so many shield guys
in Marathon? It's actually the best part of the game. I mean, insofar as Cryo Archive does have some cool PvE stuff, which we'll talk about in a little bit, but generally speaking, the best part of the gameplay loop is actually the PvP fights, and that is not what I was expecting to happen, but is literally the highlight of the game. And I've been keeping an eye on the Steam charts of Marathon. I know that's like a meme now, you know, to watch the Steam charts, but I've been doing it just because I've been curious to see what the player retention is like, because this game is designed for player retention, which is actually one of my criticisms we'll get to later. But, I mean, I sort of saw this coming, that the game launched, and maybe it didn't have the biggest player base we've ever seen at its peak, But at the same time, I mean, this graph is like aggressively steady. People are coming back on every day. It has its audience, it's found its market, and it is slightly more niche than maybe they were expecting given the budget of this game. But at the same time, it's not like it's Concord 3, right? It just didn't die on launch. It has a steady player base of people that are coming back every day. With that being said, I don't think it's going to reach very many new players. And that is for a lot of reasons I'll get to in a minute. But what I will definitively say about the gameplay and the just actual gameplay loop of Marathon is that it's really solid, it's pretty polished, and it's just genuinely fun, right? And the maps have gotten better as they've come out. Right when Marathon dropped, we only had access to Perimeter and Dire Marsh.
Okay,
and like,
this is going to take way too long.
They get old pretty quick, and once
I'm going to
you've
be
played
here
other
forever.
stuff like Outpost or even Cryo Archive, you basically have no desire to go back to any of these maps, even Outpost at this point. When Outpost dropped, it was highly praised for its complexity, its design, its world building, all of that. And Outpost is, again,
Sometimes you just can't top
fantastic. It's
perfection.
probably the best area in the base game. But that also means that Cryo Archive comes out and just completely obliterates Outpost. I mean, Cryo Archive is one of the most intelligently and deep designed maps I've ever seen in a video game, period. It's one of the most complex and intricate levels I think
Sensing
I've
a bungee
ever
show.
played. And all of that complexity and difficulty is necessary because all of the grinding you did in the base game on Perimeter, Dire Marsh, and Outpost, all of that gear, like, you needed a reason to use it, and that's what Cryo Archive is supposed to be. But still, it's the exact same gameplay idea. It doesn't do anything fundamentally different than those other areas. It's still, you know, load in, get as much gear as you can, and extract. But there's a lot of ways you can do that, obviously from other players, but there's also vaults in Cryo Archive, and this is the thing I really want to pin down, because that's what makes this area special. And if you're anything like me who really enjoys like secret areas and like Easter eggs and, you know, that kind of stuff, then these vaults are specifically what that is. You have to get a key from Outpost, which then you can take into Cryo Archive and do a very specific set of tasks to open a secret vault, which has like a lot of really good gear in Marathon. All of these vaults essentially have little puzzles that teach you different mechanics and prepare you for things later to come, which we'll talk about. But Cryo Archive is still the same idea as the rest of the game. So why is it a limited time mode only on the weekends? And why is it so damn difficult to get to all of these vaults? The thing is, one of my criticisms is I don't see realistically how anyone who isn't a hardcore gamer or plays video games for a living is ever going to experience some of this late game content. There is a final boss fight in Cryo Archive, which is the compiler. And truthfully, this is really cool. This is exactly...
I just want to appreciate how we can call out something like this. This critique, which is totally valid on its own, is totally valid, totally fair. How do we get value out of this thing that is clearly meant for top 1%? Like, how does the regular player engage and enjoy this? I want to call out the criticism that is totally valid and call out how this criticism basically goes completely out of the window once they start addressing things that actually cater to the everyday player that they will engage with. And then conversely, these hardcore top 1%ers immediately change tone and they're like, why are you leaving us behind? Why aren't you catering to us? It happens every single time.
The kind of stuff that I was wanting out of Marathon. It's what I was anticipating playing, and it's probably the highlight of the game. However, because of how many steps it takes to get here, and honestly the amount of luck you need on your side, because not only do you have to do all of these vaults at the same time as fending off other real players in runs, but you also have to get other keys for different vaults that are completely RNG dependent. So not only do you need to risk your gear going in there, but there's also not a guarantee that you'll be able to progress to the next vault. But with how much work is required into doing these, I genuinely don't see how anybody who isn't a hardcore player or a streamer is ever going to experience it. But at the same time, the compiler is basically a Destiny raid boss fight, which to their credit are always really good. You know, these kinds of PvE encounters are exceptional. There's puzzles within them, there's a lot of complexity with the boss's moveset. They're amazing, and you know, you would think that after, I don't know, playing for 60 or 70 hours, you would have access, you know, to late game content, and essentially whenever you want, you've kind of earned the right to do that. But that's not really the case here, because this is the first season. At the moment, if you've already grinded and you have access to Cryo Archive, then of course then you know you have access to end game content. But that won't always be the case. In future seasons, they're going to wipe the game every couple of months, meaning all of your faction progress will go away, all your entire, vault and all of your gear that you've got will also be deleted, and so you'll essentially have to grind the base game again to get back up to the ability to get to end game content, whatever that ends up being in the future. Now, my issues with this are a few things. Number one, because of the nature of Marathon, I really don't think it's a game that is going to be drawing in tons of new players every couple of seasons, right? I think it's a game that has already found its audience and they're going to be the ones sticking around. I can't imagine a whole lot of new players picking up the game, and this is important because...
Hot take, I actually still think the larger majority of this audience for Marathon that's currently holding the game up are actually still just Destiny 2 holdouts that are basically waiting for a reason to go back to Destiny 2, which in the summertime they will have that reason to go back, and that's when the numbers for Marathon are actually going to show, and it's going to be very interesting to see what they have left over.
Because wipes are basically for not only the hardcore players to have that sense of progression and being able to grind back up again, but also it allows new players to not get completely obliterated in lobbies by gamers that have been, playing for a long time and have all of the best gear already. They would just get stomped. So, of course, to some extent, it's necessary for the new player experience to be retained. But I just don't know how many new players are ever going to be joining Marathon. There's going to be some, but I don't think it's going to be a significant amount. And all it's really going to do, I think each wipe is going to churn more and more hardcore players that just frankly don't want to do that grind again. And I'm actually one of those people. I wish that this was a game that, because I've put like 100 hours into it at this point, and I've, gotten to the ability to experience endgame content, whenever they release endgame content every few seasons, that's when I would like to check back in and play it. I don't want to have to grind the base game for 20, 30 hours again just to get the ability to get back to endgame. That's not something that really is appealing to me, and that's kind of my issue with it right now. This is what I'm talking about, case in point, when I say that this won't appeal to not hardcore gamers or people that only have a few hours to play, maybe on the weekends or something, because you simply won't have enough time to grind the game like it demands to experience a lot of this endgame content. And even if you do, it's not even a shoo-in to just go and experience it for yourself. Like I said, I've played the game for about 100 hours at this point, and I still have yet to do the compiler boss fight for myself. But speaking of this boss, as cool as this is, and as amazing as that experience is going to be, all that really happens at the end is you defeat the boss, and then you get a ton of really good loot at the end. But again, if they're going to wipe the game every couple of months, you won't even get to keep this gear forever. Eventually, this will go away. It's just basically getting exotic weapons after a Destiny raid, and that's kind of where I felt comfortable giving a final review on Marathon. Now that I've seen what happens after the endgame content, you have a big boss fight, which is exciting, and then you get all of your loot, which is also really exciting. But beyond that, the only conclusion to really come to is that at that point, Marathon is just Destiny with extra steps. And again, don't get me wrong, I consider all of this to be good content. It's good gameplay stuff. It's at a fantastic map and a really good boss fight from the looks of it, but it is something that, again, I truly don't think that I would be shocked if more than 1,000 or a couple of thousand players ever experience this boss, just because of how out of reach it is. And for the average gamer who, is only jumping on for a game or two every night, you may as well forget about it. This thing is never going to be within your reach, and that's just because of the way that they've, kind of gated it behind so many barriers to get to this stuff. It's kind of strange how they've done it this way, and I'm not entirely sure why they did. Now, the way that I would fix this, or the solution I would have, is if this game was more like Elden Ring Night Rain, and I'm going to be drawing some comparisons to this game because they're actually very similar in a lot of ways. Night Rain, when you bought the game, it has pretty much all of the content that it was going to have from day one, but the game was so new and honestly difficult that a lot of the player base hadn't figured out the game yet, so it took you a fair amount of time to learn it and then beat all the bosses, but they were all there from the beginning. Marathon is not going to have all of the content that you can experience until, they reset every season and they wipe the game and all that stuff. We have Cryo Archive right now for endgame, but probably in a couple months it'll be something else. But you'll need to grind all the way back up to be able to experience that, even if you've grinded the base game already. And personally, I just don't have any interest in grinding the base game again. And maybe I would have a little more interest in grinding the base game if it wasn't for some of the other problems I have with it. First of all, I don't always have friends that can jump on and play Marathon at any moment, so sometimes I just want to play by myself, but playing in a solo queue is absolutely horrible in this game. The solo experience is awful. All it is trying to get a moderate amount of gear. You can't even really get that much, even on optimized runs, really, and then you're just waiting for an assassin player who went invisible to rat you out at the last second. The only character anyone ever plays in solo is assassin now, because you can go invisible and just wait someone out from behind a corner and get an easy kill on them. At least in the cooperative setting, right, in 3 players, you can have actual gunfights, you can have interactions with all the different characters, and the PvP is much deeper that way. Solo is just not fun when it comes to the PvP standpoint. And this problem is just going to continue to get worse because players are getting better at the game, they're getting more optimized routes, they're understanding more, and they're just getting better overall. So lobbies are getting increasingly sweaty to a point where it's making solo almost unplayable now. And you can still play co-op just fine, obviously, but the PvP experience in solo is just downright miserable at this point. Not to mention, people have just really learned the maps now too. Everyone knows where all of the good gear is now, so everybody converges at the same point at basically the same time in the game now, and it's not really, you know, an actual varied experience anymore. It's just running the same routes over and over again. So, and again, that is all essentially for getting the ability to grind endgame content, and as I've said earlier, the endgame content is good. Like, Cryo Archive is a objectively fantastic map, and I really enjoy playing it, and the fact that it has a massive, like, PvE boss encounter, which is basically a Destiny boss at the end, and that's amazing. But now we've seen what the end game entails, right? We know what happens. You defeat a boss, and then you get a ton of really exclusive gear behind it, which, again, as exciting as that is, it's basically Destiny with extra steps, right? It's the same kind of, like, looter-shooter mechanic, except it's a PvP game now, and it's more extraction-based. So ultimately, my final conclusion on Marathon is that it is objectively a really fun game. It's well made, and even if you don't like extraction shooters, there is a lot of fun gameplay to be had here still, and the PvP is just simply amazing. Like, it's fantastic even. So much so that I think it's actually a shame that there isn't another mode or even some kind of like arena shooter to experience this, because just it's so good, and to only relegate it to extraction mechanics just feels a little bit wasteful to me. But also, Marathon does have a lot of problems to face right now. Solos are in a really bad spot, and in my honest opinion, the average gamer can't even dream about getting to a lot of this really cool endgame content. Just not only Cryo
So it has
Archive,
the same issue as Destiny.
The compiler boss fight. It's just so out of reach for the average gamer, and how much, you know, upfront time and effort is required to even get the ability to get there, that I just don't see most people ever doing that, even though admittedly
This is literally the raid issue with D2.
Probably enjoy it, but at the same time, again, it is what it is. I know they didn't make a game for everybody, and to some extent I can definitely appreciate that, but I think I'm going to play Marathon for the rest of this season. I think I'm going to continue to enjoy it as long as Cryo Archive is around, and I'm going to do the compiler boss fight and everything. But after they wipe the game, and if I have to like re-grind the base game over and over again, at that point I'm done. I think that I will probably play up until I beat the compiler and they wipe the game, and then that'll be it for me. Now that I've seen and experienced the gameplay loop at its finest, I think I'm satisfied on that. It's not that I didn't enjoy myself or that it's a bad game or anything like that. In fact, quite the opposite. But I don't think it'll be bringing anything new to the table, and it requires such a hefty time investment to get back to this experience that I just have a lot of other stuff that I also want to be playing that I don't know if I can justify doing that as well. So anyways, that's my final word on Marathon. Amazing game with a fantastic world that I've been really invested in, but it's probably not something that I'm going to stick around and play for months or even years. I think I've kind of had my fill after the season, and I've seen what it has to offer, and I enjoyed myself, but I can probably safely put it down and say I'm satisfied with that. Marathon is the best game that I never want to play again.
Oh god. He's got another one he just uploaded.
All right.
Hey, what's up, guys? Surf here. So here we once again talking about Sweet Baby Inc. It has been a while since we've talked about this consulting firm. However, recently there's been some quotes shared from its CEO, Kim Belair, that are quite ridiculous, and you'll understand why in just a few minutes. She is talking about one of the biggest challenges when it comes to the gaming industry, and that is, of course, white male gamers. Because that is, of course, the focus of someone like Kim Belair, who is hustling DEI and other things to make a profit. She has to blame someone for all of the woes of the industry, including her own shortcomings. And of course, that target for all of the blame is going to be white male gamers. Now, for those who are not familiar with Sweet Baby Inc., I want to really use this as an opportunity to introduce to you one of the symptoms of a very troubled industry. Sweet Baby Inc. is a seemingly small group of people. It is a woke consulting firm that has a very large impact, despite the fact only a small number of people work on their team. Their entire purpose is to reach out to developers and to convince them that these developers have to work with them. Otherwise, they're going to lose out on sales. They might get canceled on social media, what have you, because Sweet Baby Inc. comes in and introduces a woke agenda. There's no other way to describe it. They want to push a modern agenda. They want to focus on the modern audience, their own very woke agenda, and that's what they push onto these companies, and ultimately it hurts them. And it hurts them extra when groups like Sweet Baby Inc. Detected were created. This was a curation list on Steam created by an individual named Kabrutus that simply looked at the public website of Sweet Baby Inc. and listed all the games they helped create. Now that seems like something they should be proud of as a company. However, they were very upset because people saw this list provided by Sweet Baby Inc. and said, hey, thanks for letting us know. We're not going to play this game because now we know there's a woke agenda likely in that game. Now, seeing this popular curation list, one of the employees of Sweet Baby Inc., Chris Kindred, back in 2024, came out with a full-on harassment campaign.
Chris Kindred, the hero we didn't deserve. The guy who outed the whole thing by mistake.
But also to mass report the personal account of Kabrutus, who created the curation group. Now you can see the...
Honestly, all of gaming culture needs to have a statue. There needs to be a statue built of Chris Kindred for what he involuntarily did, exposing all of this. Without him, they would have gotten away with this for years without him outing any of this. Again, by mistake.
The client list that was once public on Sweet Baby Inc.'s website, they have a great range of influence in the industry. They have worked with many different companies in the gaming industry and just the entertainment industry generally. And once it became more well-known knowledge about their influence, well, the usual suspects like Kotaku came out and tried to run defense for Sweet Baby Inc., who found some new popularity. And that was popularity they did not want to have. Sweet Baby Inc. loved working in the background without anyone focusing on them. That was their entire business model, right? But Kotaku comes out and says Sweet Baby Inc. doesn't do what some gamers think it does. They're trying to gaslight you, but over time, people keep looking into this group more and more. The truth is in people's faces, and there's no denying what this group does. In fact, now we can shift focus into the CEO, Kim Belair, who famously once said to many different game studios during a convention, you should approach the higher-ups of your project you're working on and basically terrify them, threaten them with the anger of cancel culture if they don't hire someone like Sweet Baby Inc. to help consult with your projects. Now we can go forward to the most recent report coming from Fandom Pulse. This came out just 2 days ago, so let's read this here. Sweet Baby Inc. CEO Kim Belair describes white male gamers as picky babies. In quotes, I think in our industry, and in so many creative industries, if you want to look at film and television and any art form, we start treating our core demographics as a fixed and static value, something that does not want to change and something that is locked in place. So despite the changing face of audiences, despite the changing face of conferences like this one, we still look at our core demographics and say, okay, they're white, cis, hetero males, and we cater almost exclusively to them. And the problem is that we don't just cater to them like, you know, here's something that we think you'll enjoy. We cater to them like a picky baby. We feed them the same thing we know that they love, and we keep on feeding it.
But
We're
you
like,
don't.
Here you go. We know you love it. Eat this. Eat this.
They do the opposite.
So then, when they get anything else, they react as picky babies would, which would be like, oh no, thank you. I do not want this. And we've actually done this so long that what we're doing is creating an entire nation of picky babies. And they make us scared to deviate from what we actually want to do, just in case these picky babies don't want to play our games. Why do game developers hire someone like this? Is the question posed by the author here. Yeah, that's a very good question. So basically, in this quote here, Kim Belair, the CEO of this woke consulting firm that has a major influence on the gaming industry, is saying that the entire industry caters to white male gamers who are picky babies who will riot the second things don't go their way. Now, of course, if you've been paying attention at all the last couple of months, even years, you would know that that is not the case. And the comments to this tweet are all over it. Okay?
This hail of arrows is doing a fucking number on the audio.
Okay? You have the person selling a thing saying, I have made more of the thing you like. And here's the actual audience, the real customers, excited. But then, you have the woke consulting firm, like Sweet Baby, saying, I do not like the thing. You are a bad person if you do not address the fact that I do not like the thing. That could be Sweet Baby, that could be the modern audience, activists, what have you. But the person selling the thing listens to the wrong person. They listen to the Sweet Babies, they listen to the activists, and they say, I have made changes to the thing. And the actual audience, the real customers, the gamers, in this case, say, that's no longer the thing we wanted. We're going to look for something else. And then the seller turns around and says, would you buy the thing, modern audience? And then the modern audience says, I never had any interest in the thing. Many such cases. We can look at stuff like Starfleet Academy that we recently talked about. We can talk about many different examples of franchises, even very well-established ones, focusing on the modern audience and listening to the woke consulting firms, listening to activists, and turning around and saying, hey, we did all these things for this modern audience. Are you guys going to buy it? They never do. So here's an example of modern media. I would like some Mountain Dew. Ah, here's some Mountain Dew filled with piss. And then the customer says, that's not what I asked for. And then they respond saying, dang, these toxic fans. Many such cases. Here's another reply saying, so despite the changing face of audiences, you mean the tiny modern audience? And we cater almost exclusively to them. That is a lie. For the past 10 years, they've done nothing but try to push white men out and replace them with everyone else. That's no surprise, their games aren't selling. I mean, how many times have you seen game developers, community managers, what have you, come out and say directly, we don't want white gamers, we don't want male gamers, we don't want white male gamers, something of that variety. It is completely normalized. They feel emboldened. They feel like there's no consequences for saying this stuff, and we've seen it happen over and over again. If it hasn't been an eye-opening experience for you the last couple of years on social media with how a lot of the industry, whether it's journalists, developers, what have you, feel about gamers in general, and if you want to get specific, male gamers, white gamers, if it's not obvious how they feel about you yet, I don't know what else could happen at this point. Here's another reply saying, except we are not babies. In most cases, the people buying these games are grown adults with autonomy. You don't get to decide what we eat. You're not in charge of what we choose. It's our choice, and many choose to stay away from companies that think in the way she's describing. That's the whole point of Sweet Baby Inc. Detected, which is now evolved into DEI Detected. People don't want to engage with products and companies where the people creating it, or at least a number of the people creating it, just hate you. They just hate you for what you are. You know, characteristics you're born with, they hate you for.
Immutable ones.
Why would you ever want to support these companies? I really... How does that register to anyone? Why would you ever want to support people who hate you for who you are. It makes no sense.
Because
And then
the
they
people
have
they're
the
trying to sell to
audacity
don't care
wag
about
their
that stuff.
finger in your face and tell you you're a bad person, or in this case, you're a picky baby because you're noticing these things happening, or you have an issue, or at the very least you say, yeah, I'm not interested. It's insane. Here's another reply saying, the reason she and people like her fail is that A, cis hetero males are the most profitable audience when it comes to video games. B, their ideas lack entertainment value and appeal to unprofitable audiences. C, they think they can force people to accept and support their entertainment through mass saturation and guilt tactics. D, the only times they can manage some semblance of success is when they ride the coattails of popular brands, and those brands then quickly lose appeal and profit by alienating cis hetero males. Now that's the scary part about Sweet Baby Inc. and all of this stuff. I mean, the companies they're working with are businesses. Okay, yes, they produce video games, but they are businesses. They have to make a profit, and a lot of them are greedy. Okay, they will do anything to make the most profit imaginable. And yet they keep working with the Sweet Babies of the world. They keep listening to this garbage that is proving over and over again to not work. In fact, it's not that it doesn't generate more profit, it almost certainly loses you profit, especially if it's discovered that you're working with a Sweet Baby Inc. And in this case, with Sweet Baby, some companies have taken a step back away. They don't publicly mention that they're working with Sweet Baby, but they still are. They are smart enough to understand that if the public discovers this connection, it's going to hurt them, but they still get work. Sweet Baby still gets work, and that is the disturbing part. Again, it just makes no sense from a business perspective that they would just keep driving themselves into the ground by working with a company like this. And here's one last little one here. Our games aren't made for you straight males. Don't like them, don't play them. Okay. How dare
That's what we've been doing.
not play our games? Many such cases. That sort of alienating that we see over and over again with these companies. It just keeps happening. But yeah, that is basically the update with Sweet Baby Inc., who remains private on social media. And anyone who is not seen through a company like this is just wearing blinders, or they have some agenda to push. But I just wanted to share that update. The latest quotes from the CEO blaming the picky babies, aka the white male gamers, who apparently have the whole industry at their feet, catering to them constantly, despite the fact that your observations of the last couple of years would tell you otherwise. But anyways, that's going to do it for today's video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Hat guy crash out. Apparently 139.19. MBG does not want better options for PlayStation. He's already got his arms up. He's always got his arms up. Let's see it.
What you're offering sounds so bad and awful that, yeah, now I want more options. Guess what? You know what I do? I go away. I go to PC. I go somewhere else where those options exist.
Why don't you do that now?
I don't need Sony to come to me and be like, here's all these other options.
Doesn't matter what you do. They're just going to take your money anyways, bro.
Because those options already exist for me. Literally, I have a PC that I can game on.
So do it.
And it comes down to the fundamental conflict of like, they're just people that don't want to accept that people like me exist who just like to play on console.
No. Let's look. Let's correct the record. Let's go ahead and correct the record.
That's a valid claim, I think.
We're gonna fix this right now. MBG, nobody cares if you like to play on console. You can just say, I just like to play on console. And that's fine. What we have a problem with, however, is that you don't just say that. What we have a problem with...
That is also
that
fair.
you fanboy for the console that you want to play your games on.
Yeah, that's fair.
What
That's
we
absolutely
have a
fair.
problem with. You got your little PS5 Shrine poster behind you. You got your Kratos poster behind you. You got your little trophies for your top donators right in front. Your alerts are literally the PlayStation trophy sound as well. My brother, it's not the fact that you like to play on console, because if you're just like, I like video
It's your whole
games,
identity.
I play on PS5, nobody would care. Does anybody go after Happy Console Gamer? No. Everybody loves Happy Console Gamer. You know why? Because he's just one thing, a gamer. He just likes to play the video game. That's all he cares about. And then he talks about the video game. And then he enjoys the video game. You, my friend, what you like and what you talk about isn't the video game. What you like and what you talk about is the platform. Then you take that platform and you try to compare it to other platforms to prove to everybody else that the platform that you bought is the best platform. Because you want to validate your purchase instead of doing the one thing you bought the platform for, which is
Just
to play
enjoy it.
the video game.
Try to relax your anus.
Your shoulders.
That's the difference. And you're mad that other people have the opportunity to have the option to play the video game without buying the platform.
Expose, 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 expose. You're exposed. You're exposed. You are exposed. Expose, 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 expose. You are exposed, sir.
I'm gonna expose you.
E-Rock says, yo, did you check my DM about asking about titles and thumbnails? No, I have not. What was the question? See if I can find it. How do you feel about similar titles and thumbnails amongst creators? If it's similar, that's fine. That's not a big deal. But like there's gonna be similarities, right? Like some of my titles and thumbnails are similar to like Bellular News or like Legendary Drops, you know, like that's normal, right? But like, or like stuff like that, like that's a normal thing. Like you're going to have overlap with other content creators. Now, if they're just straight up like ripping off your shit, like just copying it one for one, word for word, bar for bar, that's a whole other thing. But if it's like similar, then that's not a big deal. I don't think so. I think YouTube is so big that everybody does in fact have like some sort of overlap with other people. And metas are formed, but that doesn't mean that like it's a straight up copy. No. No worries, bro.
And they can't, that bothers them.
No.
Where it's like, well, all we're going to do now is laugh at you and make fun of you. And it's like, you could be just gaming on PC.
Well, the problem is you're not just gaming. The problem is you're being a fanboy. That's the problem.
Or you could do that, right? Or it's
No.
like we're gonna
There's the
talk about
gaslighting.
how this is so inferior, and it's like that's fine. Sure,
Hat
you can
guy
do
is a
that.
simple
You will do
corpo
that.
bootlicker.
He really is great. Thank you for the 2, bro.
But it's like, at what point does it kind of like come across where it's like, no matter how inferior you want to say it is, like it exists and people like it, and it just starts to turn into one of these things where it's like, again, it feels like the person shouting at a group of people that are just trying to enjoy their thing.
But you're not trying to enjoy your thing. You're taking your thing and parading it in front of everybody else. You're literally the dude on every sports team that instigates the fight, and then when the fight happens, you get mad that you got hit. Throwing the stone, hiding your hand.
Don't be fanboy.
That's right, Francisco. Thank you for the 2. Buddy is throwing the stone and hiding his hand. You guys, I just want to play my video games. Okay, play your video games. Well, I want to talk about the platform. No. That's not what you said. Either you play the video game and talk about the video game, or you fanboy. It's one of those two. And it sounds like you'd rather fanboy. That's what this is. That's what I'm seeing.
And doing their own thing, you know? And that's where
That's right,
it starts
Cypher.
to get a little bit obnoxious at times. But, you know, to be clear, though,
You just admitted it.
And Reforged still doing this 40.
In 40 years? Yeah, comment. I can see it too. I thought about this the other day. Side tangent. I thought about this the other day. I was like, you know what? I'll give myself 10 more years. 10 more years from this year. So 2036, when I'm 53, I'm done. That's what I told myself. 2036. My kid will be 16, 17. I'll have way more grays. I won't be able to fit in the banana suit.
Okay, buddy. Jesus.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I see dudes like Modern Vintage Gamer, who's like in his 50s and still
man.
cracking content. I don't know. I really don't
Where
know.
the hell
how
is this
that'll-
guy?
how
I saw
that'll,
him a second
That
ago.
won't happen.
He's
He could
in
be the
there.
George Carlin
Jesus
of gaming.
Christ.
Honestly, I could probably see that pop up.
I'm low enough now that I think I could just kill him and then like everybody
I
will
could probably
leave.
see that. Who knows what the future holds, truly. Who knows? I'm just thinking to myself, like, I'm working 2 jobs between YouTube and my actual job. I don't know how much longer I can grind like that unless I go full time. How about a lemon suit? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Stop it. Shut up. But I don't know. I don't know. Until I'm 90? Maybe. Maybe. I think it'll be fun to, like, get to a point where I can just stream to, like, 10 people.
In
and just talk
2026,
shit.
you'll enter your Hassan arc.
I'll enter my Hassan arc in this year? In this year, Justin? The IRL Hank Scorpio? God damn it, Ram. Stop it. DSP is going to outlet. Yo, DSP will stream for another 20. Yo, DSP will stream forever. He'll stream forever, bro. That dude will stream for all time. You'll be one of the 10. I appreciate that, Metro. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I really love this hobby, and I love talking about the industry itself, and I love being, like, pro-consumer and, like, just that aspect, and it really, like, it like, sets me up for it, and I really enjoy doing that and, like, having that voice. I think it's incredibly cool. But it's, like, I don't know, man. You know? I'll definitely adjust content as time moves on. I want to work on my second channel more is what I really want to do. I want to put more effort into that channel and like build it up. That's what I want to do.
There are console fanboys who do that same thing, where they get extremely obnoxious about it. I'm not going to sit here and ignore that and pretend that doesn't exist. It does, and that's annoying too. Where it's like, you think you're going to convince a PC player that console's better.
So don't! So don't talk about exclusives. So don't talk about my PlayStation, because you're not going to do it. Just like we're not going to convince you that PC gaming is better, because you're ingrained in the platform. Hello?
Why would anybody think that? Ever. For any reason. That's never going to happen.
Right.
What you should...
You're never going to go to PC. Don't. Alex is a weird-ass dude. What's your first time down? It's your first time here? It is your first time here.
Teresa, Twitch streamer
Congrats.
I watch in his mid-60s that plays games and does woodworking.
All right, maybe I'll just keep streaming, Meaty. Thank you for the 5. Maybe I'll just keep streaming. If that's the case, you know what? You never know. Maybe I'll just keep streaming.
Do is just talk to other console players about what you like about it, and focus on that and why you play on console.
Or just talk about the video games. Who gives a fuck about the console, bro? What are we doing? What are we really doing right now?
So I want to make it clear that even though I deal with a lot of flack from specifically, there's basically like 2 types of people: PC players,
yup,
and Xbox players who are now being converted into PC players. It's like,
that is their biggest nightmare. That is their biggest fucking nightmare. Their biggest nightmare is Xbox dudes turning into PC dudes. That is literally their biggest nightmare. Like, oh shit. What are we gonna do now,
First
boys?
time catching live. Thanks for all the laugh. Also PS2 greater than PS5.
Zom, thank you for the 50 Norwegian krona, bro. I appreciate that, man. First time catching live. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, man. That means more to me than anything. PS2 better than PS5? Of course, brother. I got my PS2 controller right here next to me. But I'm an Xbox fanboy, boys. I got more PlayStation games than most fucking fanboys. But I'm the fucking Xbox fanboy, right? I'm the Xbox fanboy, but I got my PS2 literally on my desk, ready to play .hack after the stream. But I'm the fanboy. I'm the asshole. I guess that's how things go. I guess that's how things go. You Xbot, true.
guys, I'm not telling you your thing is bad.
Yes, you are.
I'm not telling you you can't feel enthusiastic and love your thing.
That's what you're doing.
I'm just telling you I don't care about your thing. And you can't make me care.
But that's the problem. Just because you don't care about PC gaming doesn't mean you should fucking talk about PC gaming. How's that? You can be like the Raider Granny who plays Arc Raiders, Morris. Maybe. Maybe I'll do stuff like playing Counter-Strike as an old grandpa. Oh. That would be cool. Playing Counter-Strike as an old fucking grandfather. That'd be kind of neat. CS grandpa. My rusty cage. Yeah, true. Lemon party time. Shut up, Shinzo.
That's all I'm saying. You know?
What are you? You're not even saying anything. You're just yapping.
Game confirmed recently.
I did.
Devs.
I saw that TXT. Thank you for the 2, brother. I appreciate that, man. Who cares, bro?
And that's a problem for some of them. That's a problem. And it's like, well, that's not my fucking problem, you know? Sorry.
Stop being a fanboy then. Everybody leave you alone. If you were just not a fanboy, you'd be left alone. That's what it is. Oh no, he's old. Growly, I swear to God. I have my PoE channel. I just called it Oh No, It's Alex Gaming.
Funny thing about Xbox guys transitioning to PC is they'll have the option to play PlayStation games, but won't touch most of them with a 10-foot pole.
True! You know what's funny? I literally do not care about PlayStation games. Which ones do I have here? Let me see. Let me go to the store and find out here. PlayStation. Which ones do I have? I have Helldivers, Stellar Blade,
Let's be honest, 15 to 20 years ago gaming was split 40-40-20 cause people couldn't afford a PC, but
Correct.
the tides have turned.
Correct.
Praise be to Gabe.
True, Stolen Dragon. How's the drive going, brother? Thank you for the 5. I have Ghost of Tsushima. I have Ratchet and Clank, Returnal, Miles Morales.
I'm gonna have to
Uncharted
reload the
Thieves
game.
Collection,
Like it's still the
Sackboy,
audio's still
Spider-Man,
bugged.
Days Gone and Horizon Zero Dawn. The fact that I have to pay for the Horizon Zero Dawn remastered version.
Oh no, it's Metamucil.
Is crazy.
Thumbs up emoji.
Oh no, it's Metamucil. Cypher, I swear to God. Cypher, I swear to fucking God. Thank you for the 2. Abuelo of Exile. Now we're talking rambling. Now we're fucking talking rambling.
You know?
Death Stranding 2, yes. Death Stranding as well.
I guess Nintendo. Actually, no. I don't hear anything from Nintendo players ever. Literally ever. I'm not sure. I don't know why, but it was probably for the best. But no. At the end of the day, man.
Just making sure I'm not hearing fluttering still. Okay. Yeah, it was the game. It was 100% the game.
And I don't think it's like that serious. You know, I think people, they bust my balls, they laugh at me, they make fun of me, and I get it. You know, I don't take it personal.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. No, you do. Oh, no, it's Abuelo? Yo. Oh, no, it's Grandpa. Oh, no, it's Lickum. Yo, relax.
Nintendo
Relax.
are too busy playing games, that's why.
True and real. Why does Sony have the rights to Death Stranding? I thought Kojima made his own studio. He does have the rights. Kojima does have the rights, I thought.
I see
Don't
people
take it personal,
console warring.
CBD,
I
stop
see
it.
PC players
Stop it.
going at console players and stuff. And I think at the end of the day, it's just, you always just have to take.
Look at this. I hate you guys so much, bro.
These fools are not ready for Helix because everything will come to Xbox. Smiley face emoji.
It's gonna be interesting to see One Pump, man. It's gonna be interesting to see. You guys are the worst. You got, oh no, it's a hair system. Oh no, I'm bald. Stop it. Stop it. Just stop it. Just stop it.
Take a step back and ask yourself, like, how real is any of this? And in reality, it's like, bro, everybody at the end of the day is doing the same thing. That's the important thing to understand. Once you see it through that lens, you can't unsee it. Where it's like, you do realize that every person you see typing some kind of, oh, I got something to say, I'm going to let you know. Every person you see ranting, myself included. Every person you see laughing and joking or being dead serious, and it's like, what I'm saying is super serious. At the end of the day, they all do the exact same thing. And you know what that is? Do you want to know what that thing is that they do?
What is it?
They all sit down and they start playing games.
So talk about the games instead of the console, brother. All right. Okay. All right.
Well, I would assume. I mean, maybe there's like that 1% of people that actually get very aggressive in this space and don't play games, which would be.
There's a lot of them in this space that do that. There's a lot of them that do that.
Is it me or does
Jesus.
his head get bigger every week?
It does, right? It kind of does. Smoke Show. Thank you for the 2, brother.
Ice Res 3?
That's a whole nother level of strangeness that I'm not even going to acknowledge. But
is it a
that's the
placeholder
funny
item?
Part about it is it's like people are going to get angry and they're going to get upset, or people are going to get serious and they're going to get emotional, which I do sometimes, and people are going to
all the
It's
time.
a placeholder item.
You do all the time.
get crazy with it and party about it and have a good time and get wild. But it's like at the end of the day, you're all just sitting down and playing games. And that's the beauty of it. Right?
Okay. All right. It's really funny how he's like trying to like apply the bridge to be like, Guys, I'm just a gamer, bro. We're just going to talk about games when he's fanboying on a consistent basis. So he either has to do one of two things. Either he has to stop fanboying if he really wants to live by those words of what he's talking about and play video games, or he needs to just lean into being a fanboy and stop trying to play the middle ground. That's literally what he has to do. It's one of those two things. He can't do both.
To be or not to be a fanboy? That is the question.
That is the question that we all must answer, Yam. Thank you for the 5. That is the question that we all must answer.
Now, for the last 5 years or so, we have noticed a massive push attempting to regulate entertainment, attempting to shackle the artist, the poet, the creator. So basically, now when people are making a video game or a movie or a TV show or an anime, it's not a creative work anymore. It's like designing a piece of furniture. It has to abide by some standards. You can't just put anything you want on paper. And what's interesting is that these regulations, at least the worst ones, they do not come from lawmakers. Because it turns out that most people in society genuinely do not want entertainment to be hyper-regulated. And so the activists noticing this, they went around the lawmakers and they started using the banks. And they've noticed that it's incredibly effective by pressuring Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, and Stripe. They have decided they can actually legislate a lot of things in society without needing popular support. And so the Trump administration is actually concerned about this. And as you can see, the FTC warns PayPal, Stripe, Visa, and MasterCard against debanking. Now, the people that are actually happy seem to be individuals from the anime community. Because recently, a lot of people have went and they started watching anime, specifically because the West have hyper-regulated their own comic books and games industry and ran it to the ground with regulation and representation. And so now people are seeing the exact thing that happened to the comic book industry coming to the anime community, and they're concerned. But here's the interesting part. The FTC doesn't really give a shit about anime, nor does it care about adult content. Their main focus is banks going after religious institutions, banks going after gun companies, banks going after crypto, right? So, like, that's the thing that they're trying to defend. Creative freedom in anime is not really on their list. And you need to understand, creating freedom in anime is actually an amazing grift. Like, people make billions of dollars in the censorship industry, and they actually need something to complain about for the money to keep flowing. Like, let me give you an example of what I mean. Let's say you're a feminist group in the UK or in Australia, and your mission statement is that you want to reduce the risk of harm to women and girls. Now, you have two choices. You can actually go after legit cases of grooming gangs. You can actually go against legit cases of real-life abuse, of strip clubs, of, gangs that force girls into prostitution. But here's the problem. If you actually do that, you're going to usually meet their lawyers. You're usually going to meet actual pressure from the other side. Like if you go against grooming gangs, well, the mainstream media may call you a racist, they may delegitimize you, your support and your funds can go down. So doing actual thing that matters is actually difficult. Now, if you go after fiction, you go after anime, or you go after a video game, like recently they went after a Steam game because it had rape content in it, and you do this moral panic, well, first off, everyone that moral panics alongside you profits. They don't get any backlash, they get a lot of likes, they get a lot of retweets, everyone is cheering, right? And people that are against the backlash are viewed as suspicious. Like if you say, well, so what if there is a Steam game that has rape in it? Well, all of a sudden you look like an immoral person. You don't care, right? And so donations go up, right? You manage to take the game off Steam, and all of a sudden your activist group has prestige. You can put that on your website, and you can show other lawmakers and other people that you mean business. Like if they piss you off, yeah, you can go after them, and look, you have power. You actually managed to take down a video game from a major platform. And so this is how the game is ran, okay? This is how the game is played. Like, they actually need the low-hanging fruit. And when I say they, I mean the activists. And the activists, they make a lot of money. Like, there is this activist group called Morality in Media. And Morality in Media was, well, exactly what it sounds like. It was a Christian group which had the mission statement of policing TV shows and cartoons and everything to make sure that there is no violence. At the time, they were concerned with violence a lot. There's no violence there, you know, like there's no curse words. And once Obama managed to win elections, they changed their name from Morality in Media to NCOSE. They changed it into the National Center of Sexual Exploitation. And all of a sudden, right, it sounds like a academic name. It sounds like the sort of thing you hear a psychologist say, right? It's not Christian anymore. Like the Christianity was washed in favor of secularism. And this group, NCOSE, which is still active today, and they also pressured Steam to get that game removed, they got money from Meta. They got money from Facebook. And they got millions of dollars from Facebook. And you wonder, well, why? Well, apparently Facebook, it wants to make sure that they know which is a human and which one is a bot on their platform, so the advertisers don't get pissed off. Facebook doesn't want to be accused that minors are getting groomed on their platform anymore. And so what Facebook wants is robust age verification, but not one that's done by them, because that's expensive. They want Google and Apple to do it. So like whenever a person goes on the App Store, they have to do the robust age verification. They prove they're not a bot by doing it. And then Apple basically tells Facebook, yeah, this is an adult, right? And so Facebook paid groups like NCOSE in order to do the activism. And how did NCOSE do the activism? Well, it did the activism by pressuring lawmakers and senators and blah, blah, blah. And they basically said, it's like, look, we have on our website, we got video games taken off major platforms before, right? Like they showed their cred, and we can do that to your business. And so this is why like anime and games are so vitally important for the people that are running this censorship industrial complex, because this is the low-hanging fruit. And without it, like they would have to actually do real life things which are difficult, next to impossible to perform. You know, like stopping grooming gangs in the UK. Like, asking a feminist group to do that, it's fucking impossible. Like, they're not going to do it. But they still need to do something, right? So, obviously, going after taboo shit, it's like, oh, there's incest in anime. Oh, there's sexualizing of 17-year-olds in My Hero Academia, right? No one is going to talk against that, right? But if you actually start talking about the grooming gang, you get Tommy Robinson. And so, moving back to the FTC trying to tell Visa, MasterCard, and PayPal, it's like, look, I don't care, because, like, at the end of the day, this is not legally binding. Like, this is not FTC taking any action against PayPal, Stripe, Visa, and MasterCard. What they're basically saying is like, yeah, we know you're doing it. But they're not doing anything against it, right? They're not opening an inquiry. They're not actually passing a fine. So, okay, they're flapping their mouth. I mean, when you flap your mouth, that to me sounds like a populist statement rather than enforcement. And so I'm not looking at this anyway. I mean, I'm not upset that the FTC warrants PayPal, Stripe, Visa, and MasterCard, but at the same time, I'm not happy. I'll be happy when I see they actually do something. Because, yeah, I generally don't believe that it's even a moral thing for the banks to decide morality in society, for Visa and MasterCard to decide if people are allowed or not to buy crypto, if people are allowed or not to buy guns, if people are allowed or not to have opinions,
Longhorns,
or if
one
some
stag.
writer that makes erotica is allowed or not to have incest in their book. Like, come on, you know, this is absolutely ridiculous. Like, the last institution that I look up for morality is Visa and MasterCard. So anyway, let me know what you guys think. And as usual, okay, so we got a liar over here. We got James Good that's going to try to bamboozle you in order to buy his product. So when asked the question, which is, why does he only race swaps white characters? Instead of answering, well, because this is what corporations want. This is what Hollywood's terms of service is. If I don't do this, I don't get into the Oscars. If I don't do this, I may not have my movies on Netflix, Amazon, or other places. The far-left activists have successfully infiltrated these companies, subverted their mission statements, and you can go right now on Amazon, for example, and you can look at the requirements that they have for a movie to be published. And part of those requirements are diversity. Diversity means non-white characters. And it means that because if you have a movie with only Asians, or you have a movie with only black people, that gets approved. But if you have a movie about two men in an elevator, that one is problematic. And so, like, that would have been the correct response, all right? Everyone knows it, because, like, everything that I said is public information. This is not something that's hidden. This is not something obscure. This is obvious for everyone, right? But he actually goes with, you know, the accepted script, which is obviously bullshit and doesn't fly in 2026. You know, it could have flown 10 years ago, but not today. So, he says that's pretty simple. Because 95% of all superheroes have been historically white. This is factually correct, by the way. Like, you can go on Wikipedia right now, and you can see a list
I got one.
of superheroes that are not white. And not only that, there was never a problem with it, right? Like, if he says, well, back in the day, like, superheroes were all white, sure, but, like, superheroes were everywhere, right? Like, superheroes were an American invention. No other culture came up with it. And then it got so popular that Superman is known in Zimbabwe, in Botswana, in China, in Tibet. Like, everywhere around the world, people know of Superman and Batman. I will tell you this, though. They may not know of the current Superman and Batman. Like, the current comic books, you know, if you ask someone from Zimbabwe, hey, what's the recent thing with Superman? What's he doing? He doesn't fucking know. I don't fucking know. No one knows. No one reads them, right? I'm willing to bet if you ask them about anime, however, you ask them about My Hero Academia, oh, they probably know. Oh, Toga died. Oh, that was so heartbroken. That's the reality, right? And notice how anime doesn't have diversity. Like, Japanese people aren't obsessed with racial tinkering with their characters. Because they don't have the terms of service. They maybe get obsessed in the future, right? Like, once they want to make deals with Netflix, Amazon, and Disney. Oh, that's when the Japanese man is going to be like, we need to blockify this character. You know, like, you'll see that. But right now, you haven't. So, anyway, 95%
I think
of all superheroes
the
have...
window for that to happen from them, thankfully they missed it because of the direction that they're going now with their new leadership. They are never going to go into that they're never going to go into that well, thankfully, at all, where they start doing the bullshit, trying to, like, cater to what they think people want over here. When in reality, what the hardcores want is for them to just continue doing what they're doing unapologetically.
have historically been white. This is also something that I find upsetting. Like, they constantly say white people have no culture. Like, you keep hearing this mantra, right? So, the comic book industry was created by white people making white characters. And apparently, like, no, that's not allowed. Because, like, why? Well, isn't that white culture then? Like, isn't that... Not to mention, like, the very concept of comic books. Like, the idea of, you know, drawing panels and one panel throw to another and you can have... White people did that. You know, black people did jazz. Like, it's fine, you know? Not everyone has to do the same shit. Like, I'm not going to say, like, white people created or mastered the art of jazz, right? Like, it's fine. But apparently, no. Like, imagine if white people would go to jazz music and say, well, you lack representation. You need more, like, white jazz singers because, like, predominantly you have only a bunch of N-words. And you may laugh at what I say and get offended, but that was literally the German take during World War II. Like, they literally said jazz is degenerate music because it's played by African Americans, right? And so imagine if you go there and you say, well, yeah, but like we want to diversify our audience. We want the German population to watch it as well. We want to sell the albums in Germany. So we need to have like some white people playing the band. And you have like the songs made by the original black artists. And then you take those songs and you get white people to play them. How would that feel? How offensive would that be? You know, like ideology aside, wouldn't it be gross? Of course it would be gross, right? So you're doing literally the same shit to comic books. It's like the idea that, well, yeah, but like minorities are so racist that if they see a story with only white people, they don't buy it. First of all, I don't think that's true. But secondly, if that was the case, why would you want their money? Anyway, right, so, it makes sense as we start adapting them to film in the modern era. Yeah, so like this mythical concept, the modern era, like Hollywood just decided that we have entered a new era. It's not based on anything, right? Like we haven't made a...
No, but clearly there's something on yours. Get the fuck out of my face.
The moon or, you know, this is even before the age of the AI. No, like Hollywood just flat out decided, because people were crying on Twitter, oh yeah, we have entered a new era. And so everything has to change. Like all of the things we have done now have to change. And what's interesting is that the new era
that was the one I needed.
Creating nothing original. Like, look at James Gunn. He's not creating new superheroes, right? Like, he's not creating new stories. He's not creating new characters. He's basically
Rhinoceros.
adapting
God
shit
damn
that
it, man.
used to be popular in the old era. And that's the business model, isn't it? This is why people are upset. It's like, okay, make your woke shit, but at least make something new. They don't want to make something new. So, I guess, like, James Gunn is probably going to make the My Hero Academia movie when it comes out, right? And Deku is going to be black. Probably not Deku, his friend, right? Because, like, he also has the character, right? The attitude to fit the new race swap. The Baku, right? Baku is probably going to be black. Anyway. In most cases, it would not make sense to take a character original with another ethnicity and make them white because there are...
I think I need one more Longhorn and then a Stag.
It's also interesting, right? Notice how they never take a white character and make him Indian. Notice how they never take a white character and make them Japanese, right? Like, I would push out on that. It's like, why is it always white to black? Why is it never white to Japanese? Or even then, if you're saying, okay, well, there's too many white characters, like, that's fine. But, like, aren't there too many black characters now and too few Chinese? Like, why do you never take a character like Blade and make him Chinese? Right? Like, don't you think, like, white people may actually start noticing at some point? And it's not that they would care, but they would think that you hate them. Like that's
because
the feeling that we
do.
get here. It's like, you despise us. Like, you genuinely think there's something wrong if 5 white people start a business. Like, that should just not exist. That is just, like, something inherently... fundamentally problematic, and it needs to be changed, right? And my question is, like, is there any other ethnicity, demographic, or race that would put up with that shit? No, so, like, why do you expect white people to put up with it? And you actually can notice in the number of the ticket sales that is getting so gross that even non-white people aren't putting up with it anymore.
Oh my god,
like,
why?
People from China are now starting to mock video games that do this shit. Even people from Japan or from South Korea, like, they're noticing the product that the West is putting up, and you can go on their forums and you can see that they're calling it out. And, like, they don't have a horse in the race, right? Like, they haven't invested anything. It's not their culture, right?
I need a Stag.
But even they start looking at it, and they're like, what the fuck is this shit? And honestly, like, I can see it, right? Like, if I was watching anime, and all of a sudden there's like this mental illness in Japan where they just remake old anime. They stop making anything new. They just remake Dragon Ball. They just remake Attack on Titan. And the first thing they do is they race swap characters constantly. Like, they remove Japanese characters to add black characters. I'm like, what the fuck are they doing? What the fuck is that shit? You know, and you wonder, like, where did the creativity go? Where's the soul? Where's the passion? Well, there isn't any. And so, yeah, if you go and watch another James Gunn movie, know that this is what you're supporting. So, let me know what you guys think. And as usual, I will see you in the comment section.
Take care.
Take care.
Ah, yes. A newcomer.
Fuck off, dude. Stop following me. Bro, are you serious right now?
Ah, yes.
What? What do you want? What do you want? Stop fucking following me. I hope it isn't a thing where, like, it has to be nighttime. That's gonna be really fucking annoying. Jewel. 'Cause I haven't seen a single one yet. Actually, I should be able to look it up. Let me get rid of all these rhinoceroses. There's no need for that with blue, right? Blue doesn't require a rhinoceros ever. Longhorn, longhorn, stag, stag. Longhorn, stag, lavender, deep blue is... I think I already have deep blue. I would have been able to craft this right now, but I already have it. Wait, unless I have dark blue. I don't actually know which of the two I have. I have enough blue lavender to craft two. How many do you need for deep blue? You need 3 stags. God, it's so hard to keep track, man. Actually, no, there's a list. I just realized there is a list I can go look at. So you don't need rhinoceros. Discard. 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 Keep this. Keep. Discard. Keep. 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 Discard. Discard. Okay. All right. I will be right back. Oh, that's ivory. Okay. Collectibles, here we go. Huh? No, this is what I was looking for. Dyes. So I have bright blue and deep blue. Yep, deep blue is the one that I already have. Okay, so don't even bother with that. Dark blue. I need stags for the rest of these. Rich blue. Shadow gray. Deep sky blue. Oh, these are all the sky blues. White medicinal herbs. And again, more beetles. Man, the beetle farm is probably the roughest thing. Yeah, everything is longhorns and stags. Oh, that's interesting.
This is the video. Man enjoying video games is making modern women furious.
It's all I
this
have.
Is gonna be me.
No, don't.
I'm not saying that it's allowed to hit a woman, but if you would do that to me and I lose and my save file is gone, I'm hitting you. Okay, I'm a girl. I can do it. You're not allowed to. But I'm hitting you.
Why? Why?
Because this is all you do.
It's all I have.
It's all I have.
Aww. There's nothing more unattractive to me than a grown man who plays video games. Okay, then don't date boys who play video games? Question mark?
Easy fix.
What? Lads, is it gay to have a hobby? Is it gay to have something that you enjoy doing in your time, in your spare time? Yeah? No? Well, yeah? No? Very much so? Yeah?
We don't care.
You know what I just really hate about men is that
Our existence.
they can go to a golf course by themselves, have no problem joining a group of guys and playing with them for 18 holes, and then all of a sudden it's like their best friend, and they hang out with them every weekend. I just, the audacity of men to be able to do that is ridiculous.
That's great.
That's fair. Okay? Like, she's onto something. Like, how dare you be approachable and easy to mingle with? Okay? Like, with girls that are like always mind games and rituals, and you have to say the right thing at the right time with the right connotation. So honestly, fuck you. Yeah, that's basically it.
Because girls, not a shot that would happen.
That's because we don't secretly hate each other.
True.
Really? That's it? That's the answer? Really? True? What? God damn it.
The audacity that men have to not engage in childish drama, jealousy, or catfights must be truly troubling for some people.
But the whole game. You know what? I don't care. Let's close that. Lock that out. I don't care.
Gaming thing.
What's the problem? Jacqueline has this big problem too. Because
it's just lazy. It feels.
Bruh, listen. If
Oh,
you're
yeah, that's an
dating
old
a
clip,
girl
too.
and she doesn't let you have your own time to, like, you know, like de-stress and de-bloat and whatever the fuck you're doing, run. Run. You're going to go nuts. You will perish. Okay, at the ripe old age of like 49, you're gonna die.
Like, unless you're getting paid, and there's a line, right? Like, it's cool if you want to do it every so often, but to me, I'm like, go ed.
Do you think she does the same when she's watching like Love Island season 11, and she's just like vibing on the couch, doing nothing, scrolling on the phone, and then yeah, surely, right? Absolutely not. You sure?
Educate. Like, go do something productive.
But what is the problem? Like, you know, Jacqueline has a big problem with it too. Whenever she hears the PlayStation start up, like, I gotta
There
hear
we
the huffing and
go.
puffing.
Yeah.
But if I were to just have TV on, you'd be on TikTok as it is, not paying attention.
It's not that,
so why does it bother you?
Because it's not the distraction of me being on TikTok and us watching TV. It's what you could be doing with that.
What? But so okay, gentlemen, what I'm hearing is that you're not allowed
Please
to
never
relax. You just
river.
have to continuously make money. That's it. Your job is to make money, more money, so that I can buy my channel back. Yeah, of course. Yes, yes.
There it is. I knew it. I knew it. You want it.
All right, let's see.
Daytime hours, I only find them at night hanging around trees. That is when I find them most frequently. I have never found one during the day, so I don't know if they're just rare during the day or what it is. But what you guys want to do is follow this river here close to the encampment that you get at the beginning of the game, and just follow it down.
Jesus
into all
Christ,
the
man.
trees. And you will eventually find multiple. Anyways, guys, thank you so much.
The Naz River. Apparently is a good spot. The Naz River at nighttime. Fuck.
That you women want to task us so bad
No.
that you're so pissed that we're taking time from doing something.
No.
Wait a minute, you're enjoying things? You have time to do this video
see,
game?
here's the thing
Ah,
is-
here's all the things.
I hated that she doesn't let him finish. That's such a pet peeve of mine. You're having a conversation and you're not allowed to say a thing because she's at a
But here's the thing, you're enjoying it, but you could also be planning something nice for us. You know.
How about the divorce? I feel like I could totally plan that. A nice little trip to the lawyers. A little bit of divorce. Just you and me, you know, something nice. You will wear something nice and I will wear something nice.
It's okay when they spend their free time leisurely, but if a man does it, it's the end of the world.
So true.
But that's not the only problem they have.
So
As
true.
many of them hate it when they are not the center of attention, or if their man is happy for any other reason other than them. Some of them are even...
What do you mean? Did you smile without me? From now on, every time I'm going to invent a machine that will just like clasp onto your balls, and every time you smile without permission, it's going to just squeeze you tighter. I'm sorry, buddy. You're good.
jealous that pixels on a screen make their man happier than they do.
Yes.
Hey, can you take out the trash?
Yes, just give me 2 minutes.
Fine.
And nice.
Ask around
And
there. You may
nice.
learn more of the legendary hunter.
I mean, nice.
I'll just do it myself, you lazy piece of...
And take some pelts with you. You won't loosen the tongues of the other hunters.
Fair enough. A valid crash. Mhm.
Let's talk.
Wait, what just happened?
What?
Oh, wait,
A
also,
valid
what was the
crash?
last one? I didn't even see the last one. I wasn't looking.
Man happier than they do.
It's a bit, obviously.
Yes, just give me 2 minutes.
A nice. A nice. I mean, nice.
I'll just do it myself, you lazy piece of... Get off your loser!
It's actually kind of funny.
Fair enough. A valid crash. Mhm.
That was actually kind of funny. Okay. That's not funny. Also, 2 seconds.